681. Frost Descent Probed. The story of me using a huge golden body fragment to exchange for a contract with old ancestor Ingguan? The story was actually not small. Just looking at the matter of breaking the contract, Qin Pingon had used the beheading blade from the ancient dragon-slaying platform. He had used a green talisman paper to carry the fresh blood and extracted a drop of blood from the heart. He also had to separate a wisp of the 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls to inject into the signature at the end. The breaking of a contract by an ordinary cultivator didn't need to cause such a huge commotion. If he didn't do this kind of business, Frost Descent felt that he would easily be punished by the heavens. However, Qin Pingon wasn't interested in doing this kind of business. With the longevity Taoist that old ancestor Coppercoin had transformed into, it was very likely that she would become the honorary consecrator of Luopa Mountain and have a treasure bowl at home. Now Qin Pingon felt that he was very indifferent to fame and fortune. He definitely wouldn't be tempted by money. When the official left, Old Deaf followed suit. No matter how many heavenly materials and earthly treasures there were, they couldn't run out of a prison. Qin Pingon had always wanted to ask the old sword immortal why he didn't empty the place and hand it over to Summer Retreat Palace to manage or move it to a pill workshop. Unfortunately, the old sword immortal didn't give him the chance. Every time he showed himself, Qin Pingon's outcome wasn't good. Even a clay bodhisattva had some anger. Why couldn't the bag shop open? Other than that, there might be no end to the years in the future. He had to find something to do, such as counting money or refining items. Qin Pingon flipped his wrist and took out the 5 thunder spell seal made of strange materials. He held it in his palm. Even though it was only the size of a date pit, there was a faint rumble of thunder and colorful flowing light. It had a solemn atmosphere and naturally suppressed ghosts and filth. Just like the imitation of the Baek Kekyung building pagoda and the Sword Immortal banner, Qin Pingon didn't dare to make it his natal item. He only refined it to a medium level. Firstly, there was no need for it to be refined greatly. Secondly, he didn't dare to act rashly. After all, it was something he had obtained from Li Zhen, so he had to be careful. For example, Song Zhen and Kulei had been in his possession for a long time before they were refined to great refinement. Of course, it was not that he did not trust Lu Jinglong and Yuanling Palace. It was just that a highly refined object was not ordinary. Not only would it occupy an entire natal acupoint, but it would also take away a practitioner's aura. For a Qi cultivator of the lower 5 states who had not established many schools and had not accumulated enough aura, these 2 things were a huge problem. As a cultivator of the 5th stage, Qin Pingon actually had quite a number of Qi dwellings. However, for the sake of refining the longevity bridge, he had divided them into 5 Qi dwellings, all of which required diligent refinement of spiritual energy. How much spiritual energy could he possibly have left that could be used by Qin Pingon to reward his officials? As the saying goes, even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. Otherwise, with Qin Pingon's lucky encounters during his long journey, the boys in green would not be so idle. For example, the supply of the bottle of Mirage water elixir. Every time the water dwelling had a good rain after a long drought, the spiritual energy still had to be distributed to the mountain temple, the wooden house and other places. However, even if he had to refine this seal, Qin Pingon believed that with this treasure on the mountain alone, he could be an immortal master who could slay monsters and devils in a small vassal state of the Aquarius continent. Moreover, even if he walked in the mountains and swamps, he would be regarded as an immortal master. Because practicing the 5 thunder spell, if the spell was not authentic enough, it was easy to hurt the internal organs. Over time, the body would be damaged and irreversible. For example, the blind Taoist Jiaqing had hurt his eyes because he practiced the unorthodox thunder spell. Thinking of this, Qin Pingon could not help laughing. Qin Pingon suddenly asked, "Not golden sand?" Shuangjiang took out a piece of golden body the size of a citrus and tossed it lightly. This kind of treasure was not commonly seen. Chiseling a mountain to get the treasure was very tiring. Qin Pingon's left hand controlled the 5 thunders spell seal while his right hand grabbed the piece of golden body from the hands of the extraterrestrial demon. After a while, he used the 3 mountains spell seal to refine the piece of golden body into a drop of golden water. He caught it with his fingers and gently rubbed it on the word, Zon, of the 16 words mantra of the 5 thunders spell seal. It was like a temple attaching gold to a statue. During the process of attaching gold, There was a trace of spiritual energy flowing in Qin Pingan's 5 natal acupuncture points. It was as if they had received an imperial order. They flowed to and from the palm of his hand and rose up. They lingered around the 5 thunders spell seal and helped to refine the drop of golden water into the seal. Compared to attaching gold with the celestial spell seal alone, the speed was much faster. This was the advantage of a cultivator's natal item that belonged to the 5 elements. There were all kinds of mysteries that were too wonderful for words. Qin Pingan put away the seal and the piece of golden body and said, "My hometown is Lizhu Cave. When I was young, I happened to wake up from a nightmare in the middle of a snowy night. Then I heard something at the door of my house. I seemed to hear a soft voice. It was windy and snowy that night, so I couldn't hear it clearly. I only felt that it was very scary. In fact, I was very hesitant at that time. I didn't know if I should go out or hide in my bed. I also thought that Song Jisun might have heard it too. He was brave enough to go out before me. So I went out." Speaking of this, Qin Pingan suddenly did not know how to define GQ. Frost Descent was familiar with many of Qin Pingan's thoughts. He said, "There are 2 possibilities why she didn't look for Prince Song Jisun. One is that she chose to enter from the west side of the Mud Bottle Alley. It was difficult to enter the alley even though it was only a door away. She was exhausted and fell in front of your house. She didn't manage to knock on Song Jisun's door. This is the fate of the Great Way. The other possibility is that she walked into the Mud Bottle Alley from Gu Kan's house and arrived at Song Jisun's house. She changed her mind at the last minute because there were too many restrictions to form a contract with a descendant of the Song clan. Perhaps she could only sign a real master-servant contract. Her life and death were in the hands of others. For the last remnant of the real dragon in the world, it was not a comfortable choice. After she was saved by you, she secretly formed a contract with you. Because your natal porcelain was broken and your spirit was weak, no one knew about the contract. Then she can safely chisel the wall and steal the light." Qin Pingan nodded and said, "That's true. My ancestor hidden official, how can you do business like this?" Frost Descent wrung his wrist and said with regret, "You and the woman with the pseudonym GQ have an equal contract. The more losses you suffer in the beginning, the more benefits you will enjoy in the future. What are you thinking, ancestor hidden official? It's obvious that as long as you endure it and don't write so resolutely in the contract, you will have a good life in the future after suffering. It's like breaking through the realm while lying down. In the book Slip Lake, how can you not know how that bastard Loach who cheated you so much nourished Guken's body and spirit?" The white-haired boy's saliva splashed everywhere as he spoke and he danced with joy. "No matter how Wang Zhu stole your fate in the early years, the more you achieve the Tao, the more you need to return what you borrow. This is a theorem. Therefore, as long as she can truly transform into a dragon, your merit will be complete. It will be the greatest merit in the world to support a dragon. From now on, you will be able to obtain a small amount of benefits. Every time she breaks through the realm, she will give back to the person she formed the contract with. Forming the golden core and nurturing the nascent soul is not difficult. Just talking about the matter of naturally suppressing the flood dragon and even the water god lake, which cultivator doesn't dream of it?" Qin Pingan stood up and walked slowly. He smiled and said, "I only know that one should not think of doing favors for others. Back then I didn't know about the contract. I only know that I saved her casually. When a monk begged for alms, it was to form a bond. There was also a saying in Taoism that everything was decided by the heavens." Frost Descent said carefully, "Ancestor hidden official, you are a disciple of Confucianism. I can barely understand that a gentleman does not expect to be repaid for his kindness. But she caused you to have bad luck for so many years, and you are still willing to repay her with kindness? Will you be suspected of being a good person?" Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "There is a difference in priority. Firstly, in my heart she GQ is just a neighbor. She is not as important as the Aquarius continent. Furthermore, repay her with kindness? You are very clear that this is actually contrary to my fundamental knowledge. There is a difference in priority, there is a difference in severity. Everything has to be explained clearly before we talk about forgiveness." Qin Pingan paused for a moment. His palm was placed on the handle of the dragon beheading execution blade. He smiled and said, "Let's say that everything has been settled. Why don't you let her try standing in front of me now?" Upon hearing the words try, Frost Descent felt a headache. Qin Pingan continued, "If we disregard the right and wrong and do not talk about the schemes, Everything is a separate matter. Just talking about me and Song Jisun and GQ as neighbors, it is actually not as bad as you think. Can even be said that with them living next door I have some extra hope to live on. At least I know about the good lives of the commoners and how they live. I do not lack money and do not have to worry about food and clothing. In the kitchen on the chopping board the sound of a knife cutting fish scales, or under the sun, using a wooden stick to lightly knock on the thick blanket on a bamboo pole. Have you heard of that before? It is all very pleasant to hear. I have never studied before but I have already heard of many of the words in books, and it is all thanks to Song Jisun's boring memorization. At that time when he was young, Qin Pingon was kept in the dark about everything. All he thought about was 2 meals a day. In the summer he was afraid of heat stroke. In the winter he was most afraid of the cold. In the spring he was afraid of the new year. And in the autumn he was worried about the lack of farmland. When he got along with the master and servant of the neighbor he would help them if he could. For example, when they met on the road he would help GQ carry water, and help to dry the books on the wall between the 2 houses. At that time, as the illegitimate son of the supervisor, Song Jisun seemed to have endless money. That money seemed to fall from the sky. No matter how much money Song Jisun spent he did not feel any heartache. He could even spend it without blinking his eyes. Mud Bottle Alley was too narrow, and Song Jisun was a person who liked to enjoy life and was also afraid of trouble. He would only ask GQ to buy a cart of firewood and charcoal, once and for all, to deal with a cold winter. Qin Pingon saw it. He would also help. At that time GQ, who seemed to be weak, would also run to the door of the house and ask Qin Pingon to help. Qin Pingon would not refuse. Doing these trivial things was not because he had any ulterior motives. On the contrary, it was precisely because he was well behaved and treated everyone around him the same, taking it for granted. When Qin Pingon did it, his clothes would be stained with mud and charcoal and his heart would be clean. Besides, compared to helping the neighbors, Qin Pingon did more for Gu Can's family. Moreover, at that time, the straw sandals young man really knew nothing about the matters between men and women. Therefore, even a narrow-minded person like Song Jisun did not think that Qin Pingon had any thoughts about GQ. He was only sensitive and hostile towards Lu Xianyang and Ma Kushuan. Occasionally, when GQ was picking vegetables in the yard next door, she would try to talk to Qin Pingon. She would say that since he had helped the Gu family so much, he should at least ask for some compensation. Even if it was not copper coins, he was the one who took care of her family's crops, so it was reasonable for him to ask for a few liters of white rice from the harvest. If that vixen's aunt did not agree to this, then there was something wrong with her. She always wanted to take advantage of Qin Pingon. How could a part-time worker in a small town not earn money by helping with weddings and funerals? Qin Pingon once said something when he was drunk while eating hot pot. At that time Qin Pingon did not think much of it. Now he was already 30 years old and Qin Pingon was no longer a teenager. If he chewed it carefully again he could taste a lot of aftertaste. It was like drinking a bowl of old wine. The aftereffect was really strong. After many years the wine still stayed in his heart. When he was young he had a good memory. Every time he was homesick he would remember everything vividly. When he was moved he would be immersed in it as if he was returning home. When he was old his memory was blurred. Every time he was homesick he felt that he was farther away from home. This was probably the reason why life was so helpless. Shuangjiang nodded with a smile. I really know a lot about the trivial things in the marketplace. Qin Pingon joked. As a great cultivator of the Ascendant Realm, you also know these things? According to the life story it told to Qin Pingon before, as a refugee orphan, Xiaoqiao drifted and was killed by frost and snow at any time. Fortunately, it was accepted as a servant by a rich family. Then it was a young master's errand boy. Because of fate, it was chosen by a hidden teacher in the marketplace. It was named Shuangjiang and embarked on the road of cultivation. During this period it should have known a lot of hardships among the people. However, Qin Pingon didn't believe its story at all. Shuangjiang rubbed its cheeks. In the world, it's rare to see an ascendant realm who has such a hard life like me. It's like a pitiful worm who grew up eating mud and eating feces. Qin Pingon nodded. It's a hard life to call a fifth realm chi cultivator ancestor. On the other side of the stairs, the otherworldly demon put its hands on its waist and said righteously, Ancestor Yingguan, I won't allow you to belittle yourself like this. Qin Pingon took out the 5 thunder seal again and said to Shuangjiang, Tell Senior Twixen to start working. Help me move this thing to the palm of my hand first. Now I can do it myself, but it's too time-consuming. It will only delay her from taking off the clothes. Xuangjiang greeted the little girl who was busy taking off the robe. Qin Pingon came to the stairs and gently rolled up his left sleeve. Xuangjiang squatted at the side and said, "Look, this arm of Ancestor Yingguan is really knowledgeable. Ordinary women may not be able to see the door to the door, but it fits the saying of the subtlety of golden branches and jade leaves. Inside it is full of the true divine radiance, which can make those fairies on the mountain jealous. In the future, when Ancestor Yingguan travels far and wide, you have to wear a few more robes. Otherwise, there will be a lot of love affairs. If you ask me, just covering up your arm isn't enough. Just based on your face, figure, style, you have to learn from that torture official. Otherwise, the fairies will all fall in love with you. Their hearts will sway and their souls will be distracted. Their hearts will be in a mess and their faces will turn red. Of course, Patriarch Hidden Official won't be tempted. However, it's still a troublesome matter, just like the matter of the contract." Qin Pingon asked, "Is this how old Deaf is annoyed by your nagging?" Xuangjiang laughed and said, "That grandson's cultivation heart is not enough. He's a good for nothing." After Nie Exin rushed over, she helped Qin Pingon change the cave of the Five Thunders dermic seal from the mountain temple to the peak of a mountain, where the lines on the palm were. When cultivators of equal strength fought, a moment's difference was the difference between life and death. Not only could it allow Qin Pingon to cast this thunder technique faster, but it could also allow Qin Pingon to get used to the connection of the 5 natal items faster. Once he cast it, the 5 thunders would gather and the heavenly power would be vast and mighty, creating a myriad of fortunes. It was not easy for a Qi refinement warrior to change the position of a mid-refinement item. They had to dig a post house at the last minute. Naturally, it would hurt their muscles and bones. However, compared to the true name of the tailor, it was considered a small matter. Qin Pingon not only did not need Nie Xian to use the embroidery needle to nail the soul to death, but he could also use his thoughts and words freely. He asked, "What is the material of this 5 Thunders dermic seal?" The material was strange. The lines were like beautiful wood, but the texture was like jasper. Nie Exin only recognized that it was a piece of pagoda wood struck by lightning. Pagoda wood struck by lightning was not rare in the vast world. It could be found in the market and countryside. Rich families would even spend a lot of money to buy it. They would go to the Taoist temple to ask a Taoist priest to carve it into a wooden plate for their children to carry with them. This way they would not be contaminated by anything and could suppress evil spirits and ward off evil spirits. It was like inviting a door god. Qin Pingon's inquiry was fruitless. He turned to look at the confident extraterrestrial demon. Frost Descent was indeed an ascendant realm. He was experienced and knowledgeable. He smiled and said, "It's pagoda wood struck by lightning, but it's not simple." Speaking of this, Frost Descent pretended to be deep in thought. Qin Pingon said, "A piece of snow costs money." Although it was just a piece of meat, it was not easy to make money from Qin Pingon. Frost Descent patted his head and said, "It's not an ordinary pagoda wood or a common pagoda wood. Generally, the pagoda wood is of excellent quality and high quality. This 5 thunders 10,000 arts. Cut off the 5 drains, cardinal of heaven and earth, should be engraved on the 4 sides. Otherwise, it can't bear the true meaning of the thunder art. The secret is that this pagoda wood used to be the location of a Huai manor. It's like a pocket-blessed land where ghosts gathered and snakes gathered. Therefore, it must be a person who was proficient in the 5 thunders righteous method who used all his strength to subdue demons and devils to create this great opportunity. Then that person picked up this locust tree from the ruins and carved it into a seal, engraved the 16 characters of insect bird seal script, and only used it as the foundation of one of the cardinal of heaven and earth." Qin Pingon turned his head and stared at the seal that was walking in his meridians. It went from the temple to his shoulder and then along his arm. Nie Exin guided the seal all the way to his palm and took root. This process was like plowing the land and reclaiming the land, but it was the flesh and blood of a cultivator. Frost Descent held his cheek and said slowly, "The seal has 6 sides and is ancient. Because it has seal script patterns, it belongs to the extremely rare 6-full seal, also known as the moon full seal. Otherwise, this kind of seal would be too tyrannical. Everyone on the mountain would have had one a long time ago. Therefore, if the ancestor of hidden official used this against a strong enemy, It would cost a lot. It would cause the thunder art of the Dharma seal to weaken, its divine light would dim and its true meaning would weaken. Fortunately, it could be repaired after the event, such as the fragments of the golden body of the god of mountains and rivers. Anyway, the ancestor of hidden official doesn't lack this item. It's really fate. Xuanjiang felt that it was too troublesome to focus on the Dharma mudra as it could easily distract the Grand Master of hidden official. Thus he put two of his fingers together and gently twisted them. The Dharma mudra appeared in front of Qin Pingon. It became palm-sized and clear. It gently rotated the seal with its mind and said, "There are a total of 36 pictures of gods on the four sides of the seal. The ancient pictures of the god of thunder and mother of lightning, the count of wind and master of rain, the cloud official, the celestial official and so on are all in the seal. 9 is a big number. This is another excellent proof of the moon full seal. Normal cultivators wouldn't dare to mess around like this. Besides the 16 words at the bottom of the seal, there should be a piece of the heaven style. However, it was cut off for some reason which greatly damaged the appearance. It also caused the power of the 5 thunder seal to decrease. Otherwise, this item would be the object of worship of the celestial ancestral hall. It could suppress mountains and rivers and absorb fate. Could even become a seal." Frost Descent sighed and said, "Without the most important heaven style, the appearance has decreased greatly. It's a pity. It was taboo to be perfect. However, it was the opposite when it came to collecting." Qin Pingon said, "Can you make up for the heaven style yourself? Even if the power doesn't increase at all, it's still possible to scare people. Besides, one day when I'm really out of money, would a complete seal with 6 full seals have different prices?" Frost Descent sighed in his heart. Look, how could people not admire such an old ancestor of the hidden official? How could he not make that long-lived fellow cultivator admire him? With just a thought, he seemed to want to cut off the 5 leeks. The old ancestor of the hidden official was really a cultivator. It was a pity that he wasn't in the Qingming world and didn't meet the old ancestor of the hidden official early. Otherwise, Qin Pingon would have to call him old ancestor. Just thinking about it made him happy. Frost Descent chuckled a few times and wiped his mouth. He quickly turned his head and stretched out his hand to cover his face. He rubbed it hard. When he turned his head again, he looked serious and said respectfully, "Although the old ancestor of the hidden official is proficient in carving seals, he really can't do the heaven-style inscription." Qin Pingon nodded. He wasn't disappointed. He said he was relieved. If one's luck was too good, it would be a big problem. He needed to reflect on the situation he was in. Twisting Heart said, "That's enough." The sewing person came and went in a hurry. He didn't hesitate at all. Now the only thing that could make her stay was that Qin Pingon changed his mind. There was no longer a barrier between men and women with holes in their brains. A cultivator didn't need to guard his body like jade. He was pedantic and old-fashioned like an old pedant. However, Twisting Heart couldn't take off Qin Pingon's clothes by force. Instead, she blamed Frost Descent for not being capable enough. If she could have done more things with Qin Pingon through the 7-tailed fox, maybe she wouldn't be sewing clothes now. But then again, if the young man's heart was bewitched by a fox, he wouldn't be able to walk into prison and become the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Qin Pingon slowly raised his palm and offered the 5 thunder seal. For a moment, the 5 thunder gathered. Around a jade-white palm there seemed to be a small world on the palm. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, clouds rose and water rose. The ethereal figures of 36 gods could be vaguely seen, each with a decree. Qin Pingon turned to look at the extraterrestrial demon. He smiled and waved his hand saying, "Come, come, let me touch your little dog head." Frost Descent sighed and obediently tilted his head. He stretched his neck and said sincerely, "Old ancestor of the hidden official, I'm such a loyal follower who doesn't hesitate to die every day. You should cherish me more." Qin Pingon flipped his wrist and slapped the 5 thunder seal heavily on the head of the extraterrestrial demon. With a loud bang, the extraterrestrial demon disappeared on the spot. Qin Pingon's sleeves fluttered and the strong wind blew at his temples. The extraterrestrial demon reappeared at the bottom of the stairs not far away. There were still remnants of thunder and lightning on his robe, causing his eyes to turn white and his body to twitch. Like a drunkard, he staggered up the stairs with his hands groping in front of him. Qin Pingon knew that he didn't have the ability to do so. He didn't cultivate the 5 Thunder Seal and didn't have the help of the superior Dao formula. He didn't have enough Dao technique in true meaning. How could he make the extraterrestrial demons so miserable? So he asked, what realm can a Qi refinement warrior be killed by a solid hit? Sea Viewing realm? Dragon Gate realm? Frost Descent jogged up the stairs and said, without the protection of the magic treasure, the old ancestor of the hidden official's slap wouldn't hurt him at all. An ordinary Dragon Gate realm would die on the spot. Qin Pingon asked again, what if I don't care about the price? Give up the Dharma Mudra? Frost Descent said, an ordinary nascent soul realm cultivator would lose half of his life. When facing the old ancestor of the hidden official, as long as he loses half of his life, it's equivalent to losing his life. Qin Pingon said softly, ordinary. Frost Descent said helplessly, it's indeed a little regrettable. In the future, when the old ancestor of the hidden official fights, the opponent who has to pay such a huge price will definitely not be an ordinary Qi refinement warrior. Qin Pingon smiled and said, let's make a small deal. Frost Descent was eager to try. He rubbed his hands and said, if the old ancestor of the hidden official chats like this, the sleepy bugs will die out. Qin Pingon said, I have a lot of items on me and I'm about to become an immortal of the middle 5 realms. Help me review and see how I can benefit the most. The focus is on the size of the cave abode, Sea Viewing and Dragon Gate realms, the combination of the middle refined items and the life item of the great refined items, and the key to the core formation. Frost Descent said, for such a big matter, why don't I accompany the old ancestor of the hidden official up the stairs and ascend to the peak together? Qin Pingon smiled and said, do I need so many tricks? Although he said that, he stood up without hesitation. He would take it as a good omen. In the early years when he left the inverted mountain and traveled the Tongya continent with Lu Tai, the other party had already divulged the heavenly secrets and reminded Qin Pingon that when a cultivator first ascended the mountain, the life item of the great refined was not the more the better. There was no need to deliberately pursue a large number. The life item of the great refined in the world was roughly divided into 3 types: attack, defense, and support. For example, a dew-bearing bowl could help the Qi refinement warrior to absorb the aura faster in a place close to water. A willow tree that was cut from the spring dew garden could also increase the aura in a place with lush vegetation. As for the great refined and middle refined items, they had to ask the Qi refinement warriors for food. Therefore, it was important to have 1 or 2 life item of the great refined and middle refined items to help the Qi refinement warrior to increase the source of energy. Therefore, before a Qi refinement warrior formed his aura's core, the amount of aura accumulated would depend on the number of acupoints opened and the size of each residence. If it was a small house, it would naturally be worlds apart from the rich and powerful mansions with deep courtyards. The so-called cultivation geniuses were those who had both. They opened many mansions and their mansions were big. The so-called immortal master of the flower shelf often had empty mansions on the peak of the mountain. However, there were alleys and shabby rooms everywhere. They were not suitable for the climate. They might be famous for a while, but their achievements were limited in the end. In this lifetime, they could only wander about halfway up the mountain. Many cultivators in the mountains and plains, even if they did not have many life items, painstakingly managed 1 or 2 life acupoints and great refined items. They could then revolve around the foundation of the great Tao and come up with suitable spells. Similarly, they could still have outstanding combat power. She continued to sew and mend along the way. Even though she was walking on a winding mountain path, she still stumbled and stumbled. She could reach the top of the mountain and see how small the mountains were. Qin Pingon had 3 acupoints where 3 strands of tiny sword qi had once lingered. They were respectively placed on the 1st and 15th acupoints, as well as Songzhen and Kulei. Because the latter 2 were only imitations of sword immortals, and his qi mansion was extraordinarily large, it was not a problem to squeeze 2 imitations of Hateful Sword Mountain into 1 room. Moreover, looking at Qin Pingon's posture, it seemed that it would not be a problem to have 1 more imitations. However, the intrinsic flying sword of the illustrious glory sect's demonic sword cultivator, Heavenly Sound, and the short sword given to Qin Pingon in exchange for Frost Descent could only be nurtured in the blade's strengthening gourd like Heavenly Sound. There really wasn't any extra qi manner to accommodate them, and Qin Pingon also didn't feel that they were suitable for refining. Frost Descends went straight to the point. When qi cultivators open their acupoints, it's like opening a cave. They can take in the Reiki of heaven and earth. This is called the cave realm. The 356 acupoints in the human body were equivalent to 365 heavenly paradises, where the sun and the moon alternated, day and night alternated, and yin and yang blended. The wealth that these people were born with had made countless demons and ghosts envious. After entering the cave realm and opening 9 acupoints, one can enter the sea-viewing realm. Female chi cultivators need to open 15 acupoints. Now that you have the natal item of 5 elements, you already have the 5 acupoints cave. After becoming a sword cultivator, you open 2 new acupoints, sparrow in the cage and moon at the bottom of the well. Songzhen and Kulei have 1 acupoint each. Therefore you have opened 10 acupoints. After entering the first cave realm of the middle 5 realms, if you're not careful, you'll end up in a flood disaster. Once the small world of the human body is connected with the big world, the Reiki will be immersed in it like a flood wantonly flowing backward. Your Tao is close to water, and because you're purely a martial artist, your body is tough and tenacious. Moreover, you have the fire dragon to expand your soul, and you also have the water word seal to guard the water manor. You don't have to worry about it. Therefore, entering the cave realm is a piece of cake. Ordinary chi cultivators have to be careful about the right amount of Reiki. You have to do the opposite and absorb as much Reiki as possible. You have to do it in one go. You have to find more water mansions, mountain shrines, and other cave mansions for matchmaking. Just like the 5 sacred mountains in the human world, you should also find a mountain for the crown prince as an auxiliary. However, your Howren realm doesn't pay much attention to this. In the Qingming realm, not only the mountain lord, but also the water deity will treat the location of the crown prince's place as a top priority. Think about it. You belong to the 5 elements. Each of you has an auxiliary cave mansion. The amount of Reiki accumulated before you form your Aura's core will be very impressive. You don't have to place your natal item to guard it so as to avoid a fierce battle. You can casually hurt the foundation of your great Tao. However, it will allow you to absorb and store Reiki on the path of cultivation, allowing you to achieve twice the result with half the effort. However, there is a key trick to choosing which chi mansions are suitable to be the crown prince of the mountains and rivers. Reiki is a big deal to open a cave mansion. It's like the beginning of the world. Reiki flows backward. Everywhere it passes, there will be many manifestations. If a Tao protector observes carefully, he will be able to find some clues. The subtle signs are fleeting. Therefore, the Tao protector's realm must be high enough. Otherwise, it will be useless even if he knows the trick. At the very least, he has to start from the immortal realm. If a jade, unpolished realm cultivator sees some clues, would he dare to make a move? Of course not. The human world is the beginning of the world. If you barge in casually, are you protecting the Tao or harming others? Qin Pingon had been listening attentively. He did not want to miss a single word. However, he said, "What you said is too shallow." This was the first time in his life that Qin Pingon treated a matter so seriously. The place of the crown prince of the cave mansion mentioned by the otherworldly demon, as well as the beginning of the cave mansion realm, was equivalent to the beginning of the world. This was indeed the first time Qin Pingon heard of it. The two of them slowly ascended. Shuangjiang smiled and said, "In my opinion, the only thing you did was to refine the sword celestial banner. However, to refine the imitation Baek-o-Kaekyung building and place it on the peak of the mountain temple together was extremely inappropriate. If Nianxin did not help you change your cave mansion and quickly moved the 5 thunders Dharma seal that was hanging at the door of the wooden house to the center of your palm, it would be a big mistake. Once a cultivator of the upper 5 realms grasped the root of it, he could casually use an exquisite spell to smash it down. Not only would the 5 thunders Dharma seal not be able to protect the wooden door, it would only become a hammer to break the door. Cultivators are most afraid of being gaudy. Elder Ancestor Yingguan must be careful." Without warning, Qin Pingon slapped the head of the otherworldly demon, causing it to disappear on the spot where Shuangjiang was and appear elsewhere in an instant. It ran up the stairs and raised its head with tears in its eyes. "Elder Ancestor Yingguan, why did you kill me without teaching me?" Qin Pingon squinted his eyes and said, "Is that what you said about the things I refined earlier?" Shuangjiang thought about it. He had said too much nonsense and could not remember it clearly. He had to sort it out carefully. In the end, he realized that he was wrong. However, this elder ancestor Yingguan was too good at keeping records. He had to find a way out for himself and said flatteringly, "At that time I was the elder ancestor Yingguan." Now I am the elder ancestor. It is different. That old deaf also called me elder ancestor Ingguan. He was not sincere at all, right? Now elder ancestor Ingguan and I are not only relatives on the ancestral record, but also business partners with sincerity. Our relationship is solid. Qin Pingon looked relaxed, but in fact he was scared. After refining the items, once he fought with others, his body and soul would be severely injured, his acupoints would be broken, and the major and middle refinement items would be destroyed. It was a typical case of a fire at the city gate affecting the fish in the moat. According to the quality of the natal item, the foundation of a qi cultivator's Tao would be damaged to different degrees. In the world, fortune and misfortune always depended on each other. Previously, when Qin Pingon refined the Five Thunders seal, the meaning of green brick, and the imitation Beko Kekyung building pagoda, although they were only middle refinement, they were used to support the natal items of the five elements. Naturally, the benefits were not small. However, once the natal acupoints were damaged and shattered together with the natal items, the disaster would be even greater. It was very likely that the neighboring qi dwellings would also collapse. Every time Qin Pingon took out the refined items, just like what the otherworldly demon said, once they were connected with the natal items, it was very easy for qi cultivators of the upper five states to find the natal qi dwellings. Moreover, Qin Pingon's attributes of the five elements had a guiding force. If he found one of them, he could easily find all five. Thinking of this, Qin Pingon punched down again. No matter how high the quality of a middle refinement item was, it was not that it could not be placed in the natal acupoints. However, it obviously had to be done carefully. This time the otherworldly demon was prepared. He took the initiative to tiptoe and condensed his figure behind Qin Pingon. He followed the elder ancestor Ingguan and did not forget to praise, "Good punch, good punch. In the future the two of us will travel the Qingming world together." The first thing the elder ancestor Ingguan will do is to smash the heavenly drum with one punch so that the entire Beko Kekyung building and the Qingming world will know that the elder ancestor Ingguan has graced us with his presence. Qin Pingon muttered to himself, the mentality of some mountain cultivators has to be changed now. Many subtle mentalities would be indispensable help on the road of life. However, at a certain stage it would quietly become a kind of obstruction. It was not a complete denial of the past, but the generation of thoughts, and there was no fixed dharma. In the end, when this fundamental meridian was formed, there was hope to be always in the dharma, and there would be no obstacles in the dharma. For example, the mountain cultivators might refine one item after another, only regretting that there were too few of them. As long as there were enough qi dwellings, it would not be a problem for them to do anything. However, the immortal masters on the big mountain would not be like this. They would only choose carefully. Under the guidance and protection of the elders in the sect, they would choose a few items to refine as their natal items. The rest would be refined at most, either for attacking or protecting, adding flowers to the brocade. Every time one reached a higher level, Reiki would increase by a level and one more natal item would be refined. The selection of qi dwellings and aperture points was also a kind of knowledge. One had to choose a place early as it would be the room for the future core formation. One had to build it early and open up an immortal mansion to wait for the arrival of immortals. Among the pure martial artists, there was a kind of rare martial artist called the top hand style, which could be called the mortal enemy of the cultivators. Every punch of this kind of martial artist could directly hit the alchemy room of a qi trainer. When facing a Jindan cultivator, every punch would point at the Jindan. When facing a qi trainer below the Jindan level, every punch would break the qi dwellings that had the embryonic form of the alchemy room. With one punch, the key aperture points in the small world of the human body would be stirred up by the force of the punch, and the mountains would collapse and the earth would crack. Shuangjiang was counting the items in the mansion for the old ancestor of Ingguan while giving his detailed suggestions and patiently explaining why he should do so. For example, the short sword, carved boat in the past, that he gave to the old ancestor of Ingguan was engraved with the word blasphemy. It was definitely not suitable for great refinement, but it was most suitable for intermediate refinement. It could be placed in the pond of the water mansion. The little flood dragon that was previously manifested by the water essence was fake and weak. It was simply a stain on the old ancestor of Ingguan's mansion. It should not be condensed into the shape of a flood dragon at all. Instead, it should be condensed into a pearl. The stronger the water essence was, the more substantial the pearl would be. Together with the short sword engraved with the word lake, It could create a pattern of two dragons fighting for the pearl. That was the best choice. There was also the sword fairy streamer that should be placed on the top of the mountain temple. It was not something that Qin Pingon could just throw casually at the moment. Qin Pingon listened attentively. As long as this otherworldly demon was willing to preach seriously, it was worthy of its identity as an ascendant realm. Its cultivation could reach the sky and pick the sun and the moon, and its words could build a high house. Qin Pingon benefited a lot. It was a good deal for only one small sum of money. On the way, a nascent soul realm sword cultivator of the demon race came near the sword light fence and asked curiously, "Young man, how do you cultivate? How can you change so quickly every day?" Qin Pingon stopped and asked back, "I heard that as a sword cultivator, you are proficient in the aura observation technique. You can inspect the dragon vein and are good at finding caves and secret realms?" The demon race smiled and said, "You want to learn? Call me father and I will consider it." Qin Pingon took out the last piece of golden talisman that he had collected and handed it to Xianxia. "This small sum of money is a bonus for the transaction. It's not money." "As you wish." Xianxia bowed his head and took the talisman with both hands. Then in a flash he went into the cage. After a while he walked out from the body of the nascent soul realm sword cultivator of the demon race. He shook the talisman in his hand. Dense words hung on it, like droplets of water on the lotus leaves swaying slightly. Xianxia blew a breath at the golden talisman. All the words were firmly embedded in the talisman and he handed it to Qin Pingon. The demon race retreated into the fog barrier while cursing. Qin Pingon asked, "You can travel freely in the state of mind of a nascent soul realm earth immortal?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "Because we have been neighbors for many years, I have visited many times. That's why I can walk so leisurely. Otherwise, the Taoist heart of a nascent soul realm earth immortal is as firm as a rock. Without a few years of hard work it would be difficult to succeed." After that Xianxia talked about a few inside stories of the sea-viewing realm, such as the shortcut of the finishing touch of the water mansion. The reason why it was called a shortcut was not because of some unorthodox method, but because Qin Pingon had a good foundation. He had the right time, place and people. He could visit the water god mansions more often and find the gods and water immortals who were on good terms with him. He could exchange pointers with each other and obtain a trace of the true meaning of water art from each other. Then he could add another finishing touch to the painting of the water immortals on the wall. If he did this in the sea-viewing realm he would benefit the most. After he formed his Aurus core he could also do it, but the benefits would be less than in the sea-viewing realm. This was the mystery of the Great Way. Therefore, on the path of cultivation, Qi cultivators were often willing to spend years or even decades to slowly grind away at a certain segment. After reaching the top of the stairs, Qin Pingon sat down at the entrance of the prison to rest. Xianxia sat at the side. He was very proud of having obtained a small sum of money. Qin Pingon said, "Next it's time to temper my martial arts fate." Previously Qin Pingon did not accept the gift of martial arts fate. However, at the Great Wall of Sword Qi this time, Qin Pingon felt that he did not have enough martial arts fate. The sword fate and martial arts fate of the Great Wall of Sword Qi had been accumulated for 10,000 years. Of course, the foundation of martial arts fate could not be compared to the sword fate. However, there were many sword cultivators here. The relationship between sword cultivators and sword fate was like there were too many monks and too little porridge. Therefore, no matter how much sword fate there was, it was not enough for everyone. Just like how Qin Pingon nurtured two natal flying swords, there was not much of a worldly phenomenon. On the other hand, pure martial cultivators and martial arts fate did not have much porridge in their bowls. There were even fewer martial cultivators on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Only a few of them had ever picked up a bowl of porridge. The surplus of martial arts fate was naturally very impressive. Qin Pingon's breakthrough this time was not considered low. He ascended from the golden body to the distant wandering realm. Therefore he obtained a lot of martial arts fate. He even snatched a portion of martial arts fate from the wasteland. This made Qin Pingon very happy. Xianxia turned around and rubbed his eyes hard. He said pitifully, "Patriarch Ingguan, you're so busy. You don't even have a moment of rest. Looking at you I admire and feel sad. I have mixed feelings and tears." Qin Pingon stretched out his hand and placed it on the white-haired boy's head. Although it's fake, it's still comforting to hear it. In the end, Patriarch Ingguan's words came too late. Zhuangjiang had already exploded his own body and transformed into a human elsewhere. Therefore he was extremely embarrassed. He was too embarrassed to run over and sit down. Qin Pingon turned around and looked at him with a playful expression. Zhuangjiang smiled bitterly. Before the punch, the intention came first. You scared me to death. I'm not trying to flatter you. In the future, when Patriarch Yingguan travels to other worlds, no matter if it's the Wasteland, Howren or Qingming world, one look from him will be enough to make even the earth immortals and demons kneel down. They will obediently stretch out their necks to be killed. Qin Pingon retracted his gaze and smiled. Then I'll count on your auspicious words. According to Senior Li Air, there were 639 muscles in the human body. They could all be regarded as mountains, big peaks and small hills. They could temper the martial arts fate just like mountain opening. Could strengthen the mountain roots of a pure martial artist. The amount of martial arts fate determined the number of mountain openings. If there was no martial arts fate as a gift, it would be fine. Martial artists fought to the death and fought to the victory and defeat. Both could temper the mountains. The foundation of a martial artist's fist art was only the fist art itself. He could not be greedy for the martial arts fate. Without the martial arts fate, the sky would not fall down. Even if it did, he would have to practice his fist art before he punched. Qin Pingon asked, "What do you know about the martial arts fate?" Zhuangjiang shook his head. "I only cultivate Taoism. I don't know much about martial arts," Qin Pingon suddenly said. "A small sum of money." Zhuangjiang immediately brightened up. "I have something to say. I have something to say." Unexpectedly, Qin Pingon said, "Forget it." Zhuangjiang fell backward. He kicked his hands and feet and rolled around. Qin Pingon asked, "Other than sewing clothes to help temper the martial arts fate, is there any other way to have an immediate effect? If a martial artist could break through the realm in the strongest way, it would be a great honor. It was equivalent to being recognized by all the martial artists in the world. However, this kind of breakthrough was only compared to other martial artists in the same realm. Chao Ci's breakthrough was the strongest. He had a lot of martial arts fate. Yu Zhuanfu's was much inferior. Qin Pingon met the strange man in the Mirror Mountain in the Ghost Valley of the North Continent. He called himself Zhou Xian. Later, Qin Pingon knew his identity. He was actually a disciple of the Yang family in the Yunshao Palace. He was the scholar's elder brother. He had also reached the golden body state as the strongest sixth realm. Thinking about it this way, Qin Pingon felt that it was quite interesting. Chao Ci, Yu Zhuanfu and Yang Xian, the three pure martial artists that he had met, had all been the strongest sixth realm in the world for a period of time. Zhuangjiang sat up and said in a sickly voice, "No. Sewing clothes by twisting the core is very precise. I do have some tempering methods, but it's just too much. I'm very fair when doing business. I won't speak without thinking. I'm blinded by money." Qin Pingon nodded. "You don't have to beat around the bush when you're scolding people." Zhuangjiang jumped up and raised a hand above his head. "The heavens have pity on me. If you accuse me like this, do you believe that I'll slap myself to death to prove my innocence?" Qin Pingon raised a hand and gestured for him to do as he pleased. Zhuangjiang was about to speak when he saw a little brat. He waved his sleeve and grabbed him. He glared at him and said angrily, "Little bastard, how dare you covet the majestic back of our hidden official ancestor? You're not a pretty girl." It was the young man Yu. As Old Deaf had to return to the prison, he didn't take the young man with the title of master with him when he went to the city to fight. Qin Pingon turned his head and said with a smile, Yu, if you're not busy cultivating, let's have a chat." The white-haired boy immediately patted the young man's sleeves and said with a smile, Yu, what are you in a daze for? Quickly go and sit beside old ancestor hidden official. What a great honor. If it was Old Deaf, he would be crying and kneeling on the ground to thank him. Yu sat near Qin Pingon. The young man was a little reserved and not good with words, so he didn't say anything. Furthermore, there was a white-haired boy following the young hidden official. Senior Deaf said that this fellow was an otherworldly devil on the Ascendant Realm, so it was fine to be casual when they met. It didn't matter if they fought or killed since they couldn't defend against anything. Since Senior Deaf had said so, how could the young man be casual? Qin Pingon asked about Yu's matters and the young man answered all of them. Where did he live? Who was the preacher? How was his life-bound flying sword? How he didn't kill the demons in the battle earlier, so he was only helping the clothing and sword workshop with some small matters. There was nothing to hide since the other party was Lord Hidden Official, so you didn't think of hiding anything. Furthermore, there were simply too many stories about this legendary hidden official. The younger they were, the more they liked to nag at each other. Yu had a friend, and his friend had a beloved girl who was his childhood sweetheart. She liked to ask that friend, "If I'm in the vast world, will you go through all the hardships to find me?" The first time the friend was asked, he replied, "You're also not in the vast world." In the end, she ignored him for a few days. After that, the friend became smarter, but his answer couldn't satisfy her. In the end, the friend grumbled to Yu in private, "I'm not that hidden official, so how can I compare?" After chatting for a while, Yu realized that Lord Hidden Official was actually quite approachable. When both of them were talking, no matter who was talking, the young hidden official was very serious. His gaze would never wander and he wouldn't be absent-minded. Xianxia felt that he was too outstanding, so he quietly got up and sat on the other side of old ancestor hidden official. Without the white-haired boy sitting in the middle, Yu felt more relaxed and told him about her friend's embarrassing story. Qin Pingon couldn't help laughing. "Yu, the next time you see your friend, you can ask him to tell his beloved girl. He only needs to say one sentence, 'Don't be separated.' We're in two different worlds, so how can I bear to part with her? Just thinking about it makes me sad, but if they really have to separate, ask her to wait for him. She must wait for him." Yu asked softly, "Will it work?" Qin Pingon covered his sleeves with his hands and nodded gently with a face full of smiles. Yu nodded vigorously and felt that it was feasible. Xianxia leaned forward and kept poking with his fingers, indicating for the young man to scram and not delay old ancestor hidden official's cultivation. In the end, Qin Pingon didn't even turn his head and punched him in the face. The young man held back his laughter and got up to leave. Qin Pingon stood up and said goodbye to the young man. Qin Pingon walked down the stairs and returned to the bottom of the prison. Xianxia started walking in front of him again, muttering along the way, "Old ancestor hidden official, be careful of the stairs." Qin Pingon asked, "Do you think it won't be too late to break through to the cave-dwelling realm here or outside?" Xianxia said, "It's really up to you." Qin Pingon's Bridge of Longevity had been rebuilt. He could reach the middle 5 realms anytime. If Qin Pingon was said to be a pure martial artist, tempering his martial arts fate would be considered as opening a mountain, then crossing a huge threshold and entering the cave-dwelling realm would be considered as opening a mountain. He could either become an immortal in the middle 5 realms in the prison or leave the prison. The opening of a cave-dwelling realm cultivator was far from comparable to the opening of a far-roaming realm cultivator. This was especially so in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was probably like throwing a pebble into a lake. No one would care. However, if Qin Pingon didn't become a sword cultivator, he wouldn't dare to open his mansion opening and reach the cave realm. The reason was simple. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was too heavy. For Qi refinement warriors who weren't sword cultivators, the suppression of the Great Tao was everywhere. It would only make Qi refinement warriors feel overwhelmed. Therefore, Qi refinement warriors who weren't sword cultivators from the countryside often made a fool of themselves when they traveled the city. If they weren't careful, their lives would be in danger. In the eyes of the local sword cultivators, they needed their retinues and consecrators to protect them at all times. Therefore, the world didn't have a good impression of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It wasn't just the prejudice of the Qi refinement warriors of the world. For those proud sons of the heavens who came from immortal clans, the younger they were, the more accustomed they were to being fawned upon in their hometowns. In the end, the moment they arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the cold and disdainful gazes from sword immortals and sword cultivators were enough to make them suffer. It would definitely be unforgettable. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was xenophobic. The sword Tao destiny condensed from the sword Qi of heaven and earth and the will of ancient sword immortals were extremely unfriendly to the world. As for the sword cultivators' impression of the world, it was even worse. The hidden official Xiao Chuo Luo Shan and Bamboo Nunnery were the 2 sword immortals in charge of power. The guard sword-hugging man Zhang Lu, and young geniuses like Peng Yuanji and Qi Shou were all hostile to the world. It wasn't as simple as having a good impression of the world. Sword immortals like Sun Jiyuan were very few in number. In the end, they encountered the sword immortal Ku Xia and the group of young sword cultivators from the Central Plains Xiaoyuan dynasty. Very quickly, their impression of the world changed. Among Qin Pingon's disciples, Pei Qian was the most unreasonable. When he arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he was like a fish in water. Cui Dongshan's realm was high, so he didn't care. In fact, the one who was most uncomfortable was Chao Qinglang, who had already become a Qi refinement warrior. However, during his time at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, after the young man stepped through the door, he didn't make others feel uncomfortable at all. Therefore, Qin Pingan had always felt that he had 3 things that he rarely met a match for. They were more talented than being a bundle shop, finding a wife, naming, taking in disciples. Qin Pingan suddenly asked, "Will my 2 intrinsic flying swords be more lethal after advancing to the cave abode realm? Especially the small world of the sparrow in the cage. Can it take a big step forward?" Frost Descent looked embarrassed again. In the eyes of an ascendant realm cultivator, such a small increase in realm was completely negligible. As for the small world of the sparrow in the cage, it had nothing to do with Qin Pingan's actual realm. Moreover, Qin Pingan's enemies other than Yunqing and Qingqiu were all demons of the upper 5 realms. The rest were all nascent soul sword cultivators and demons. It didn't matter whether he advanced to the middle 5 realms or not. However, since the Patriarch of Hidden Official was so concerned about that little increase, Frost Descent immediately racked his brains and tried to say some touching words to make up for it. Of course it's greater. The difference of 1 realm between the middle 5 realms and the cave abode realm is extraordinary. Moreover, the 2 intrinsic flying swords of the Patriarch of Hidden Official are unprecedented. They complement each other and can both attack and defend. Qin Pingan pondered for a moment and said, "Then let's break through the realm here. Help me pay attention to the traces and find the locations of the 10 Qi abodes. Find those below 5 Qi abodes, including 5 Qi abodes, half a small sum of money. Those above 5 Qi abodes will be counted as 1 small sum of money. If you find 10 Qi abodes but only tell me 6 Qi abodes, it's not a problem. But if you can't find even 1 Qi abode, then don't blame me for doing business." Frost Descent patted his chest and said, "If I can't find even 1 Qi abode, I won't have the face to see the Patriarch of Hidden Official. At that time I'll bring my own head to see him." Frost Descent suddenly reminded him, "The Patriarch of Hidden Official is amazing, so remember not to break through the realm too quickly. Break through 2 realms at once and directly enter the sea viewing realm. Otherwise, I'll have come here for nothing." After Qin Pingan made up his mind, he immediately stopped and began to close his eyes to rest. His mind was immersed and his mind moved slightly. The longevity bridge rose and he walked on the arch bridge slowly. After crossing the bridge, in the small world of the human body, more than 300 grotto heavens and blessed lands opened together. Spiritual qi poured in like a flood. Not only that, Qin Pingan's mind returned to the longevity bridge. He looked up and became more focused, paying attention to what Frost Descent said was the beginning of the world. Sure enough, if it wasn't for the reminder of the extraterrestrial demon, Qin Pingan wouldn't have been able to find that clue no matter how careful he was. In a trance, he vaguely saw a line opening in the sky. From then on, the world was different. The sun, the moon, the stars, the earth, mountains and rivers began to confront each other. However, Qin Pingan had some doubts. Logically speaking, the sun and the moon should be far away from the earth when they were hanging in the sky. However, in the small world of the human body, the distance between the heaven and the earth didn't seem to be big. Or was it the case for all qi cultivators? Not only that, the stars in the sky rotated like pieces of broken mirror. All kinds of people and things flashed and disappeared. It seemed that Qin Pingan could reach out his hand slightly and he could recall the past. However, Qin Pingan suppressed the thoughts in his mind. He just stood there and restrained himself, not stretching out his hand. Qin Pingan tried his best to maintain a little bit of consciousness. He silently told himself that no matter how much he missed the past and the people who had left, he couldn't get them back. The white-haired boy who worked hard without complaint didn't dare to be negligent when it came to earning money. He flew away with all his strength. Above the torrent of spiritual qi, the azure snake and the extraterrestrial demon in robes narrowed their eyes and carefully observed the subtle movements of the flood hitting the doors of the many qi residences. The strange phenomenon dissipated. Qin Pingan withdrew his consciousness. In the end, he saw the extraterrestrial demon standing in front of him, holding a head in his arms. Qin Pingan had no choice but to start walking. Shuangjiang put the head back on his neck and laughed. Hidden Official Laozu, 6 residences, 1 small sum of money. Shuangjiang said the names of the 6 qi residences in his mind. Qin Pingon knew that there were definitely more than 6, but he didn't care. The location of the Crown Prince's land was nothing more than building a foundation for the sea-viewing realm after reaching the cave-dwelling realm. It wasn't a big problem if there wasn't. Of course it would be best if there was. Therefore this small sum of money still had to be given to Xuanjiang. Next was where the hidden official's real duty was, to kill all the demons in the prison. No matter what method he used, he had to kill the demons of the upper 5 realms, and it would be best if it were Q-Sword and the 5 nascent soul realm sword cultivator demons. Only then could he succeed in sewing clothes and bear the established true names of all the demons. Qin Pingon wasn't interested in whether the disciplinary official stayed or left. In any case, Boss Sword Immortal would arrange it. Moreover, Qin Pingon was a hidden official, and he didn't have the qualifications to order around the disciplinary official who had the same official position. The only thing he was slightly interested in was how the young lady who was the incarnation of Zhou Xian was making money, and whether she would have a different natal magical ability than the longevity fellow Taoist who was temporarily staying by his side. Passing by a nascent soul realm sword cultivator demon's prison, the guy whose unique secret technique was stolen by Xuanjiang appeared again and asked, "Aren't you annoying? Why don't you directly ascend to the upper 5 realms? Swaying in front of me, what are you trying to show off for? If you have the ability, remove the bars now. Do you believe that I won't kill you with a sword?" Qin Pingon laughed. "What shall we bet? Using your natal flying sword? Let's make an oath now. You're the one who's winning and I'm betting half my life with you. If I were you, I'd definitely bet if I had the slightest bit of heroism." He had just entered the cave-dwelling realm and his chi wasn't stable yet. His spiritual energy was surging and he was traveling between 2 worlds, so it was normal for him to be seen through by a nascent soul realm cultivator. The nascent soul realm sword cultivator glanced at the white-haired boy at the side, cursed him and retreated into the fog barrier. Qin Pingon said, "It won't attack." The nascent soul realm cultivator immediately returned, "Really?" Qin Pingon nodded. "We can polish the details of the oath and when both sides agree we can bet." The nascent soul realm sword cultivator was really interested. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well have some fun and take advantage of this young man. Xuanjiang tried his best to keep a straight face, but his eyeballs moved left and right, and he was determined not to say a word. Qin Pingon began with whether to kill himself with a sword, and began to finalize the details with the nascent soul realm sword cultivator senior, so as to prevent the gambling table from being unstable and unfair. In the end, just when the nascent soul realm demon felt that he could take the gamble, he glanced at the white-haired boy who had been very quiet from the beginning to the end, and suddenly changed his mind and retreated into the fog barrier. Qin Pingon was a little caught off guard. When Qi refinement warriors made an oath, once broken, it would indeed hurt the foundation of their soul, and the consequences were extremely serious. However, who was the founder of Luopa Mountain's ancestral hall? The other demon also didn't know about his cultural heritage. Therefore, as long as Qin Pingon had the otherworldly demon to guard his heart lake, he had many means. To make Qin Pingon swear on the Wasteland Mountain Pact was simply what he wished for. Qin Pingon believed that on his side, the change in his tone, the subtle changes in his expression, and the struggle in the contents of the oath, there was not a single flaw. Therefore, the problem was only with the otherworldly demon. In the past he was too active, but today he was too honest. Damn it, at least use some camouflage. How could he be the otherworldly demon? Xuanjiang hugged his head with both hands and wailed, "Hidden official grandmaster, you can't blame me." Qin Pingon sneered, "If I was also the otherworldly demon, I could easily trample you to death." Xuanjiang felt wronged. The means of the otherworldly demon also depends on the depth of the cultivator's Tao heart when he was alive. I was too simple and honest when I was alive. Qin Pingon sighed and didn't care about the gains and losses of a natal flying sword. He still didn't have enough blade strengthening gourds. It was just a small gamble for fun, and whether it succeeded or not was not a big problem. Moreover, if the Q-sword succeeded, he would benefit the most. Nian Exen was still sitting where she was, dismantling the magic robe. She did not know fatigue and was especially focused. If one did not look at the scene below her head, she was actually exactly the same as an ordinary girl. Qin Pingon did not disturb her and went to the pavilion. He sat cross-legged and placed his hands on his abdomen. He breathed slowly, stabilizing the atmosphere in his small world and slowly stabilizing his realm. At the same time he was distracted. In the summer palace now there would not be any major decisions. All the established arrangements, outlines and details were all in place. The hidden officials' line of sword cultivators was nothing more than doing things step by step. Even if there were any unexpected situations, the Chou Miao sword immortal would handle it without fail. The Chou Miao was an existence worthy of Qin Pingan's complete trust. The path of retreat for the young children and young girls had long been planned. It required the foreign sword immortals to be willing to take in disciples. It also needed to consider the temperament of the master and disciple, as well as the customs of the continent where the sword immortals were from. It also needed to be clear of the family traditions of the sword immortals as well as their temperament, and whether they had any natural enmity towards the world. Naturally, there would be a lot of misgivings. As for the foreign sword immortals who had returned to the vast heaven, putting aside the seniors who were born as wild cultivators for the time being, an immortal family with the word sect in its title, regardless of whether it was the sect master, patriarch, consecrator, or guest elder, as long as they were sword immortals, they would be able to protect one or two of their direct disciples. The sect was a protective talisman. However, when there was a conflict within the sect with the children, the master sword immortal would be another protective talisman. Moreover, only sword immortals had the confidence to challenge any sect master and fight for justice for their disciples. However, if it was a nascent soul realm sword cultivator like Deng Liang, who was considered a top immortal even in the 9 continents of the world, Qin Pingan still did not dare to be assured. There were many reasons. For example, Deng Liang himself needed to break through the realm and cross a natural chasm. Moreover, Deng Liang was young and needed to cultivate diligently. He was also heavily relied on by the sect. Moreover, being young meant that he was inexperienced and did not have many connections on the mountain. There was also a hidden danger that was not easy to detect. Within the sect, an existence like Deng Liang would definitely attract jealousy and hatred. All kinds of schemes would be made in a roundabout way. Deng Liang, the disciple of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, was the best target. When Deng Liang was in power, it was not obvious. If there were any setbacks, they would not do anything to Deng Liang. However, it was extremely easy for them to take action against their disciples. It was not that easy to form good karma and bear good karma by doing something. Any careless thinking in the summer palace would cause the great Tao of this pair of sword cultivator master and disciple to be affected. For every child who went to the world to cultivate, the Great Wall of Sword Qi in their hometown would have 2 barriers. One was in the eyes of outsiders, and the other was in the heart of the sword cultivator. Apart from that, there was also the matter that the eldest sword immortal had been planning for a long time, the ascension of the city. This was also the most important matter for the hidden official lineage of sword cultivators. They would go to key places to keep an eye on it to prevent any accidents. Qin Pingan opened his eyes and gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. It seemed that he had done everything within his power that he could. It was useless to think about what he could not do. It was just that it was hard to not think about it. Therefore, Qin Pingan, who was used to calming his mind with the 6-step stance and the sword furnace stance, began to practice the porcelain burning and pulling embryo in the pavilion. Frost Descent sat on the steps. The hidden official ancestor was very busy, which made him seem even more lazy. I actually had a question now. Could it be that Qin Pingan already knew its true origin? Miyu set off for the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The Summer Palace sent a flying sword message to the Spring Banner House, asking him to take charge of the Mirage Pavilion for a period of time. Miyu's heart was heavy. There was no seal of the hidden official on the secret letter. It was normal. The hidden official had disappeared for a long time, and the Summer Palace had been handed over to Chou Miao. However, why was it not Chou Miao but Dong Buji and Su Ning who were giving orders? Wei Wenlong anxiously followed beside Mi Jianxian. Because Wei Wenlong had never been to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Miyu dragged this Aurus core cultivator who had spent his whole life in the inverted mountain. Wei Wenlong declined several times at the beginning. His main concern was that the Great Wall of Sword Qi was heavily guarded. Those who crossed the line would not have a good ending. After all, he was not a true sword cultivator of the hidden official's lineage. He was worried that he would hurt Miyu's reputation. It was against the rules to let an outsider enter the Mirage Pavilion. It would be easy to cause trouble. After passing through the gate, Wei Wenlong felt slightly suffocated and uncomfortable. His breathing was extremely labored. The circulation of his natal item would be at least 20 to 30% slower than when he was in the inverted mountain. Wei Wenlong was slightly shocked. If he were to confront a Aurus core cultivator, wouldn't he lose his life in a single strike? Miyu said, in the past, a Aurus core cultivator would not be able to suppress him. Naturally, it was because of the fierce battle. The chi of heaven and earth was in chaos. The sword chi and sword will became more and more fragmented. It was like the willow catkins in the city making the passers-by suffer. The city had already activated the mountain and rivers formation. It was enveloped by the majestic sword chi. Other than that, the clothing, sword, and pill workshop were in a similar situation. As there would often be great demons uprooting mountains and smashing them into the great wall of sword chi from above, some fish that escaped the net would cross the city walls and smash into the city's mountain and rivers formation. Most of them would be destroyed by sword immortals with their swords, causing rubble to tumble down. The private residences of sword immortals outside the city that were not protected by the formation were in shambles. The entire Great Wall of Sword Chi began to be sealed. This was the third time in history. It was easy to leave but difficult to enter. The resources that were transported into the Great Wall of Sword Chi from the inverted mountain crossing were guarded by sword immortals at every checkpoint. It was only when Wei Wenlong entered the Great Wall of Sword Chi that he realized the power of the words Hidden Official. Miyu had only said that Wei Wenlong was a guest of Lord Hidden Official. It was a verbal statement, but both parties were unimpeded. In the past, Qin Pingon was the one who made Wei Wenlong feel the most relaxed when they were in the Spring Banerjai's accounting room. Wei Wenlong didn't expect that after they moved to a new place and Qin Pingon wasn't by his side, Wei Wenlong began to compare Qin Pingon to the Hidden Official. Fata Morgana was a layered building. It occupied a large area and was extremely tall. There were more than 3,000 big huts, which were once the storefronts and private residences of the shopkeepers who set up shops here. Above Fata Morgana, there were young men and women looking at it from the railings. Wei Wenlong raised his head and coincidentally exchanged glances with the young lady. Wei Wenlong only felt that it was strange. Why did the young lady look so amiable as if she was flipping through an account book? Du Shanin laughed softly. Miss Ji Qing, is the person beside sword deity me someone with fortune? The young maid with bright eyes and white teeth nodded her head. In reply to young master, this person is indeed blessed with fortune. Miss Ji Qing, can you impart your aura-gazing divine art to others? This is my and elder sister Changming's natal divine art. We don't need to learn it so we can't teach it. Please forgive us, young master. Du Shanin was a little regretful. Money could make gods and ghosts push the millstone. This logic was too simple. However, when he thought about his future cultivation path, where he would no longer be limited to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, his state of mind also opened up. Miyu let Wei Wenlong walk around as he rode on his sword alone. When he reached the highest point of Fata Morgana, he saw a white-robed sword deity hovering on his sword and drinking wine. His entire body was shrouded in clouds and his true appearance couldn't be seen. The Summer Palace's flying sword message mentioned this sword deity's identity as a judicial officer. In the history of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, there were 3 ancient official positions. Among them, the hidden officials were similar to hereditary officials. However, it wasn't passed down from one family to another, but between master and disciple. It was only until Xiao Chua's betrayal and Qin Pingon's ascension that this rule was broken. Otherwise, when Xiao Chua stepped down from her official position, her disciple Pang Yuanji would have the greatest chance. Other than that, there was also the judicial officer and the sacrificial officer. The sacrificial officer's lineage had long been cut off, and the previous judicial officers were all great sword deities. The current judicial officer had retired behind the scenes for a long time. He still had his position but no one knew if he was dead or alive. As time passed, he lost his right to speak in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. There were differing opinions. Some said that he had gone into seclusion in the wilderness, while others said that he had quietly left the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Miyu bowed and said, "Sword cultivator Miyu greets the judicial officer." The judicial officer nodded in return. He didn't say anything and just drank wine. Miyu asked, "Has the judicial officer met the hidden official?" The judicial officer said, "I have." Miyu asked, "Has the hidden official already reached the remote travel realm?" The judicial officer nodded. Yes. Miyu asked again, Why hasn't the hidden official returned yet? Why hasn't he returned to the summer palace? The judicial officer said, I don't know. Mi was greatly worried. The hidden official doesn't want to miss this battle. But since it's so close, why hasn't he appeared on the city walls even once? The judicial officer couldn't take it anymore. He stopped drinking and said, You have a lot of questions. Miyu asked the last question, Why is the judicial officer staying out of this? The judicial officer said indifferently, Who is the great sword deity with outstanding military achievements that spoke to me? Miyu was speechless. He missed the hidden official very much. A huge rock that had been smashed by a sword deity on the city walls smashed towards the city's formation. Miyu frowned slightly and flashed over. He lightly touched the surface of the Mountain River Grand Formation sky screen and bent down to draw his sword. He continued forward and slashed the sword into pieces. After that, he sheathed his sword and flashed back to Fata Morgana in a natural and smooth manner. Wei Wenlong happened to see this scene. He didn't understand why a sword deity like Miyu was looked down upon in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Then Wei Wenlong saw that outside the city walls, a true body dharma form of a great demon suddenly appeared. It hammered the city walls with both hands. Its momentum was earth-shattering. Even Wei Wenlong, who was far away in the mirage, found it difficult to breathe. In the end, it was chopped into two by a female sword deity. In the prison pavilion, Qin Pingon held his saber across his knees. He had stabilized his cave-dwelling realm and his martial arts fate had been tempered. He could try the Q-sword battle now. Qin Pingon stood up slowly. Shuangjiang had been waiting at the stairs for a long time. Both of them walked up the stairs. Shuangjiang smiled and asked casually, Ancestor hidden official, since cultivation isn't for immortality and longevity, why do you cultivate so hard? It was a casual question. Actually, the demon of external transformation didn't expect the young man to give an answer. Qin Pingon answered, We want to become strong. We want to do something for this world. Shuangjiang was stunned. We. Qin Pingon nodded and said, Everyone. 682. A ferry from the central divine continent docked at the inverted mountain in the middle of the night. However, it did not unload its cargo. More than 100 Qi cultivators disembarked from the ferry. They were all accomplished cultivators who abided by the rules. At the Spring Banner House, Nailan Saihuan and Xiao Yunyan welcomed them personally. They walked them all the way to the gate. These cultivators were from the school of Yinyang and the school of Moism. However, they would not enter the city to fight. They split into several groups and went to the Mirage, the Summer Palace and the Winter Palace. There were also a few private residences of sword immortals. One of them was the Immortal Garden. Its foundation was the bright moon flying fairy poem tablet refined by the sword immortal. Next to it were several residences of sword cultivators dressed in women's clothing. Under the permission of a hidden official who was temporarily acting as a supervisor, they were able to leave the forbidden zone set by their master. The 3 Jindan sword cultivators were just about to ride their swords to the top of the city. They had been imprisoned in the residence by their master for so many years. All they did was practice their swords. They did not even care about their women's clothing and even forgot to ask for a set of robes. They were about to go to the top of the city and kill as many demons as they could. However, they were stopped by the little girl who had an inkstone tied to her waist and a bamboo box on her back. She said that the 3 of them could only go to the Mirage. Otherwise, they would have to return to the residence obediently and continue practicing their swords. The 5 cultivators from the school of Yinyang and the mechanical master from the school of Moism began to crack the restrictions of the private residence one by one after receiving a map from the Summer Palace as well as a detailed annotation. The opening of the door went smoothly. Very soon, a moon-engraved mirror of flowing light appeared in the Sword Immortal's private residence, hovering above the residence. Inside the ancient mirror, 4 auspicious beasts dashed around the mirror's knob. After the formation was activated, the surroundings of the private residence were illuminated vividly. The group of foreign cultivators who were in charge of moving the Immortal Garden Inn and the mansion took a break from their work. They looked at the little girl who was confronting the 3 Oris core sword cultivators. She spoke very quickly as if she was pouring beans out of a bamboo tube. Although the foreign cultivators had learned some of the Great Wall of Sword aura on their way to the inverted mountain, They could only roughly understand. Anyway, her aura alone had completely overwhelmed the three earthly immortals. No matter how the three Jindan sword cultivators tried to reason with the young lady, it didn't work. One of the Jindan sword cultivators who was really anxious shouted, "Guizhujiu, don't think that just because Master Hidden Official is your master, you can treat us like third brother and fourth brother. In any case, we are all golden core cultivators. We are all your seniors on the path of cultivation." In fact, the little girl often came here to climb over the wall, so they were very familiar with each other. Guizhujiu crossed her arms in front of her chest. "In any case, as long as you dare to go to the top of the city, my hidden official's flying sword will arrive even faster. Then you will be thrown back here by a sword immortal. You won't even be able to go to Mirage Pavilion, which has a larger territory." A golden core sword cultivator with a relatively stable temperament smiled bitterly. "Is there really no room for discussion?" Guizhujiu nodded and said, "Yes." The three golden core swordsmen as well as the chi refinement warriors who were watching the show from afar were caught off guard. Guizhujiu said, "As long as you don't go to the top of the city, you can kill all the demons that cross the city. However, you are not allowed to die in battle. If one of you dies, the other two will be grounded by a sword immortal for 100 years. Guizhujiu pointed in the direction of Mirage Pavilion. With the punishment officer and the leader of the hidden official's lineage, Sword Immortal Zimi, around mere golden cores like you won't have a chance. The three swordsmen looked at each other and smiled. It was better than being a bystander in Mirage Pavilion. Guizhujiu suddenly said, "Don't die." Three sword gleams flashed and disappeared. Those chi refinement warriors who were not of low realms had heavy hearts and were puzzled. Why did the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi not care about their lives and the Great Tao? It was not rare to have no regrets in the world even if they had no choice but to die. However, how could there be Tao cultivators who were willing to court death when they could avoid death? Guizhujiu turned and looked at the three sword gleams that disappeared into the distance. She did not retract her gaze for a long time. She was afraid that they would go to the top of the city on impulse. She was even thinking that if they went to the top of the city she might as well follow them. Guizhujiu kept looking at the top of the city, secretly looking for the figures of her parents. However, she could not find them. Teachers, parents, children, partners, grandmasters, juniors, good friends. Which sword cultivator in the Great Wall of Sword Chi did not have a good reason to kill demons? There were also many sword cultivators below the level of sword immortals who were willing to kill demons but were not willing to die. The eldest sword immortal and the Summer Refuge Palace did not force them now. They just had to go to the top of the city and guard it. If they saw that the situation was not good, they would retreat from the top of the city. If they felt that it was more stable, they would return to the top of the city. Now that the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Sage Junzi of the Confucian School had already resigned from his position as the battle supervisor, the hidden official lineage of the Summer Refuge Palace rarely sent flying swords to the top of the city. Guizhujiu turned and smiled. "Seniors, it's been hard on you. When they came here, the sword chi was too heavy and the pressure was too much." The chi refinement warriors who were originally resentful were speechless in the face of the sincere gratitude of a young lady carrying a bamboo box. After all, they were here to earn some hard-earned money. This was not the most important thing. The key was that their actions would be recorded by the Academy and the Academy. They would gain a lot of merit. At the Winter Refuge Palace there was a group of outsiders. There was no one to teach them martial arts. The 10 children were now practicing their martial arts on their own. According to Jiang Yun's words, besides the walking and standing of the pillars, there would be another round of martial arts practice where they would fight each other to death. When the Chi refinement warriors passed by the martial arts practice field, all the children stopped practicing. Most of them looked indifferently at the immortals who were cultivating the Tao. Gu Jianlong, the sword cultivator who was the temporary battle supervisor, did not explain anything to the children. He was lazy and unwilling. Moreover, if he really did say a few words of justice, the two groups of people with a huge age gap might fight directly. Gu Jianlong had always thought that the world was vast. Even if he had friends like the hidden official Lin Junbai by Xianxia and the foreign sword cultivators, the world was still vast. At the sword workshop, Luo Zhini sat on a step. He closed his eyes and focused on nourishing his flying sword. A young foreign golden core cultivator who was working with the elders of the sect gathered his courage to talk to the lady. However, before he could speak, the lady said, "Thank you for your hard work," and then added, "Scram." There were two ways of saying it, one for the matter and the other for the person. At the clothing workshop, Wang Xinshui raised his eyes and looked at the city wall. An old foreign cultivator smiled and asked, "Little brother, can you ask about my age and realm? I'm really curious." Wang Xinshui greeted him politely. He turned his head and smiled. "It's not worth mentioning in the Great Wall of Sword Qi." Seeing that the old man did not believe him, Wang Xinshui added, "I'm not being humble." The old man smiled and said, "It's already a pleasant surprise to be able to talk to you peacefully." Wei Wenlong had already returned to the Spring Banner House from the Mirage. He told him about the fierce means of the sovereign stage demon. For example, the demon named Huang Wan seemed to have lost her mind. She smashed 50 to 60% of the pavilions on the city wall. There were many earth immortal demons hidden in the small worlds that Huang Wan had carefully refined. Among them there was the demon sword cultivator who shouted, "The one who crossed the city wall first is so-and-so." After a Taoist temple was destroyed, he flew over the city wall with the help of his sword light. After being hit by a sword immortal, he was lucky enough to cross the city wall and escape to the city's great formation. In the end, he was slashed by Mi Yu's sword. Even his golden core and nascent soul were split into two. Nayland Saihuan looked at Wei Wenlong's admiring expression and said angrily, "No matter how good Mi Yu is, he's still a jade. It's more than enough to deal with a severely injured nascent soul." Xiao Yunyan smiled and asked, "Who's that so-and-so?" He was a sword immortal who was in the same realm as Mi Yu. In fact, his actual combat power was slightly inferior. Xiao Yunyan's reputation in the inverted hanging mountain was not small. Poor Mi Yu in the Great Wall of Sword Qi could only be casually ridiculed by a nascent soul sword cultivator like Nayland Saihuan. Wei Wenlong shook his head and said, "I don't understand the official language of the wilderness." After that, Mi didn't say the name of the other party. He only said, "The one who crossed the city wall first." Xiao Yunyan said with emotion, "Grandmaster Yun Qian of the Water Fairy Palace should be coming to visit soon." Nayland Saihuan said sarcastically, "Master Hidden Official has a good eye and means. Only Qi cultivators like Yun Qian don't treat their jade as the upper 5 realms. If it were the grandmasters of the upper 5 realms of other sects, they wouldn't be so restrained." Xiao Yunyan was a gentleman who rarely showed his sharpness. Today he argued with Nayland Saihuan and said, "Yun Qian's Taoist heart is higher than mine." In other words, Xiao Yunyan was a sword immortal while you, Nayland Saihuan, were only in the nascent soul stage. Naturally, my Taoist heart is higher than yours. Nayland Saihuan raised her eyebrows and said, "So what if her Taoist heart is higher than mine? If we fight to the death, can Yun Qian survive?" Xiao Yunyan smiled and said slowly, "So what? Her Taoist heart is higher than yours." Wei Wenlong cheered for his master in his heart. This "so what" was really wonderful. Nayland Saihuan sneered and said, "Sword Immortal Xiao hasn't spent much time with Master Hidden Official, but you've learned most of the essence of speaking." Xiao Yunyan smiled and said, "You flatter me." It was just that, other than chatting, when Wei Wenlong looked at the account book on the table, he unconsciously became speechless. The Water Essence Palace, one of the 4 private residences in Inverted Hanging Mountain, was the only one that hadn't been tainted by the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It seemed like there was still an endless quarrel and there was no conclusion. First, the Rain Dragon sect master personally came to the Water Essence Palace, but he still couldn't persuade his junior martial sister to give up on the idea of moving north. As for Yun Qian, she naturally couldn't persuade her senior martial sister. When Yun Qian publicized the matter of moving north to a small circle, the Water Essence Palace was full of contradictions. Moreover, it was obvious that most people had received the secret letter from the ancestral hull, which caused Ancestor Yun Qian to hit a soft nail. As an unpolished Jade Realm immortal, Yun Qian returned to the Rain Dragon sect. Unexpectedly, there were many objections among the direct disciples and many secondary disciples. They weren't willing to move north with Yun Qian, especially the direct disciple who had become Fu Ke's Taoist companion. She had already made up her mind and said that she wouldn't leave the Rain Dragon sect. This made Yun Qian even more haggard. Yun Qian could only hide her tracks and secretly visit Spring Banner House. She sat down in the meeting hall and met Sword Immortal Xiao Yunyan and Sword Immortal Nayland Saihuan. Yun Qian was indeed not good at dealing with people. She was worried when she came, but when she sat down she didn't know what to say. Zhou Xian didn't want this rain dragon sect's ancestral master to be too embarrassed, so he took the initiative to say, "Does the rain dragon sect's ancestral hall feel that even if the Great Wall of Sword Qi can't be defended, it won't be too hasty to discuss the matter of retreating? Because the rain dragon sect's ancestral hall is still a long distance away from the inverted hanging mountain. If the situation is really dangerous, we can learn from the people of the pugilistic world and pack up some important items and valuables. We'll still be able to leave. Moreover, we can gather things that are close to us. In addition to your sect master's heaven and earth in sleeve, it'll be enough to protect the sect's vitality." Yun Qian was silent and nodded slightly. Zhou Yunyan continued, "But if we move now, it'll affect the foundation of the sect and the water flow, and destroy the mountain river formation. It'll be difficult to restore it. In short, there are many difficulties and it's not worth it. It's better to wait and see. This is the Rain Dragon sect's ancestral hall's decision after careful consideration." Nayland Saihuan suddenly said, "Sword Immortal Shao, you've underestimated the Rain Dragon sect's business acumen. Now they've begun to secretly buy up shops on the inverted hanging mountain. Well, with this, many shops that originally wanted to give up their ancestral businesses are unwilling to do so. The Rain Dragon sect is really doing a good deed." Zhou Yunyan glanced at Nayland Saihuan. Nayland Saihuan leaned back slightly against the chair, indicating to Sword Immortal Shao that she would just be a mute from now on. Actually, these weren't harsh words. She didn't even say the words that really hurt. For example, there were definitely people with high status in the Rain Dragon sect, and there were more than one or two of them. They would want to make a bigger deal when the world was turning upside down and the mountains and rivers were changing. Not to mention Luhua Island, which Yun Qian shamelessly seized. There was even a chance to carve out a large piece of land in Tongye continent as the location of a lower sect. Zhou Yunyan said, "At present, it's obvious that the Rain Dragon sect's ancestral court won't move north. The reason why there aren't many cultivators following fellow Taoist Yun Qian isn't that they're short-sighted. On the contrary, it's because they've made a shrewd plan. First, the cultivators who follow fellow Taoist Yun Qian to the north are all suspected of splitting up the Rain Dragon sect. Once the ancestral hall is angered, your senior sister can directly issue a decree, and they'll be reduced from a sect to a group of wild cultivators. This is a real worry that's close at hand. Second, even if they take the risk of moving north, where would they go? Where would they find an immortal island like the Rain Dragon sect's ancestral court that's rich in spiritual qi? Could it be that they're renting territory? Since when would the Rain Dragon sect's cultivators need to live under someone else's roof? If they randomly found a place with thin spiritual qi for cultivation, how many cultivators would their great Tao prospects be delayed in the next 100 or 1,000 years? Taking a step back, even if they found an overseas immortal island that was barely suitable for cultivation, where would they find such a large sum of money to build a mansion, set up a mountain and river formation, and spend the heavenly materials and earthly treasures needed for cultivation? Ancestral Master Yun Qian is famous for being bad at management and having a shallow family background. Moreover, Ancestral Master Yun Qian is pure and has few desires. He has never liked to make friends and has mediocre connections. It's not a good decision to follow such a great cultivator who only has cultivation but no way to make money." Yun Qian was speechless and didn't even nod. Nayland Saihuan finally said, "What should we do?" Zhou Yunyan stretched out his hand and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Fortunately, it was Yun Qian. If it were an ordinary cultivator of the upper 5 realms, they would have left in anger at this moment. Nayland Saihuan glanced at the indecisive female cultivator of the upper 5 realms and asked, "Yun Qian, how many people can you take with you?" Yun Qian said, 62 people including 3 earth immortals." Nayland Saihuan said, "So many?" Yun Qian blushed. She mistakenly thought that Nayland Saihuan was mocking her again. Nayland Saihuan suddenly said, "I can lend you all the immortal money I've saved." Zhou Yunyan was greatly surprised. Nayland Saihuan lending money to Yun Qian was not in the plan. Yun Qian was puzzled. "Why is that?" Nayland Saihuan said, "The world is in chaos. The money below the mountain is worthless, but the money on the mountain is more valuable. I only have one request." Yun Qian nodded. "Please say." Nayland Saihuan said, "Yun Qian, if you leave the Rain Dragon sect one day and establish your own sect, I'll be the sect master. Don't worry, I'll definitely be a sword immortal by then. If not, you'll still cling to your identity as a cultivator of the Rain Dragon sect. 100 years later, you'll return the money according to the rules of the mountain. Xian thought for a moment and nodded. It's a deal. She finally had some courage that an upper 5 realms cultivator should have. Xiao Yunyan knew that cultivators like Xian were born to be second in command and couldn't be the sect master. Nayland Saihuan turned and said with a smile, Sword Immortal Xiao, if there's a chance, how about you be the chief consecrator? Xiao Yunyan said without hesitation, sure. The relationship he formed with Nayland Saihuan in Spring Banner House was unusual. Xiao Yunyan was a sword immortal who had a wide range of friends. Although Nayland Saihuan was too shrewd in doing business and lacked sincerity in the future when they established a sect in the vast world, they really needed someone like her to take charge of the overall situation. Xian made up her mind. Xiao Yunyan's reputation in Inverted Hanging Mountain was extremely good. He couldn't be simply seen as an unpolished jade sword immortal. Moreover, at a moment of life and death, one's character could be seen even more. Spring Banner House was willing to be so close to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, so Sword Immortal Xiao's character could be seen at a glance. Compared to Nayland Saihuan, who was good at making money, Xian actually trusted Xiao Yunyan more. Nayland Saihuan said, My business is done. Brother Yunyan, please continue with the business. Xiao Yunyan didn't care about Nayland Saihuan's change of address and said to Xian, Master Hidden Official came to Spring Banner House for the last time and said that if fellow Taoist Xian's northward migration was obstructed, there was a compromise. Fellow Taoist Xian could go to Rain Dragon Sect's ancestral hall again and say that you're willing to personally lead a group of disciples on a trip. It would take about 5 years and then ask senior sister for a sum of immortal money to be used to lead the team. Of course, the amount doesn't need to be too large. Other than visiting Flood Dragon Ravine, there are also many immortal mystic realms. For example, you can visit Luhua Island and the Cave of Fortune to search for ancient immortal opportunities. Qi cultivators below the Earth Immortal Realm can follow if they're interested. In addition, you'll also visit places like Dragon Rest Stone. Xiao Yunyan said with a smile. Master Hidden Official thought that fellow Taoist Xian could only take 30 people with him, but he didn't expect to double that. It's actually a little troublesome. If 62 people leave Rain Dragon Sect and Water Essence Palace together, fellow Taoist Xian's senior sister and the entire Rain Dragon Sect's ancestral hall will be embarrassed. Xian fell into a dilemma again. Nayland Saihuan really couldn't stand this female cultivator's ignorance of the world. Some cultivators were really only suitable for Dao seeking. She couldn't help but say, it's not difficult. You can reflect on yourself in the ancestral hall, and say that you've given up the absurd idea of moving north. You're willing to make up for your mistakes and do your duty as an ancestral master for the disciples of the sect. Then, let the cultivators who were willing to follow you to move north find some good reasons to take the cross-continent ferries of the Hassa continent and the Aquarius continent. For example, you can say that you're traveling to meet friends. Remember, you must make them leave in batches. Moreover, these people must go first and leave at intervals. Otherwise, with your senior sister's temper, after you lead the team to travel far away, she'll secretly imprison them. She'll do this kind of thing. Xian nodded slightly. After the deal of the 100-year agreement was settled, Nayland Saihuan looked at Xian's weak and ignorant appearance again and suddenly found her cute. Such a great cultivator who stood aloof from worldly affairs would not easily cause trouble for the sect master. There were many immortal mountains in the world that were destroyed by their own people. For example, after a cultivator rose to the top of a mountain, he would be ambitious and blinded by his desire for power, and there would be a competition between sections. Xiao Yunyan said, mobilizing so many people, tearing down houses and moving north are actually treating the symptoms but not the root cause. The 3 things I mentioned earlier, Master Hidden Official has actually been worried about them for a long time. However, at that time, we didn't speak openly and sincerely. He was worried that fellow Taoist Xian would misunderstand our intentions, so it wasn't convenient for him to speak openly. At that time, the result he wanted was nothing more than to help fellow Taoist Xian leave some cultivation seeds for the Rain Dragon sect. However, Master Hidden Official also said that there was no good plan for the migration. He could only fight for it. Fellow Taoist Xian, please consider what I'm going to say next. The so-called traveling is of course fake. Giving up on moving north is real. Only then can the rain dragon sect be at ease and let them pass. Xiao Yunyan sighed when he said this. Yun Qian's expression was focused. Sword Immortal Xiao, please enlighten me. Xiao Yunyan said with a smile. After you travel through Luhua Island's Cave of Creation, you will head east and finally reach the shore of Tongye continent. Previously, Master Hidden Official wrote, "Firewood is in the mountains" in the letter. It means that as long as the mountains are there is no need to worry about firewood. It also means that firewood is in the mountains and not in the water. Then fellow Taoist Yun Qian and the disciples of your sect will have 3 choices. First, go to the old heavenly lord of Taiping Mountain and say that you are friends with Qin Pingon. Then head north and reach the shore of Old Dragon City. First, go to the Aquarius continent's southern mountain lord Fan Junmao. The Song clan is currently excavating a great blasphemy canal. The Rain Dragon sect's cultivators are proficient in water arts. Not only can they train their Tao, but they can also accumulate some incense offerings. After doing this, you will continue north to the Aquarius continent. From Oxhorn Mountains Ferry, you will take the Hemp Sex Ferry to Skeleton Beach. Then you will take the Spring Dew Gardens Ferry. The destination of this trip is the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven in the middle of the North Continent. It is shared by the Water Dragon sect, Fuping Sword Lake, and the Yang clan of the Cloudy Palace. Among them, the Great Blasphemy Water Lord Li Yuan and the Southern Sun Water Hall Lady Shen Lin are good friends of Master Hidden Official. You can settle down on one of the islands and cultivate. You can even stay there for 100 years. As for these 3 places, fellow Taoist Cloud Stick, where do you want to settle down? Do you want to rely on Peace Mountain, build a residence by the Aquarius continent's Great Blasphemy Canal, or stay in the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven that is rich in water fate? It will all depend on your Tao fate. Xiao Yunyan paused for a moment and said in a deep voice, Master Hidden Official once said that this journey is ultimately a journey of wandering from place to place. It will definitely not be smooth sailing. It is inevitable that you will have to act according to the mood of others. Senior Cloud Stick, please pay more attention to the changes in the mental states of your disciples and help them out. Cloud Stick glanced at the chair on the main seat of the discussion hall and asked, I only have one last question. I sincerely ask Sword Immortal Xiao and fellow Taoist Nalan, why is Master Hidden Official willing to do this? Xiao Yunyan smiled knowingly and said, to be honest, I am also curious. Master Hidden Official's impression of the Rain Dragon sect is very ordinary. Nalan Saihuan said bluntly, I dare say that fellow is helping others, but he is also helping himself. A young man without any mortal enemies would definitely not have the achievements he has today and the Tao heart he has today. Xiao Yunyan joked. Fortunately, Wenlong is not someone who likes to complain, and Miyu is someone who is used to being bullied by you. Otherwise, Master Hidden Official would be so narrow-minded, hee. Nalan Saihuan suddenly stared at Cloud Stick. Cloud Stick was confused. Nalan Saihuan suddenly smiled. Your Rain Dragon sect has many female cultivators. Cloud Stick did not know why she said this. Nalan Saihuan smiled and said, it's fine, it's fine. Our Master Hidden Official has always kept a respectful distance from women. The more beautiful they are, the more he avoids them. Xiao Yunyan did not want Nalan Saihuan to continue speaking without thinking. He stood up and cupped his fists. I wish fellow Taoist Cloud Stick a smooth journey. Cloud Stick stood up and returned the greeting. Sword Immortal Xiao's kindness in planning and fellow Taoist Nalan's kindness in lending me money will be engraved in my heart. After Cloud Stick left, Nalan Saihuan and Xiao Yunyan walked to the accounting room together. She asked, do you know about Qin Pingan's situation in his hometown? Xiao Yunyan shook his head. He was thinking about something. According to the young Hidden Official's prediction, the possibility of Cloud Stick and the Rain Dragon sect cultivators choosing the Tongyi continent seemed to be the smallest, but in fact, it was the most likely. The reason was simple. The Tongyi continent was most likely going to be fragmented. Not even a tenth of the immortal forces would survive. However, Cloud Stick would go to the other 2 continents first. Nalan Saihuan laughed angrily. Qin Pingon and I are neither friends nor enemies. You won't die if you tell me. Don't forget we might be on the same side in the future. Xiao Yunyan smiled. Whether or not we're friends with Qin Pingon depends on our own preferences. As for being enemies, I don't think so. Xiao Yunyan really did know a lot about Qin Pingon. Because Xiao Yunyan would follow Lu Ji and Madame Huanyan to the South continent, Qin Pingan hoped that Xiao Yunyan would meet Lu Xianyang once when he arrived at the South continent. As for his direct disciple Wei Wenlong, it was certain that he would be Luopa Mountain's consecrator. Therefore both sides were very frank. When Qin Pingan appeared at Spring Banner House for the last time, they talked more about the inside story of his hometown. The young secluded official was in the Great Li dynasty that occupied a continent. If he asked about the matter of Xingyang Mountain, it would affect the whole situation. Once he fell out with the Great Li dynasty, Luopa Mountain would be surrounded by enemies everywhere. There would be nowhere to hide. There would be no way to move the ancestral hall of Jisei Peak. However, once the chessboard was enlarged, the Aquarius continent was located between the North Continent and the Tongyi continent. The North Continent had the Skeleton Beach, the Hemp Sect, the Taihui Sword Sect, the Floating Duckweed Sword Lake, the Spring Dew Garden, and so on. The Tongyi continent had the Yugui sect that was overseen by Jiang Shangzhen. Since the Song clan had been immersed in meritorious deeds and knowledge for more than 100 years, they would naturally calculate the specific gains and losses, and whether it was worth it to act as a protective talisman for Xingyang Mountain. Lu Xianyang's method of asking the sword was certainly desirable. However, Qin Pingan hoped that one day the old bastard mountain-moving ape would be besieged and killed by the people of Xingyang Mountain. When the time came, he would only need to sit in the ancestral hall of Xingyang Mountain and be pinched by the nose by a group of so-called sword cultivators. He would drink tea and wine as he wished, and then watch the mountain-moving ape being abandoned by his friends. Asking the sword was in his heart. Of course, climbing the mountain with Lu Xianyang, asking the sword of Xingyang Mountain, and throwing the mountain-moving ape's head into the ancestral hall was also a happy thing. I won't lose, you can do whatever you want. When they arrived at the door of the accounting room, Nayland Saihuan suddenly said, "It depends on the arrangement of the cloud contract. Xiao Yunyan, are you afraid?" Xiao Yunyan smiled and said, "Afraid? Of what?" Nayland Saihuan shook her head and said, "Nothing." On the city wall, Lu Ji looked down at the battlefield below where the demons were gathered like an ant's nest. This female great sword immortal was recuperating from her injuries. Half of her face was badly mutilated. The battle was in a stalemate and she couldn't care less. Moreover, Lu Ji never cared about her appearance. Previously, she went too far out of the city and was hit by the great demon Chongguang's natal spell and the flying sword of sword immortal Shouchen. However, at this moment in the largest ant's nest in the world, there was another tide that was advancing towards the south. The flying sword was in front and thousands of sword cultivators were behind. On the line, the flying sword collided with the demons first. Countless demons were instantly sent flying, with broken limbs and bones splattering everywhere. This was the sword formation led by the three great sword immortals, Nayland Xiaowei, Yu Qing, and Mi Hu. Those who were willing to go out of the city to fight were free to attack with their swords. Further away were Alliance, Qin Shi, and Qi Tingji, the three sword immortals who were engraved on the city wall. They each occupied a corner of the battlefield and formed a triangle. After Qi Tingji attacked with all his strength, every time his sword Qi spread out, the area within a radius of 1,000 feet would be emptied and countless demons would swarm over. Other than the great demon Huang Wan Yangji, Bai Ying, and the Golden Armor General who were responsible for disrupting the city wall, every once in a while they would fight Alliance and the other two. Occasionally, other sovereign stage great demons would join in as well. High in the sky, Dong Sangying and the sovereign stage great demon who had refined half of the moon's soul had been fighting for a long time with the moon as their battlefield. Looking up, there was a thin black line that could be clearly seen on the huge full moon. If one were to look at it from afar, they would definitely need to fly on their swords to see the two ends of the sword mark. That was the result of Dong Sangying's previous sword strike. Although Old Deaf was a demon, he was much more straightforward than many sword immortals when it came to killing demons. He superimposed his huge true body and majestic Dharma idol with a unique secret technique and specialized in tearing off the heads and limbs of those huge demons. He would then use them as flying swords and casually throw them to the battlefield in the south. The Taoist robe that the old Taoist was wearing had an ancient picture of the true form of the 5 great mountains, which was far more than just the 5 great mountains. The old Taoist held his natal item, the immortal's mirror of many treasures, which was above the sea of clouds. It was as big as a huge lake, and wherever the light from the mirror shone on, the land would be scorched. The scholarly sage took out a scroll of the yellow flow giant saliva painting from his sleeve and put 2 fingers together. With a gentle stroke, the long scroll spread out and fell from the city wall, hanging between heaven and earth. The water of the yellow river came from the sky and knocked the demons that were attacking the city back to the ground. They were drowned in the flood, and in an instant, countless bones were piled up. The golden blood of the Buddhist sage who was bathed in blood condensed into 10 golden dragons. The monk broke his own fingers and used them as the spines of the golden dragons. He then used the blood from his broken fingers to add a finishing touch to the dragons. In the end, the monk with all 10 broken fingers gently clasped his palms together and lowered his head slightly, chanting a Buddhist chant. On the battlefield, Li Kai was all alone. She held her sword and went deep into the enemy alone. There were demons all around her and they were all using spells. What should she do if she couldn't kill all of them? Kill again. If I die here today, Jiang Shangzhen, you heartless bastard, remember to squeeze out some tears and put on a show. After thousands of sword cultivators left the city wall, they opened up a formation in a line. As the battlefield continued to advance, the line that was originally straight gradually became thinner and distorted. A young sword cultivator named Qin Li followed the line of sword aura and shuttled freely on the battlefield. He didn't linger in the battle and stabbed those demons that were injured but not dead to death. If he couldn't kill them with one strike, he wouldn't get entangled. The young Qin Li carried a sword called Yi Ming, which was his natal flying sword Yi Ming. That sword was a sword immortal's relic. Once it overlapped with the flying sword Yi Ming, it could create the embryonic form of a small world. Although he was only in the sea-viewing realm, he was extremely shrewd in fighting on the battlefield. His attacks were calculated, and his control of the battlefield situation was almost instinctive. He also liked to crazily pick up scraps on the battlefield. Before he saw money and treasures, he would wander around. As long as he saw money, he was the kind of person who valued money more than his life. Therefore he earned the nickname of Little Hermit. The young man also once left a bold statement on a nameplate in the wine shop. 100-years-old sword immortal is at your fingertips. Qin Li chopped a burly demon to death with one strike. As he ran with his sword, he wiped the blood off his face. With a roll, he dodged the flying sword of a hidden demon sword cultivator. At the same time, he rode the flying sword Yi Ming straight away. The other party also dodged the flying sword. Both parties parted ways and didn't have the intention to pursue. An old Jindan sword cultivator of the Great Wall of Sword Aura was surrounded and his arm was almost chopped off by a demon's axe. He didn't expect that it would be blocked by a green-robed swordsman with a dull expression. He casually chopped off the demon's head. The Jindan sword cultivator thanked him. Even if he was hit by the axe, he wouldn't die. However, on the battlefield he could only temporarily retreat. He didn't expect that the sword cultivator would tear off his face and smile. The Jindan sword cultivator was stunned for a moment and then burst into laughter. Damn the second shopkeeper. Then he felt a sharp pain in his heart. The young hermit stabbed his heart with his sword and shattered the old man's Jindan with sword aura. The man covered his face again and disappeared in a flash to another battlefield. Wei Jin of the Temple of Winged Snow, who was recuperating and staring at the battlefield, immediately got up and left on his sword. This person must be killed. Otherwise there would be endless trouble. He was the same as Qin Pingon and Sichen, and he was very extreme. He could protect himself and had enough killing power. Only when he had both, the so-called shrewdness and means would be meaningful. Otherwise he might as well just strike with his sword and attack directly. In the heart of the battlefield, there was a burly armored warrior riding a fine horse. He held a long spear in his hand, and the long spear had pierced through the corpses of 3 sword cultivators. This great demon held the reins with one hand and the warhorse spun in place. The burly armored warrior, whose face was covered by a helmet, seemed to be patiently waiting for the sword immortals. A young sword cultivator had his chest pierced by the fists of a militarist demon with a human head and an ape body. After he fell to the ground, his head was smashed by a foot. Just as the demon raised his head, a sword beam from afar blasted his entire head apart. A young female sword cultivator whose intrinsic flying sword had been destroyed stumbled in retreat. She was grabbed by the arm by a demon that had charged at her from the side. With a punch to her neck, her entire arm was ripped off. The demon placed it in his mouth and chewed on it. The demon jerked his chin at the two female sword cultivators' companions far away, indicating for them to focus on saving the girl. Lying in a pool of blood, the young girl's face was covered in blood and her vision was blurry. She tried her best to look at her childhood friends in the distance. She picked up a broken weapon nearby and stabbed it into her heart. The demon frowned and threw away the half-chewed arm in his hand. Just as he was about to attack the two young sword cultivators, his body was smashed to smithereens by a sudden punch. He did not even see the face of the female martial artist until his death. He only knew that she was an inconspicuous, thin old woman. At the entrance of the Jiazi tent, the gray-robed elder looked at the battlefield with a calm expression. The bearded man Lu Cha stood beside the elder and asked, "Are we going to let the Great Wall of Sword Qi drag on?" Since the other party did not choose to retreat to the righteous world, Qin Qingdu clearly wants to leave behind a bunch of sword Dao seeds even if he doesn't want the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The gray-robed elder laughed. "Retreat to the righteous world? I'm more than willing. As long as I'm left with this Great Wall of Sword Qi, these sword cultivators can go wherever they want. As long as they leave this place and head to the inverted mountain, the righteous world's Qi refinement warriors will be exposed. In the South Pasua, Fuyao and Tongyi continents, we might not even have to do anything." Unfortunately, Qin Qingdu is not stupid. Otherwise, if the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi retreat today, the South Pasua continent tomorrow, the Tongyi continent and Fuyao continent the day after tomorrow, the cultivators of the 8 continents might as well retreat to the Middle Earth Divine continent. "I won't stop them," Lu Cha said. According to the message from the sacrificial warriors who crossed the city wall, the Great Wall of Sword Qi has mobilized a large number of Yin Yang School and Mahis School mechanical engineers. They plan to ascend with the entire city. The gray-robed elder nodded and said, "If that's the case, it's a little troublesome. Even with the Mirage as the tip of the heaven-opening sword and the help of those sword immortal residences, the Great Wall of Sword Qi's array formation alone won't be able to hold the entire city." The elder smiled and said, "Is Qin Qingdu's actions considered desperate?" Lu Cha did not say anything. On the inverted mountain, the young manager of the Storken sat at the door and basked in the sun. Year after year there was nothing new, but it was better than being beaten by the wind and rain. At the old door the little Taoist was still flipping through the book. The sword-wielding man squatted at the side and complained that the book was flipped too quickly. When the great heavenly lord came out of seclusion, he received a decree from his master. The Jingjian pavilion had long been closed. The shops that were still open at the Elk Cliff were also deserted. The Lingji pavilion was almost empty and there were no more bustling people. Most of the cultivators of the Rain Dragon sect still felt that the sky would not collapse. The children of Luhua Island were still pestering the old man to ask about the strange people on the land. On the 5th world, an old scholar was urging the most proud scholar in the world to be more straightforward, more domineering and more elegant. At the highest point of the Baek Okekyung building, a young Taoist who had returned from a long journey was slowly strolling on the railing. He was holding a pile of scrolls in his arms. They were all paintings of immortals that he had plundered from all over the world. Once they were spread out, there would be a spring dream of a beautiful woman in a garden. There was a picture of a small yellow cat curled up on a rock to enjoy the cool air. There was a picture of a lone fisherman fishing in the cold river with a lot of white space. There was a small boat that could be used to fish with a man in a straw hat. There was also a picture of a scholar in a green robe watching a logger on Taiping Mountain. In the ancestral hall of the Jisei Peak in the Baoping continent, ripples moved slightly, and a tall woman in white appeared out of thin air. Wei Pai, who was at the top of the cloud mountain, opened and closed his eyes, pretending not to know. Old Yang, who was in the backyard of the medicine shop in the small town, was smoking. In the prison of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Qin Pingon put away the innate divine ability of the caged sparrow. He was holding the bloody head of a demon clan sword cultivator. A golden vortex appeared where the sword had pierced through the heart, but there was no trace of blood at all. Nye Xian began to prepare to sew clothes. She told him to be careful this time. This time the mending of the real name was different from the past. It was very important. Shuangjiang squatted at the side and asked the young man who was sitting cross-legged with his back exposed. "Since you are a scholar, do you have an innate character?" 683. Wei Jin, the sword whiz of the Wind Snow Temple, had found the trace of the green-robed swordsman. However, a handsome child with a sword-nourishing gourd on his waist suddenly appeared in front of the green-robed swordsman. The child stretched out his palm and blocked all the sword light of Wei Jin's sword. Then he shook his wrist. His palm, which had turned charred, recovered in an instant. This sovereign great demon, who was neither high nor low in the ancient well, was called Azure Flower. That exquisite face that could bewitch women if one looked carefully, was pieced together from other people's faces. The blade-strengthening gourd contained countless remnant souls and broken flying swords of sword immortals. The great demon Azure Flower smiled at the young swordsman behind her. "Junior brother, have you had enough fun?" The green-robed swordsman nodded. "Be careful." The great demon blocked the sword immortal's sword from afar. Wei Jin's two swords brushed past her. Azure Flower was already hovering above a huge pit. She said with a gentle voice, "Senior brother, what are you being careful for?" "I'm careful enough. I haven't found Qingdo yet." Lu Ji arrived on her sword and said to Wei Jin, "Continue chasing. Leave this sissy to me." Azure Flower smiled at the female great sword immortal with half of her face destroyed. "Is this the beautiful great sword immortal Lu from the Great Wall of Sword Qi?" Lu Ji didn't say anything. She answered with a sword. At the top of the city wall, the monk covered in blood was like a golden Buddha with the Great Wall of Sword Qi as a lotus. The middle-aged Buddhist saint's kasaya fell off by itself. His fingerless palm gently lifted the kasaya into the air. It suddenly became as big as a sea of clouds. Instantly wind and clouds surged. The kasaya grew bigger and bigger. Buddhist light illuminated the world. In the end, the cloud sea kasaya that covered the sky and the sun fell, covering the battlefield outside the city wall. It turned into countless specks of golden light and attached to the sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The monk sat cross-legged. A lotus lamp appeared in front of him. It burned for a stick of incense. Then, within the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the injuries of the numerous sword cultivators on the battlefield were all transferred to the monks. There was a seal script on the phantom sword immortal's seal. It was copied by the young hidden official from the Great World. The reincarnation of Dingguang Buddha, the mortal of the Saha world. When the incense stick was about to burn out, the monk put his palms together and looked into the distance with a smile on his face. However, the light in front of him was still there. Not only that, it was even brighter. The sages of the three sects, including the monks, had been fighting from the beginning to the end. For example, this Buddhist sage had sacrificed his life force to change the heavens and the earth, helping the Great Wall of Sword Qi to suppress the wildlands. Together with two other sages, they had worked together to create the Golden River 3 times. They had shaken off their body of lion bugs, cut off their fingers, turned them into golden dragons, and took off their kasaya to protect sword cultivators. There was also the tragic massacre of the siege battle where blood flowed like a river. There was also the scholarly sage's yellow flow great saliva painting. Most importantly, there was the Buddhist divine ability that enveloped the battlefield. Having nurtured the sword for so long, Wu Qingpei felt that it had been too long. Finally, he used all his strength to conjure his intrinsic flying sword, Sweet Rain. This Sweet Rain was one of the top 3 flying swords in the summer abode. On the battlefield outside the city, thousands of demons were shrouded in a curtain of blood that rose from the ground. In an instant, their flesh and blood were being ripped apart. Every raindrop that contained Sweet Rain's sword intent minced their souls. The great demon Bai Ying's throne was the closest to the front. However, it was still some distance away from the 3 battlefields of Alliance, Qinshi and Qitingji. On the throne of bones that was formed by the accumulation of hundreds of thousands of bones, this great demon had no flesh or blood. His white bones were as white as jade, and it was still stepping on the head. When she saw Wu Qingpei conjure his intrinsic flying sword, Bai Ying kicked the head away. She stood up and stared at the curtain of rain that was slowly rising into the sky with great interest. Bai Ying retracted her gaze. On the battlefield, there was a pitiful little unpolished Jade Realm sword cultivator. He had lost an arm. Not only was he wielding a sword with one hand, but his ankle had also been cut off. However, for some reason he had bypassed the 3 sword formations that Qi Tingji and the others had set up and was heading straight for the throne. The man stopped and faced the throne of bones. He raised his sword, but he was not looking at Bai Ying. Instead, he stared at the head and said, the sword cultivator of the illumination lineage Gao Kuei. You have to ask the ancestral master for the last sword. Bai Ying glanced at the head on the ground and laughed. I think you should forget about it. I'll just slap you to death and let your disciples and grand-disciples keep you company. An empty gray robe with no one inside drifted over and slowly landed on the throne of bones. When it appeared, Bai Ying immediately sat back down and did not dare to say another word. The gray robe stood at the edge of the throne. In the distance was Gao Kuei, who wanted to ask for the last sword of his life. A hoarse voice sounded. Illumination received the sword. The two great demon thrones were next to each other in the air. They were both women. The great demon Xianxia appeared in her true form. She had a human head and a dragon body. She wore an emperor's crown and a black dragon robe. She sat high on the dragon throne with her huge dragon tail dragging on the ground. The sovereign stage great demon named Fei Fei did not reveal her true form. She had a young appearance and a pair of scarlet eyes. Her robe was embroidered with thousands of threads, each of which was a river or stream that she had refined. On her wrist was a bracelet refined from a dragon's natal pearl. On her feet was a pair of embroidered shoes with 2 dolly beads on the tips of the shoes. Xianxia had just retreated from the battlefield and was hit by Qi Tingji's sword. At this moment she had to show her true form to heal her injuries. In the cultivation of the demon race, it was faster to transform into human form. However, when it came to healing, it was still faster to restore the true form. Xianxia's eyes were gloomy. She stared at Qi Tingji, who occupied the vast battlefield with only one sword. The old sword immortal who carved the words on the Great Wall of Sword Qi was a handsome young man. According to the earliest prediction of the moon-bearing mountain, Qi Tingji was a person with lofty ambitions. He would never be willing to die and leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi along with the hidden officer Xiao Ling. At the crucial moment he would betray the Great Wall of Sword Qi and attack a certain great sword celestial, just like how Xiao Ling punched his left and right back. He did not expect Qi Tingji to change his mind. Logically speaking, this should not be the case. As long as Qi Tingji was willing to leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the only one who could kill him was Qin Qingdou. However, once Qin Qingdou chose to attack, the great ancestor of Moon Supporting Mountain, who had been watching from the sidelines, would also attack. The only explanation was that Qin Qingdou had given Qi Tingji a better path to the Great Tao. Fei Fei floated next to the dragon throne. Compared to the human-headed dragon-bodied Xianxia, Fei Fei seemed extremely insignificant. She glanced at the two youths standing on the armrest of the dragon throne and smiled at one of them. She then used her mind to speak to Xianxia. You did not supervise the battle properly and are guilty. Why don't you say something? Look at how tactful Huang Wan is. Xianxia's face turned even nastier. She lightly slammed her tail against the ground, causing the earth for 1,000 feet around to tremble and shatter. She and Huang Wan were in the worst possible situation. Xianxia had once been the ruler of the Yaoyuo, so she naturally had a conflict with Fei Fei over the Great Tao. However, with Moon Supporting Mountain as witness, Xianxia had given the entire Yaoyuo to Fei Fei. In exchange, Fei Fei needed to help Xianxia become the ruler of the 9 provinces of the vast realm while the vast realm was wantonly seizing water. Xianxia had to become the mistress of all the dynasties and sovereigns of the mortal world. The conferment of the 5 peaks, the burning of incense in the mortal world, the life and death of gods, and the flow of martial arts would all be decided by Xianxia. And Xianxia also needed to help Fei Fei fulfill her greatest wish. That was to have Fei Fei devour the last embryonic true dragon and make up for her great Tao. In the future, all the water in the vast realm and the vast realm would be under Fei Fei's control. Thus, the two sides went from an endless struggle for the great Tao in the vast realm to an alliance of mutual assistance. On the armrest of the dragon throne stood the 2 embryonic sword immortals of the first divine tent, Wuxia and the youth. Wuxia had only learned of this after the battle. Shoal was actually Xianxia's direct disciple. And Shoal had only just learned that Wuxia had been addressed as young master by Fei Fei. After that, the atmosphere in the first divine tent became rather strange. Except for Wooden Clog, the rest of the colleagues found it difficult to get along with them calmly. Everyone looked at them with a few more uncontrollable and difficult to hide fear. So today the 2 sword cultivators agreed to come here to relax. Shoal said, "It seems that there has been no trace of Chen Pin gone." Wuxia nodded and said, then it will be difficult to avenge Liu Bai. Yu Si wore a black robe, but his hair was tied up with a white satin. The black and white were distinct and he looked very handsome. Shoal looked gloomy. Sister Liu Bai changed her physique, but her sword heart is a little unstable. Yu Si knelt on one knee and looked at the battlefield in the distance. If it was me, it would also be difficult to maintain the previous clear sword heart. Shoal gritted his teeth and said, I must kill Chen Pingon. Yu Si smiled and said, count me in. He turned his head to look at Fei Fei. She smiled and said, once we destroy that rotten fence, I will find that young hidden official for young master. Yang Ji hesitated for a long time and glanced at the top of the city wall. The scholarly sage had taken out the yellow stream great saliva painting, causing a steady stream of water to pour onto the battlefield from the top of the city wall, preventing the monster race from besieging the city. She took out a painting scroll from her sleeve, reluctant to part with it. As the former ruler of the Yaoyuo, before handing over the Yaoyuo, she had first refined 3 10,000 li-long rivers, one of which was the Wooding River filled with white bones and ghosts. Yang Ji threw the scroll at the great wall of sword qi, dodging the flying swords of the sword cultivators and rolling to the ground. The surging Wooding River collided with the yellow stream great saliva, creating 1,000 ripples. In the previous battle, the great Yao Jia, who had not taken action even once, looked up at the old Taoist from the blue heaven world. It was said that he was the city lord of the 12 cities on the 5th floor of the Beko Keikyung building. The inverted mountain beneath the great Yao Jia's feet was as smooth as a mirror, dazzling and dazzling. This shattered inverted mountain was not any smaller than the mountain seal that the second Taoist brother had left behind in the righteous world. It was known as the Golden Throne of the World. It was refined from the fragments of countless mountains and rivers in the history of the world. As a result, it needed to be forged from the bones of the great Yao to connect the golden stones of various sizes. The mirror surface of the platform was like the largest golden coin in the world. The great Yao Jia was wearing a golden robe. Even though he was not using a concealment technique, he was still enveloped in the light of the sun, hiding his true appearance. The great demon obsidian armor was located at the center of the mirror. It controlled the mountain under its feet and rushed to the sky above the battlefield. It used the entire golden throne to block the burning power of the grand sun that was reflected by the myriad treasures mirror. Previously, the old Taoist had used the myriad treasures mirror to connect with the sun of the world and aimed it at a pure jade realm demon military cultivator. Not only did he burn the demon's tough body to death, he also used the immobilization technique. In the end, Yu Qing, one of the 10 great peak sword immortal candidates, chopped off the demon's head with his sword, mighty suppressing the 5 mountains. Then he used his 2 natal flying swords, 100 feet spring, and skylark in the sky, to kill the demon's immortal soul that was trying to escape. Yu Qing won some time to catch his breath. He looked around and saw that there were no demons involved in the battle. He stepped on the demon's head and shook his wrist lightly, scattering the blood on his sword. Delightful. Yu Qing headed south with his sword. This great sword immortal with great killing power had also publicly sneered at the sage of literature's lineage. He had also taken the initiative to find the young secluded official to express his gratitude and apology. Open and above board. The old Taoist nodded slightly. Great sword immortal, you was too courteous. Then he frowned. He changed the angle of the myriad treasures mirror a few times, but the treasure light was still pulled towards the golden throne. The old Taoist sighed in his heart. His cultivation was no longer at the peak. There was nothing he could do. The golden throne beneath the great demon Yao Jia's feet was boiling with lava from the myriad treasures mirror. Golden liquid constantly flowed out of the mirror and sputtered wildly. It was as fast as flying swords. Be it sword immortals or demons, they all died on the spot upon contact. Yao Jia laughed and asked, Old Taoist, you still have a long life ahead of you, but you're going to die here. Is it fun? This old Taoist, who was highly respected in the green underworld, had 2 of his most important natal items. The myriad treasures mirror in his hand had many cracks on its surface like a spider web. Every time a tiny crack appeared, a black thread would appear on the old Taoist's golden immortal physique, which could be said to be immaculate. His cultivation base and life were drained away at a speed visible to the naked eye. As for the horsetail whisk, more than half of it was destroyed, leaving only the handle. The old Taoist held the mirror high with one hand and stroked his beard with the other. He laughed and said, "Fun my ass." He said the most vulgar words with the most aged Taoist immortal's manner. It was hard to imagine that this was an elegant Taoist immortal who once said, "When the peach blossoms bloom, if there are orioles on the flowers, it's especially moving. I don't dare to move my eyes, but my soul is moved." It was even harder to imagine that when the old Taoist preached in his own city in the Baek Okekyung building, many Taoist immortals who came from other cities sat on the praying mats and shared his thoughts. Yao Jia didn't mind and didn't say anything else. Both sides were just wasting the fragments of the mountain and water's deity's golden body, while the old Taoist was rapidly depleting his Tao life. Yao Jia will gladly accept this great merit of killing one of the three sages of the Great Wall of Sorqi. According to the contract, Tuyue Mountain promised to take out a continent of the vast world. On the territory, all of the vast world's Confucian academies, orthodox mountain and river deities conferred by the dynasty, as well as the large and small deity statues, would be smelted by this mountain. None would survive. In particular, it was said that many ancient deities reincarnated in the vast world, which was the key to Yao Jia's Tao. If it smelted all of them, it would be able to hover in the sky like the grand sun and look down on all living beings like a supreme deity. It would truly become immortal. No matter how the Tao flowed, the so-called heaven's net was wide, but nothing could escape it. Plus, the river of time also had to take a detour to avoid it. The Taoist immortal reached out and slowly raised his hand. A series of golden inscriptions appeared on the outermost edge of the mirror. The words were huge, and each of them turned into a golden body deity that was more than 100 feet tall. Among them, the words sun, moon, metal, wood, water, fire, earth were like the eye of the array. The deities that appeared were especially majestic and were more than 100 feet tall. Especially the deities that were born from the words sun and moon. Behind them, there was a halo formed from the sun's halo and the moon's essence. Streams of golden lava floated endlessly, like the ribbons of the celestial beings in the murals on land and water. The old Taoist immortal suddenly stood up and laughed loudly. "In the future, if there are sword cultivators who travel the vast world, remember to visit my city. The scenery is great and the fairies are even more beautiful. I've been with all of you for so many years. I'm so happy." After saying that, the old Taoist immortal's body melted into his soul. In the end, he turned into a dazzling rainbow light and went into the myriad treasure mirror that was hovering in the sky. Then he surged out and crashed into the golden essence throne. Even the Taoist Yao Jia couldn't control the throne to avoid the rainbow light. It could only watch as the old Taoist immortal's soul and spirit melted into the golden essence throne like snow. Then a crack that the old Taoist immortal's soul forcefully tore appeared on the surface of the mirror. His last words were only 3 words. "Please drop your sword." Great sword immortal me, who slashed with all his strength along the crack and sliced the golden essence throne into 2. After this battle, the Taoist Yao Jia, whose natal item was damaged, could only retreat from the battlefield and try his best to repair the damaged golden essence mountain. At the entrance of the Jiazi tent, the bearded man and the gray-clothed old man stood side by side. Lu Cha said, "Xianxia and Xiaowei are both a little off. They shouldn't have fought so hard. They shouldn't have risked their lives like this." The gray-clothed old man nodded. On the other hand, Qi Tingji and Old Deaf were very normal. They looked fierce, but they still left a way out on the battlefield. At most they would drop by 1 realm. As for Qin Shi and Nalan Xiaowei, the 2 patriarchs of Taixiong Street, they were rushing to their deaths. As for Dong Senging, the old man raised his head and looked at the round moon that was far away from the sky and not close to the ground. Looking at his posture, Dong Senging didn't plan to return to the city. Not only that, when this person completely fell, there would be a great scene. Although they couldn't differentiate between friend and foe, the gray-clothed old man still felt pity for Dong Senging. He was such a hero. The gray-clothed old man didn't care about the life and death of the Lotus Nunnery's abbess. She went behind the moon-bearing mountain and refined half of the moon without permission. It was an act that deserved death. Now that she was going against Dong Senging, she had the advantage of time and place. However, it was also a cage. Lu Cha asked, "According to the latest deduction of the Jiazi tent, the Confucian temple is going to give half of the world to the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sorqi?" The gray-clothed old man nodded. "That's a big deal. The young hidden official used a utilitarian way of arranging troops and formations to help the Great Wall of Sword Qi. At the same time, he had his hands tied and fought for several years, which made the sword cultivators frustrated. That fellow who descended from the sky went to the Qingming Tian and ran back, dispelling some of the frustration in the hearts of sword cultivators. The Sage of Rites had a saint overseeing this place. The secondary saint had Alliance and mellow scholar Chen. The Sage of Literature had the great sword immortal by his side and the hidden official Chen Pingan. These scholars who traveled from afar were using their own methods to reason with the Confucian temple of Howren Heaven. On the battlefield, Li Kai stopped. A sovereign stage great demon with ethereal immortal qi appeared 1,000 feet away. It was Huang Wan. This great demon passed through the demon race army and found Li Kai, who was digging deep into the formation alone. Huang Wan smiled and said, "You're Li Kai? I heard you bought the frozen cloud in. What a coincidence. It's mine now. Put away your sword and kneel. Be my servant and I'll spare your life." Huang Wan was silent for a moment. Then she narrowed her eyes and said, What I'm saying doesn't sound good for a female sword immortal. Just call me a sword attendant." Together with Li Kai's cloud stopping inn, which was carved entirely out of jade, the Thousand Ravine Inn, the Elm Immortal Inn, the Armor Warehouse and so on, all the private residences left behind by sword immortals should be his spoils of war. Li Kai's body was riddled with wounds, but most of them were concealed by the Taoist robes she was wearing. Her cheekbones had been smashed apart by a demonic cultivator from the school of the military. Her skin was mangled and her bones were exposed. Li Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. She smiled and said, "You even know that I bought the frozen cloud in?" Huang Wan nodded and said, "There are still some sword cultivators who are afraid of death." Rong Kai sheathed her sword. Her movements were swift and violent. Her sword will surged and a ripple as tall as her and the others spread out. In an instant, countless heads of the demon army that surged forward from both sides of her and the great demon Huang Wan rolled down. Huang Wan put 2 fingers together and stretched out her hand. She shook it lightly and dispersed the invisible sword intent. "Since you're already at the end of your rope, don't show off." Li Kai asked, "Then do you know that even if you go to the Tongye continent you'll be stabbed to death?" Huang Wan laughed and reminded her, "I'm actually not in a good mood right now." Huang Wan was originally the sovereign great demon abbot of the wilderness sword cultivator formation. She was obviously in existence that the gray-robed elder of moon-bearing mountain placed high hopes on. Firstly, Huang Wan's status in the wilderness sword cultivator was very high. She had never argued with other great demons. Secondly, the item that Huang Wan was looking for in the eyes of the other sovereign great demons was useless. Furthermore, Huang Wan was not very ambitious. In the words of a certain great demon, Huang Wan was just a trash collector in the wilderness sword cultivator formation. That was why Yu Tuashan handed the battle that was in the limelight to Huang Wan. However, that exchange of swords, which was likely to be unprecedented in history, should have been an earth-shattering battle. 2 groups of sword cultivators, numbering in the tens of thousands, had used flying swords against flying swords, and a torrent of sword qi against a waterfall of sword qi. Not only had the wilderness of sword qi failed to suppress the Great Wall of sword qi, it had even suffered greater losses than expected. In the end, Huang Wan and the great demon could only go to the wilderness sword cultivator formation at the back of the battlefield to kill those sword cultivators who were trying to reinforce the Great Wall of sword qi. Not only that, Huang Wan had to throw half of the jade palaces and pavilions that she had painstakingly refined and collected at the Great Wall of sword qi. It was obvious that the gray-robed elder was not very satisfied with Huang Wan's performance. Li Kai looked back. Unknowingly, she was a little far away from the Great Wall of sword qi. It could be seen that her swordsmanship was very good. Huang Wan said, "I'll give you one last chance to live." Li Kai thrust out her sword. Huang Wan reached out to grab the sword light and broke it. The sword light splashed out from her palm, but it did not hurt Huang Wan at all. Li Kai bent down and dashed forward, instantly unsheathing her sword. Huang Wan's robe spread out. The small world was snow-white. Li Kai's spiritual qi was forcefully raised to the peak, but it only broke Huang Wan's small world. Huang Wan said that she was an arrow at the end of its flight. It was absolutely true. Li Kai, who could not attack a second time, retreated and vomited blood. Huang Wan did not look at the woman's pitiful state. She lifted a sleeve that had been torn to shreds and looked at it. She felt a little sorry for her. She raised her head and smiled. Your sword will is really not bad. You are indeed a sword cultivator from the North Continent. I'm definitely going to take you as my female sword servant. After I take you down, I'll have Bai Ying refine your soul into a new one. When we get to the Tongyi continent in the future, you'll be able to see if anyone can kill me with a single stab of their sword. As she spoke, Huang Wan pressed down with one hand. In a flash, a huge vortex appeared in the sky. A mountain-sized pavilion came crashing down on Li Kai's head. Li Kai was about to attack with her sword when she realized that an elder had come to her side. He said that he had offended her and pulled Li Kai to the back. At the same time, the elder threw the long sword in his hand towards the pavilion. The long sword and the sword light went straight up and stopped the pavilion, as if a single tree was supporting a dangerous building. Yao Chongdao's name was Lianyun. Perhaps it was because the Yao family head liked the word Lianyun so much that his sword and natal flying sword were named Lianyun. Immortal Realm. Before coming here, the elder had exchanged swords with the attendant. The demon sword immortal had already retreated from the battlefield. Huang Wan said helplessly, I'm really not interested in battle achievements. Why come to me when you are seriously injured? But I can't reject a head that is given to me for free. Above the pavilion, another huge building came crashing down. The sword Lianyun, which was overlaid with sword light, was instantly pressed into a slight arc. Huang Wan was using the wear and tear of an intermediate refinement item in exchange for the wear and tear of Yao Chongdao's great refinement item. There was no need to hesitate. Huang Wan's mind moved slightly and the immortal abodes came crashing down. The tip of the sword Lianyun had already cracked. It was just that the elder's natal flying sword had yet to appear. Huang Wan wanted to see if Yao Chongdao, who was seriously injured, could use the trump card that made her eyes light up. Li Kai was about to return to the battlefield when the elder shouted angrily, Li Kai, it's not that I look down on women, it's that I look down on your unpolished jade realm. Retreat. Li Kai could only curse and decisively gave up the idea of charging forward. Huang Wan looked up at the dazzling sword light that had already pierced through the entire pavilion. She smiled and said, I originally thought that sacrificing a long sword was a smokescreen to save someone and yourself. Alright, since you've made up your mind to waste your life with me, I'll let you have your wish. Killing an immortal of the Great Wall of Sword Qi can make up for your mistake. The elder was wearing a robe of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. His sleeves fluttered as he suddenly asked, You know my grandson-in-law? Li Kai didn't want to be superfluous and distract Yao Chongdao, but she also didn't want to retreat. She put some distance between them and nurtured her flying sword. After hearing this, she nodded and said, I know him. We're quite close. Yao Chongdao hesitated for a moment and said, Then I'll have to trouble Sword Immortally to tell that kid that he doesn't need to come and ask for my hand in marriage. I don't care about his empty head. Li Kai was speechless. It wasn't that this great Sword Immortal Yao didn't care, but he couldn't drag that guy by the collar to the Yao family to ask for their hand in marriage. Li Kai wanted to say that she had a direct disciple and was obsessed with that guy. However, when the words were on the tip of her tongue, she decided not to say it. Li Kai said, Senior Yao, I can exchange places with you. If there's a chance we can retreat together. Yao Chongdao was too lazy to expose the true intentions of this North Continent girl. Why would she die here at such a young age? However, the elder smiled and said, Don't underestimate the trump card of a sovereign stage great demon. You're just a little girl. If you die together with an old man, it'll be like committing suicide for love. What would that be? The elder leaped up lightly and sat down cross-legged. Clouds appeared under his feet. He placed his hands on his abdomen. Clouds rose from his palms and a snow-white pocket-sized flying sword slowly rose. Huang Wan's expression was calm. Yao Chongdao's natal flying sword was suitable for large-scale battles. It was very similar to Wu Qingpei's Sweet Rain and Yu Qing's Skylark in the Sky. Its strength was not in close combat. Huang Wan exhaled a mouthful of colorful fog. It disappeared in a flash. There was not much of a scene. However, it made Li Kai, who was far away from the battlefield, feel terrified. Any sovereign stage great demon was a monster who had lived for a long time. In the long years, Huang Wan had refined hundreds of natal items of the 5 elements. She kept eliminating and replacing them. In the end, she had 2 immortal weapons and 3 half-immortal weapons. As for those magnificent jade palaces, except for 3 of them, the rest were all external objects. She had collected a large number of ancient ruins and immortal caves. It was nothing more than a hobby to relieve her boredom. Yao Chengdao said to himself, "Little Ning, from now on, I'll leave her to you to protect. Don't not protect her just because she's strong enough. There's no good man in the world who won't protect the woman he loves. It's good that you can stop little Ning and go out of the city to fight with Li Zhen. It's good that you can still live after defeating Li Zhen. So there's nothing to worry about. I'm very relieved." In an instant, the old man's forehead, temple, neck, chest, and abdomen seemed to have been pierced by 5 colorful flying swords. After being pierced, the old man's bones, blood, flesh, soul, and sword intent were all madly absorbed by the 5 inconspicuous holes. Huang Luan was obviously not too willing to let Yao Chengdao's sword light destroy too many buildings. Except for Li Kai, who was clearly determined to deliver the next sword, even at the cost of her own life. In the distance, a young woman had already rushed over on a flying sword. Her momentum was like a rainbow. It was Ning Yao. The old man shattered his natal flying sword without warning. He closed his eyes and smiled. "Although I didn't use my sword, I died a worthy death." The mountain was covered in clouds and mist. Yao Chengdao used his soul, sword, and intrinsic flying sword to create a world of his own. In the next moment, Huang Luan found herself in a vast white mist. An immortal stage sword immortal, whose flying sword was not a natal ability to create a small world, actually had the means to detain a sovereign stage great demon. What was the point? As a matter of fact, Yao Chengdao was already deader than dead. Who can kill me? Li Kai? Or Ning Yao, who was ultimately only at the nascent soul stage? Far away, a certain B** starred who was ganging up on 2 sovereign stage great demons disappeared into thin air. Moreover, he directly broke through 2 small worlds that had a strict atmosphere. One of them was a burly giant with 3 heads and 6 arms. Wherever he stood, there would always be a golden futon following him. He had once taken the lead to ascend the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. However, he was slashed down by Qin Qingdu's sword. After that, he purposely left a deep sword mark that was as deep as a ravine. There was also a short old man who rode on a flying sword. His brows and hair were white, and he carried a long staff on his shoulder. He came to the giant's shoulder and asked in confusion, "Why is it so strange?" A moment later, on a battlefield, the clouds and mist dispersed, revealing the truth. A man used Yao Chengdao's Lianyun sword to stab the head of a great demon. He raised it high into the air and said indifferently, "The one who killed Huang Luan is Yao Chengdao and Alliance." The large moon that served as the battlefield was already on the verge of collapse. A tall old sword immortal stood on a huge corpse of a great demon. He laughed loudly and said, "Alliance, what do you think?" Dong Senging was the only one who killed the Lotus Nunnery Master. Although his natal flying sword was destroyed, the old man could still return to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He exploded his sword intent and enveloped the entire large moon. Then he transformed into a huge Dharma form and dragged the large moon to the ground. He smashed it towards the place where the great demon army of the desolate land was gathered. The bright moon began to shatter, and the old sword immortal's figure gradually dissipated. The large moon crashed to the ground with such great momentum that the 6 great demons, including Yangji and Fei Fei, had no choice but to face the bright moon and the old sword immortal with the surname Dong. Alliance raised his arm high and gave a thumbs up. 684. Twisting Heart was furious. "Qin Pingon, what's wrong with you?" Squatting on the side, Shuangjiang sighed softly. He couldn't blame the little girl for being hot-tempered. She was used to the hidden official patriarch's tenacity. She had been through all the previous sewing sessions, so she was used to accidents big and small. No matter how dangerous the process was, she always seemed to succeed. Therefore, this accident was very unexpected. In this cage, after killing another nascent soul realm demon sword cultivator, Twisting Heart needed to inscribe the real name of an ancient ferocious demon and use her natal item, the embroidery needle, to pierce through Qin Pingon's back. She also needed to connect his spine. With only 2 strokes left, she failed. If Twisting Heart didn't withdraw her knife in time, Qin Pingon's spine would have been broken into 2 pieces. The surging aura of the real name of the demon surged crazily into Qin Pingan's heart. If Qin Pingan didn't have a few words left in his heart that twisting heart was familiar with, Qin Pingan's body and soul would have exploded like a string of firecrackers. He would end up like the Earth immortals who self-destructed their Jindan and nascent soul. The young hidden official patriarch fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Most of his skin was peeled off and his spine was exposed. The young man curled up on the ground and twitched. The ground was covered in blood, and the remaining aura of the real name of the demon lingered in the blood. Vaguely, the aura of the real name of the demon gathered into a Jindan. It wanted to use the blood as a cultivation ground, hoping to become a nether spirit. If it was left alone in the vast world, a Jindan stage ghost might be born in the blink of an eye. Then it could find an ancient battlefield site with enough aura of evil to gather nether soldiers, build a nether house and build a tree king banner. It would become a ghost king who could bring chaos to thousands of miles. Xianxia also ended up in a miserable state. She spat out a few mouthfuls of black blood. This time she did not forcefully swallow it back into her stomach. Instead she turned her head and spat it out on the ground. The air-green snake turned into an otherworldly demon. With a wave of his sleeve, the real name Nether Spirit, which was rapidly growing into a mustard seed, was separated from the blood on the ground and suspended in front of him. Frost Descent stretched out 2 fingers and gently crushed it. The filthy evil chi, which was enough to turn a cultivator in the lower 5 states directly into a puppet of the Nether Spirit, completely disappeared. After a while Qin Pingan sat up. His soul was trembling and his muscles, bones, blood and flesh were trembling slightly. It was as if there was a fish flipping its back under the ground. The blood in his body was boiling like a flood. Fortunately, the 5 elements natal items began to operate on their own, helping to calm the phenomenon. Fortunately, Qin Pingan was able to maintain his physical body. He said apologetically, "I really can't take it anymore." Frost Descent winked at Xianxia, hinting that the little girl should not add salt to the wound. Although Xianxia was no longer scolding, she still looked displeased. She said in a low voice, "We're about to attack Yunqing and Qingqiu. If you're still so useless, I advise you to stop here. After all, this real name garment is barely usable now." Qin Pingan nodded. Xianxia helped Qin Pingan roughly sew his skin and disappeared in a flash. Her accidentally superfluous actions, Xianxia pretended to be careless, Qin Pingan pretended not to exist, and Frost Descent pretended not to see. The 3 of them had a tacit understanding. After Xianxia left, Frost Descent advised carefully, "Elder Ingguan, it's already not easy for your body to be on the verge of collapse every time you use the method of exchanging life for life. If you want to sew the clothes immediately after killing the demons, it's not appropriate." Once the clothes were not sewn, Qin Pingan's body and mind recovered very quickly. He was like a sick person who had just recovered from a serious illness. He was also like a person who had been blind for a long time and finally saw the light. He was immersed in a relaxed and comfortable small world. Qin Pingan could already stagger up and walk slowly with his body hunched. After Frost Descent cleaned up the real name demon, the large pool of blood on the ground had already been kept by Xianxia into her embroidered bag. Frost Descent praised her inwardly. "What a thrifty sewing girl." She said nice things in return. Qin Pingan said, "The matter of sewing clothes now is too painful. Every time I kill a demon, my heart trembles when I think about it. I want to finish it in one go." Moreover, Xianxia said that the more painful it is, the deeper the memory and the better the effect. Frost Descent said slowly, "Relying on the suppression of heaven and earth of the caged sparrow, every time you decide to change your life, you secretly create a place of no return. You use all your means and you can kill the nascent soul realm sword cultivators time and time again. Just like that cockroach sword cultivator. So what if he was suppressed by you by more than half of his realm? Didn't he still destroy your heart with one sword strike? If it were someone else, they would have died after being hit by that dripping sword. How should I kill the rest of the upper 5 realms? Mengpo and Qingqiu are slightly better. Mengpo's natal supernatural power is proficient in illusion techniques, so it won't affect you much. You can just show her a flaw. Qingqiu is naturally suppressed by Xianxia. Zhu Jie's natal scroll is in the small world of the caged sparrow, so it's difficult for Zhu Jie to fully display his supernatural power. If Zhu Jie spreads out the scroll, you can fold mountains and rivers. It's easy to say that there will always be a chance. As for Yunqing, it's hard to say. These four are just talking about whether you have the slightest chance. As for the immortal realm Ho Chongjun, you have no chance of winning. Once you open the prison door, you will be courting death. Frost Descent said finally, unless you reach the peak of Wu Fu Mountain and at the same time break through the Sea Watcher and Dragon Gate realms and enter the Jindan realm. The premise is that you don't go and fight with that Ho Chongjun. The gap between the realms is too big, so it's useless even if you use all your tricks. Qin Pingon walked out of the prison and said, Peak of Wu Fu Mountain forming the Jindan? You make it sound so easy. Don't you know my current situation and plan? The extraterrestrial demon followed beside him and clenched his fist again and again. His arm rose and fell above his head and he shouted again and again, Old ancestor, you don't care about big or small things. Thousands of caddies are like goose feathers, thousands of years of worries are like drizzling rain. Old ancestor can turn clouds and rain with one palm. In the end, he received a punch from Qin Pingon, who was in a bad mood. The extraterrestrial demon's body broke into pieces, and after it reassembled on the spot, it looked sick and tired and no longer annoyed others. If he was a loyal official who remonstrated with death, he would not be trusted. If he was a treacherous and flattering official, he would be beaten. It was really hard to predict the heavens' will. Being with the emperor was like being with a tiger. Qin Pingon walked all the way to the pavilion below the prison. Q-Sword Huang He and the other 5 nascent soul stage sword cultivators of the demon clan had a rough idea of what Shuangjun had pointed out. Their only goal was to fight for the right time and place to surpass the nascent soul stage sword cultivators. In this way, of course, it was not a pure Q-Sword between sword cultivators, but it was not an unfair victory either. As sword cultivators, Huang He and the others also had their own secret techniques. Qin Pingon's biggest reliance was the small heaven and earth of the flying sword caged sparrow. Both of them were in the realm of Qi cultivator, and they were in the realm of Qi cultivator. Then there was the deity drum beating style of the remote traveling martial artist. According to Frost Descent, as long as Qin Pingon reached the Jade Pure realm in the future, the sparrow in the caged sparrow would be well nourished. By then they would both be in the same realm and each of them would be in the same realm. Only then would they be in the same realm. Breaking through the realm and killing enemies would be as easy as picking up money from the ground. However, these were all things that were out of reach. For now he could only think about it and have some fun. When he arrived at the pavilion, Qin Pingon sat with his legs crossed. He placed the narrow saber horizontally on his knees and began to breathe to temper the remaining martial arts fate. At the same time he was thinking about the deal with Frost Descent. He was doing 3 things at the same time, cultivating 2 things at the same time. After reaching the cave-dwelling realm, Qin Pingon was used to being a cultivator in the lower 5 realms, regardless of how Frost Descent, an ascendant realm cultivator, treated it as a lower 5 realms cultivator. This was the first time he cultivated as an immortal in the middle 5 realms. When he was breathing leisurely, the aperture acupoints on Qin Pingon's face were filled with white fog. Reiki was pure, like slender but eye-catching snow-white serpents hanging upside down on the cliff. Especially in the middle of Qin Pingon's eyebrows, there was a spot of divine light that flickered. And in the eyelids, there was a faint golden light. His eyes were like 2 caves with 2 bright lights shining through the bamboo curtain at the door. This was the land immortal appearance of Tao that Qi trainers below the earth immortal dreamed of. After fighting with 5 nascent soul realm cultivators for 5 rounds, regardless of whether it was practicing martial arts, forcefully tempering the martial arts fate into the root of the mountain, or checking the flaws through the injuries, or refining the flaws of the natal item, it could be said that he had gained a lot. Frost Descent abided by the rules and did not step into the pavilion. He was like a lonely ghost floating outside. Qin Pingon's deal with the extraterrestrial demon with 1 grain of grain rain money was almost coming to an end. 1 grain of grain rain money was divided into 10 grains of small heat money, all of which were used to buy Frost Descent's life. Frost Descent received the first grain of small heat money as a gift of the ancient dragon slaying platform's execution item, the narrow saber Zhangkan. The string of inscriptions in the crystal heart could help Qin Pingon to forget himself faster and immerse his mind more deeply when he was meditating. Its effect was similar to that of a cultivator sitting on a cushion in a fairy's house and lighting up the mountain and water incense in the cave. Although it was a method of dripping water to penetrate a stone, It could not be underestimated. Cultivators in the lower 5 states absorbed the aura of heaven and earth like holding water with both hands. It was very difficult. After entering the middle 5 states, it was like having a bucket to draw water into an ancient well. Of course, it would be faster. Qin Pingon not only received a treasured saber that could defeat the flood dragon, but it could also benefit his cultivation in the future. It was very profitable. For the second grain of small heat money, Qin Pingon asked Frost Descent to explain in detail the cultivation tips of the Cave Realm, Sea Watching Realm and Dragon Gate Realm, as well as the combination of all the major and middle refining natal items. Qin Pingon decided to enter the Cave Realm in the prison. At that time the aura of heaven and earth was flowing backward. Frost Descent said with certainty that this was a matter of chance. He took the opportunity to wander around and helped to find the 6 mountains of the Crown Prince who had opened 10 natal acupoints. He successfully obtained the 3rd grain of small heat money. Apart from Frost Descent's imparting of Taoism, dispelling doubts and earning money, Frost Descent also made an additional deal with Qin Pingon. Frost Descent only said that the sword fairy banner that was refined by Zhong needed to be erected at the top of the mountain temple with a secret technique. He did not mention the details at that time. Therefore Qin Pingon obediently took the bait and made money by transforming the extraterrestrial demon. The Grandmaster Yingguan, a Qi cultivator of the Cave Realm, had an additional cultivation technique to add to the brocade. In addition, the imitation of the Baek Kekyung building pagoda could be used as an important supplementary natal item after opening a new acupoint in the Sea Watching Realm. The natal item of the 5 elements could absorb the aura of heaven and earth. And the aura of the 5 elements naturally produced in the small world of the human body could be refined by the Baek Kekyung building. Could be used to nourish 5 natal items with half the effort. This was Frost Descent's timely help. In addition, how to add the finishing touch to the murals in the Water Mansion. 3 kinds of celestial secret methods that Frost Descent imparted to the ancestor of the hidden official only cost Qin Pingon 1 grain of small heat money. Frost Descent had already obtained 4 grains of small heat money. The 2 short swords that Frost Descent seemed to be casual and only said, carving the boat in the past. Frost Descent deliberately said it vaguely because he didn't want to reveal the real origin. The 2 short swords were respectively inscribed with the words, desecration, and lake. The former one was already in Qin Pingon's blade nourishing gourd and was not in the category of business. However, the short sword with the word lake inscribed with the word, ancestor of the hidden official, Frost Descent offered 1 grain of small heat money and Qin Pingon also agreed. Unknowingly, the otherworldly demon had already earned 5 grains of small heat money. After Qin Pingon entered the Dragon Gate Realm, he could start refining the 2 ancient swords into 2 flood dragons in the Dragon Chiu pond of the Water Mansion. As for the flood dragon of water that was originally condensed from the water core, he could refine it into a pearl of water. In the future, on the path of cultivation, the stronger the water fate, the higher the grade of the pearl. First, he gave away the short sword with the word, desecration, for free. Then he talked about the benefits of refining the short sword with the word lake, the sword immortal banner, and the imitation Baek Kekyung building. In fact, the otherworldly demon was fishing. He gave half of the bait and kept the other half. Qin Pingon didn't mind Frost Descent's business methods. After all, it was a fair trade. It couldn't be considered a forced trade. Other than that, Frost Descent continuously used the celestial cave robe that was both real and fake, the 2 green snakes beside his ears, and all the golden sand and golden body fragments that he obtained from the Longevity Fellow, to make a deal with Qin Pingon for 4 grains of small heat money. Only 1 grain of small heat money was left. After pooling 1 grain of grain rain money, according to the agreement, the otherworldly demon Frost Descent could immediately leave the prison and obtain unfettered freedom. Moreover, once it left the prison, Qin Pingon and Qin Qingdu could no longer target it. As long as it didn't follow the demon race into the vast world and didn't harm any sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it could go to the wasteland to be an overlord, or go to the vast world to hide its tracks, support puppets and establish a sect. It was all up to it. During this period, Frost Descent was once willing to buy a small story of a contract with Qin Pingon with a piece of snow money on credit. In the end, Qin Pingon quickly used a piece of snow money to exchange with Frost Descent for the real material of the 5 Thunder Seal. Frost Descent suddenly said, I originally thought that the inconspicuous piece of snow money would become the winner of our deal. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to eliminate the doubts in my heart so quickly. Once Frost Descent had 9 grains of small heat money and some scattered snow money, but even if it was only 1 grain of grain rain money and only 1 grain of snow money, the deal still couldn't be completed. In this deal, the awkward part of the otherworldly demon Frost Descent was that it was only 1 grain of small heat money and it would die. Even if it was only 1 grain of snow money, it would still die. Qin Pingon still had his eyes closed and said frankly, "At first I thought of tampering with this snow money, but I changed my mind later." Frost Descent stopped and asked worriedly, "You haven't made up your mind not to give me the last grain of small heat money, have you? Ancestor Ingguan, please don't do business like this. It's too damaging to your moral standing." Qin Pingon opened his eyes and shook his head. "Of course not, I'll do the first grain of small heat money with you and you can live." Frost Descent nodded gently and said doubtfully, "I know about this but I've never dared to believe it." Qin Pingon said, "Do you want to see Frost Descent so much? For a otherworldly demon who has obtained pure freedom, do you still need to be so obsessed?" The two of them were silent. Qin Pingon continued, "You are no longer an immortal couple. Moreover, with your cultivation and state of mind, aren't you always together with the great cultivator Frost Descent, inseparable? Because the inner demon of Frost Descent was his beloved woman. It should be a Tao fate after Frost Descent reached the upper 5 states. It was not until Frost Descent reached the Ascendant Realm, or even when he was trying to reach the Lost Realm, that this otherworldly demon really appeared. However, Frost Descent had never been able to completely eliminate this inner demon. In the end, they were separated from each other. It was estimated that Frost Descent used some mysterious Taoist magic to only expel the inner demon, but he couldn't really subdue, refine, or kill this inner demon. However, these were all baseless speculations. Only God knew the truth, unless Qin Pingon went to the Qingming world in the future and could see the real Frost Descent. The otherworldly demon squinted and asked, "How did you guess it? Was it the embroidered handkerchief of the woman's boudoir that revealed my origin? Or was it my instinct to avoid you when you touched my head?" Qin Pingon asked back, "Guess what? Didn't you deliberately want me to know the truth?" The otherworldly demon, who had the appearance of a white-haired boy, smiled sweetly. She floated in the air and clapped her hands lightly. She praised from the bottom of her heart, "What a great patriarch, hidden official. Qin Pingon has never disappointed anyone." Qin Pingon said, "The last small sum of money, let's make a promise of 100 years. Before you and I meet again, you help me secretly protect a person." The white-haired boy gently flicked the green snake beside his ear and said, "The 5th world only allows Qi cultivators below the upper 5 states to enter. I don't dare to violate the rules of Confucianism. I want to, but I can't. This deal is difficult for me." Qin Pingon, are you being unkind? Are you deliberately making things difficult for me? Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "My master is there. I believe that the scholarly sage who guards the pass will turn a blind eye to you in the end. However, you only have one chance to act. After that, you will be expelled by the scholarly sage at most. At that time, you will have to listen to my master's arrangements. Whether it is returning to the vast world, settling down in Luapa Mountain, or being imprisoned in the Forest of Merits, I will find you. No matter what price I have to pay, I will keep my promise and restore your freedom. If you don't act, you and I will meet in the 5th world." The white-haired boy asked, "What if?" Qin Pingon said in a deep voice, "What if I can't keep my promise to find you? After 100 years, no matter what, you will still be free." The white-haired boy began to wander around the pavilion as if he was weighing the pros and cons. He began to discuss the details with the young hidden official. "Scholars care about their reputation the most. It's not much of a secret for me to hide in a sword cultivator's soul. Even if that teacher of yours helps me, it's still inappropriate, isn't it? If Twisting Heart can go to the 5th world, her soul is deep enough. However, she is in the unpolished jade realm and can't go. You can't blame me for this. First, that great demon who caught the pavilion has its own specialization. Second, it can hide in the depths of the soul of a Jindan sword cultivator and successfully hide from the sword cultivators. Obviously, it can't be done in a day. If you give me 3 to 5 years of time, I am confident that I can find a Jindan cultivator and take over the nest of a magpie." Qin Pingon said, "I will help you find a place to hide. The white-haired boy said with emotion, "The hidden official's plan is flawless. There are thousands of words in my heart, but when they reach my mouth they become speechless." Qin Pingon stood up and hung the saber on his waist again. "If you agree to this, please don't do anything unnecessary in that brand new world in the future. Don't try it again. Otherwise, you will have to burn incense every day and beg me to die in this great wall of sword qi." Qin Pingon smiled and squinted. "Before every fight I never like to say harsh words to people. Today I will make an exception for you. Please cherish it." The white-haired boy no longer had a mischievous expression. He bowed respectfully. "I will follow the ancestors' decree. From now on the deal of 1 grain of grain rain money is considered complete." Qin Pingon leaned back and fell to the ground. He put his hands behind his head and said, "I will go back and test the depth of Mengpo and Qingqiu's cultivation. If I can't even deal with them, I will have to trouble you to use the dove fairy technique to fight for me." Qin Pingon closed his eyes and said, "Maybe you purposely let me know the identity of the woman and mistakenly thought that you were the inner demon of the woman Shuangjiang admired. In fact, it was all a trick. It doesn't matter. You have won. I didn't lose anything anyway." The white-haired boy said with a sad expression, "The hero is not free. The ancestor's heroic look is really distressing." Qin Pingon unsheathed his blade. He didn't even look at the otherworldly demon. He quickly slashed his blade. The otherworldly demon quickly condensed and jumped towards the pavilion. It gave a thumbs up and clapped its hands again and again. "You are not a hero who can turn the world upside down. You are also a hero who can destroy mountains and rivers." Oh, what a good blade technique. Twisting Heart sat on the steps in the distance. She looked at the otherworldly demon and the green-robed man in the pavilion. They were about to leave. It was very likely that they would go to different places. She suddenly felt reluctant to part with them. As a sewing person, she had never been so lively in her life of cultivation. Yet it was stable. She didn't have to worry about the unpredictable schemes on the mountain. No one looked at her as if she was a ghost. A group of 3 people walked on a lonely street. Li Kai was dressed in a snow-white robe. A slender snow-white sword Shuangjiao was tied to her waist. The sword in the scabbard had already been broken into 2. Other than the female leader of the Fuping sword sect, there was also a young man, Qin Li, and a young girl, Gao Yuqing. They would follow Li Kai to the North Continent and become her direct disciples. Li Kai admitted that she wasn't as heroic as Lu Ji. Her appearance had already recovered. The scar on her cheek wasn't obvious, but her face was pale. It was obvious that she hadn't fully recovered. The real hidden danger was that Li Kai's natal flying sword, Snowflake, was severely damaged. She probably wouldn't be able to reach the immortal realm for the rest of her life. Li Kai didn't care. When a woman's realm was high, it was easy for her to not get married. It didn't matter how good her temper was. This female sword deity had been fighting non-stop since she arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. She led the charge every time. A few years ago there were many rules in the Summer Palace. The hidden official's messenger flying swords were the most annoying and restricted sword deities. Among the sword deities, the one who scolded the young hidden officials the most was definitely Li Kai. She was far better than the local sword deities. After Li Kai retreated from the city with serious injuries, she gave up all her battle achievements. She only asked for a sword and a robe from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He had a close friend, Taixia progenitor Liu. They had agreed to go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi together to kill demons. When they arrived at the wine shop, Li Kai looked at the uninvolved plaque. In the end, she only pulled one off the wall and held it in her hand. She wasn't in a hurry to return to the North Continent. She wanted to travel to the South Sa continent. For example, she wanted to visit the mountain where the sword deity Yuan Qingshu lived. Li Kai had a broken blade strengthening gourd with her. It was Yuan Qingshu's relic and should be returned to his sect. In the past, Yuan Qingshu had joked with the local sword deity, Gao Kuei, about using the blade's strengthening gourd to store wine and the name of a great demon to accompany the wine. In the end, both of them died. Li Kai turned to look at the 2 small heads at the door of the shop. She smiled and said, "Tell the second shopkeeper that this uninvolved plaque has been taken away." Feng Kangol said, "It doesn't matter. Just take it away." The second shopkeeper wouldn't even dare to fart when he sees such a beautiful girl. Not only did she go to another shop to spend money to drink, But she also made a big fuss and embarrassed her own shop. The peach board had a good memory. She remembered all the customers who came to the wine shop to buy and drink. She asked, "Sister Zhao, why hasn't our second shopkeeper shown himself yet? Is he wearing a woman's skin again and making himself look pretty? Is he secretly killing demons?" Li Kai laughed. "Sister Zhao? Did the second shopkeeper teach you that?" The peach board nodded. Feng Kangol complained, "Why are you nodding like an idiot? You're not sincere at all." Li Kai stopped smiling and said, "Give me a pot of each type of wine. I want to bring them to the South Saw continent." Gao Yuqing was carving words on the uninvolved plaque with his flying sword. Qin Li rolled his eyes and said, "What's so good about that Pang Yuanji?" Gao Yuqing turned around and hid the uninvolved plaque. She said angrily, "It's none of your business." Li Kai stood at the door of the shop and looked at the top of the city. She came here to fight to her heart's content. She didn't think that her swordsmanship was far from enough. In the end, she owed sword deity Yao a huge favor. The problem was, how was she going to repay him in the future? How was she going to repay him? The youth looked lonely. "Master, am I going to be a disciple of the Fuping sword sect from now on?" Li Kai said, "Then learn from the second shopkeeper." Vast world, hidden official Chen Pingon. Great wall of sword Qi Qin Li of Fuping sword lake. Don't delay each other. Home comes first, cultivation comes second. Don't forget your roots. The youth nodded. That was a good idea. Li Kai finally left the Great Wall of Sword Qi with the youth. There were no cross-continent ferries from the North Continent to the inverted hanging mountain for the time being. They found an immortal inn to stay in. Li Kai drank alone. Li Tumi Tao Wen Zhou Qing Nalan Yeshing, Gao Kue Yao Chong Dao Dong Sanging Zhang Jiao and Li Ding of the White Mountain Continent, Yuan Qingshu of the South Saw Continent, Han Huizi of the Taihui Sword Sect, Xie Ji of the Fuyao Continent. There were so many young sword cultivators. Many of them were around the same age as Qin Li and Gao Yuqing. There would only be more and more of them. Li Kai's eyes were hazy with drunkenness. She leaned against the window. "Let's just drink to death in this *T unpolished jade realm." Gao Yuqing stayed next door. The girl was still adapting to the environment of the inverted hanging mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The difference between spirit Qi and sword Qi was like heaven and earth. Qin Li was a careless person. While practicing his sword, he was at a shop in the inn that specialized in selling treasures on the mountain. He was weighing his money bag. Because the entire Lingjijai had already moved away, the various factions familiar with the inverted hanging mountain had previously cleared out their inventory and sold many low-grade spirit artifacts at a low price. This inn was one of them, so there weren't many transcendent artifacts. At first glance, there was a dazzling array of dazzling artifacts. Li Kai, who had been paying attention to Qin Li's sword intent in the distance, frowned. Her murderous aura surged as she rushed over. Li Kai reached out and grabbed the youth's natal flying sword. Blood flowed from her palm and dripped to the ground. He was unaware of it. She said to Qin Li, "So many sword cultivators died. I didn't ask you to come to the vast world to die. If you really want to die, you can wait until you become a sword immortal. If a sword cultivator in the sea-viewing realm dies, who will remember who you are? If you can't hold it in any longer, you might as well become a mountain cultivator. You will die quickly. Otherwise, when you cultivate in the future, you will be killed first and I will be angered to death by you. I won't know how to avenge you." The person targeted by Qin Li's flying sword was a flustered shopkeeper. When he saw Li Kai, he bowed and apologized to the female sword immortal. Anyway, there were many reasons, such as being blind and not worthy of death. Of course, there was no need to kill. In the end, Qin Li's sword heart was unstable. His murderous intent was too strong. He had already left the battlefield, but his sword heart was still reverberating there. This was a good thing. However, if Li Kai didn't do anything, even if Qin Li reached the North Continent, he would die as soon as he left the mountain. Li Kai opened her hand and the youth immediately kept his flying sword. Qin Li said guiltily, "I don't have any complaints towards Master, nor towards the North Continent." Li Kai smiled. "Master doesn't care about this. I only care if you practice your sword well and if there is a sword immortal in Fuping Sword Lake." Qin Li said honestly, "It is still a little difficult to become a sword immortal within 60 years. Li Kai patted the youth's shoulder and wiped the blood from her palm. "You are a man. Show some courage. You are my direct disciple. Even if you are only a sword cultivator of the middle 5 realms, when you talk to others, especially when you yell about killing, you have to have the tone of a sword immortal of the upper 5 realms. Upon hearing the words century-old sword immortal and sword immortal of 60 years, the shopkeeper in charge of the inn's shop felt his eyelids twitch. He regretted it and quickly thought of a way to remedy the situation. Li Kai and the youth spoke telepathically, and the youth reluctantly bought the spirit artifact that he liked at a high price. When they returned to their residence, Li Kai asked telepathically, "Do you remember that guy? Get back at him yourself in the future." Qin Li beamed from ear to ear and nodded vigorously. Li Kai knocked on Gao Youqing's door and grabbed the girl's cheek, pinching it hard. Qin Li needs to control his temper. "Gao Youqing, what's wrong with you? Was he too timid and afraid of trouble? If Qin Li attacks, Master will stop him, but she will be happy. You, on the other hand, are just watching from afar. You don't have the slightest intention to attack? Master is very unhappy." Gao Youqing, whose cheek was pinched, said timidly, "Master, my brother wants me to endure when I reach the vast world. I must not cause trouble." Li Kai spat. No wonder Marquis Gao Yi is still a rotten nascent soul. Gao Youqing's eyes immediately turned red. Not only did he miss his brother who he had depended on since childhood, he was also worried that the separation between them was not as simple as life. He was worried that it was actually a silent farewell. Li Kai immediately let go and said softly, all right. If you want to endure, then endure. However, Master can teach the two of you a trick. If you are bullied, then endure. But if your fellow disciples are bullied, then chop them to death. Motherf kill those who should be killed. Don't chop those who shouldn't be killed. Just chop them until they are half dead. Our floating duckweed sword lake still has some money. We can afford the medical fees. This way you and Qin Li will endure what you need to endure and vent your anger. If you really can't beat them, you can go back home and call Master to help you." At the beginning, the young man and woman were quite happy when they heard it, but when they heard, "go back home," they became silent and sad. Li Kai sighed softly and waved her hand. She went to drink and left a sentence for her disciples, "Go practice your swords." Old Deaf finally returned to the prison. Yu Yu and Chong Ming followed him to the pavilion for the first time. Dream Granny's prison was already empty. Old Deaf came to the stairs and glanced at the pavilion. There was a young hidden official who was wearing an unfamiliar robe. The robe was huge and the sleeves dragged on the ground. Qin Pingon seemed to be in meditation. He did not notice Old Deaf's arrival. Old Deaf stretched out his hand and grabbed the jasper hairpin that Qin Pingon had pinned in his hair bun. He pulled it in front of him and said solemnly, "Boss Sword Immortal wants to borrow this item. I'll return it to you soon." Qin Pingon remained indifferent. Old Deaf glanced at Twisted Heart, who was sitting at the bottom of the stairs and carefully kept the jasper hairpin in his sleeve. The old man did not trust that otherworldly demon, but this one-track-minded young lady was more reliable. Twisted Heart sensed Old Deaf's scrutinizing gaze and said, "It's fine. He asked for it. It has nothing to do with Wu Shuangjiang." The woman who appeared from the gold essence copper coin frowned slightly. Shuangjiang chuckled, "Dao friend Chong Ming, there's no such thing as taking all the advantages in the world. Getting 9 for 1 is the right thing to do. You should learn more from my ancestor." The woman nodded gently. Yu Yu did not know why, but when she looked at the young hidden official's figure, she felt a little apprehensive. Old Deaf rushed over and disappeared in a flash, leaving the prison. The young man and woman walked up the stairs together. Shuangjiang followed behind. "Dao friend Chong Ming, shall we continue to plunder the land?" The woman smiled. "I've been waiting for a long time." Gao Kuei's final sword was to ask Ancestor Dragon Sovereign. After Dragon Sovereign received the sword, he personally killed the last sword immortal of his lineage. Not far away from the gray-robed man, Withered Bones Bai Ying was sitting on the throne. Seeing this scene, she felt that the minds of these sword cultivators were really strange. Fortunately, in the future there would no longer be such an existence in the vast world. Other than Qin Chunan from the South Saw continent, who was more troublesome to deal with, the rest of the cultivators from the Fuyao continent and the Tongye continent, especially the group of cultivators who were said to have achieved the Tao at the peak of the mountain, as well as most of the cultivators from the Immortal Mountains, were well aware of their moral conduct. They knew who was on the genealogy records, how they were passed down in an orderly manner, what the ancestors and earth immortal cultivators had done for thousands of years, what their temperaments were like and what their disciples sought. The most elegant sword immortal on the Great Wall of Sword Qi used to drink wine from a wine cup. He liked to lean against a smoking cage in the corridor and watch beauties perform swords. He made dozens of scented sachets, all of which were popular in the boudoirs of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Sun Jiyuan's hair was disheveled and he was barefoot. With the sword immortal as the center of the battlefield, there were broken limbs and broken bones of the demon army. He held a broken long sword in his hand and his robe was covered in blood. The sword immortal's vision was blurry as he looked around. Was this a dream? Life was a great drunkard. A sword immortal from the Central Plains who was born with a bitter face finally got the best of both worlds on the battlefield. There was also a young demon cultivator who cut off the head of an old sword cultivator from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. With tears in his eyes, he raised it high and shouted, "I have avenged my master." Then he threw away the head in his hand and rushed forward to meet his death. Since he was on the battlefield and had to die, he could only try his best to win more merits for his sect and tribe. In the wasteland, those big demons and earth immortals were all fighting for territory in the vast world. The big demons of the upper 5 realms all had their own ways to go. The earth immortals might want to enter the upper 5 realms, or seize more feng shui treasures and natural treasures. However, the demon race, which was the largest in number, was only driven to this place. The whole wasteland was divided into 20 parts by the moon-bearing mountain. On the 20 routes to the battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and constantly gathering, there were piles of bones of those who died before reaching the battlefield. The big demon Zhongguang twisted off the head of a sword immortal, who seemed to be surnamed Zhao. He didn't care anyway, there would be a military tent to record this merit. The reason why this Ascendant Realm big demon in a bright red robe was willing to take the initiative to return to the battlefield was different from the pitiful Huang Wan who needed to make up for her mistakes. Zhongguang saw the complete reversal of the situation on the battlefield. After the scholar, the last sage of the 3 sects, shattered his natal word and died, the wasteland had completely suppressed the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The sword cultivators who went out of the Great Wall of Sword Qi had no choice but to retreat to the top of the city. Just like the military tent predicted, as the battle continued, more and more sword cultivators died faster and faster. Alliance was besieged by 3 sovereign realm big demons in a world. He disappeared from the sight of the top of the city, and no one knew where he went for a long time. Lu Cha defeated Qi Tingji. In the center of the battlefield, only 2 sword immortals, Qin Shi and Nailan Shaowei, were left. Then there were Lu Ji, Yu Qing, Mi Hu, Guojia, Yan Ming, and the sword immortal Chou Miao from the hidden official's lineage. They defended the front line to win a chance for the sword cultivators behind them to retreat to the top of the city. Apart from the sword immortals, there was also a short old woman. She had already punched through the heads and bodies of countless demon cultivators with her fists. The enemy facing the old woman at the moment was a burly demon cultivator from the military school in golden armor. His armor shone brightly and golden light drifted around him. He held a blade with both hands and there was another blade at his waist that had never been unsheathed. The demon had obviously been eyeing that female warrior for a long time. Far away from the battlefield, he used the power of shrinking mountains and rivers. After a sudden slash, the old woman's entire back was slashed open. The short old woman took a few steps to the side, and forcibly raised her fists again. If I was still at the 10th level at my peak, I, by Lianshuang, would be able to crush a mere nascent soul cultivator with one punch. A ray of white sword light that had been searching for the old woman's figure surged over. The sword split the military cultivator apart with his body and armor. The young woman flew to the old woman's side and said, "Let's go back together." In the distance, several big demons began to show themselves. "Young lady, that's it. Just let me take a break from now on." The old woman said softly, "Young lady, please go back quickly. If you don't agree, how can I fight with peace of mind? In the Yao family and the Ning family, I've never slacked off. Today, young lady, let me be selfish for once." The old woman stepped in front of Ning Yao and faced the battlefield in the south. Her back was to her hometown. She smiled and said, "Young lady, take care of yourself in the future and take good care of young master. Young master is such a good man. If you meet him, don't let him go. Even old dog Nailan and I won't agree, let alone master and madam." The old woman said angrily, "Ning Yao, Don't wait for me. Wait for Qin Pingon. 100 years, 1,000 years, it's worth it. Bai Lianshuang, the 9th-level martial cultivator, used his fists to open a path. Just like that, he and his fists went far away. On this trip, the old woman felt guilty, reluctant, and relieved. Qin Shi, who was at the forefront of the battlefield, slashed open the small world of a sovereign realm big demon. He turned the tip of his sword and directly found the big demon Zhongguang on the battlefield. In the Battle of the 13 and the Siege of the City, this ascendant realm big demon was the leader of the demons in the savage land. The big demon Zhongguang was dumbfounded. He didn't know what was wrong with Qin Shi. He was willing to sacrifice his life and cultivation just to kill Zhongguang. If Qin Shi only chased after him, Zhongguang wouldn't be afraid. He had countless methods to avoid Qin Shi's attack. At most, he would have to sacrifice his 100 years of cultivation and 1 or 2 defensive treasures. The sovereign realm big demon who fought with Qin Shi threw the lightning spear in his hand toward old sword immortal Qin Shi's back. Elsewhere, Nalan Xiaowei blocked the spear for his old friend Qin Shi at all costs. He allowed himself to be surrounded by 2 sovereign realm big demons and watched Qin Shi leave with his sword. The old man who carved the word Qin on the wall of the Great Wall of Sword Energy had his life and sword intent in this sword. Zhongguang, the big demon, was an ascendant realm big demon. How could he not die? Nalan Xiaowei laughed loudly. Why don't we have another sovereign realm beast? The group of Yin-Yang cultivators and Mahist mechanical engineers had left. Xianxia and Stack Zhang walked together. It was the first time they came to the Great Wall of Sword Energy. They took a cross-continent ferry called Coral Jade in the central Divine Continent. After crossing the gate, Xianxia looked back. Stack Zhang said, "When we reach the central Divine Continent, we can wait for the door to open once every 100 years." The two found the Stork Inn. In the narrow alley of the inn, the young innkeeper sat at the door and basked in the sun. When he saw the white-robed man and the one-armed woman, he stood up and greeted them with a smile. "Esteemed guests, please come in." After crossing the threshold, Xianxia said, "Qin Pingon once said that if you were still in the inverted hanging mountain, I should ask you if you were a cultivator." Xianxia smiled. Qin Pingon also said that he didn't have any other intentions. He was just curious. The young innkeeper leaned on the counter and laughed. "I'm just a small businessman. I can barely protect my ancestral property. How can I be considered a cultivator?" Xianxia nodded and didn't ask any more questions. The young innkeeper looked up and glanced at the table of lazy people in the hall. He was angry. They were open for business, but each of them was more arrogant than him. The Stork Inn had little business, so the servants had nothing to do. An old man was in charge of closing the door and opening the door, a middle-aged chef who wasn't good at cooking, a strong woman who cleaned the courtyard and the house, and a young girl who didn't treat people well. The 4 of them had the surname Nian. Nian Hong, Nian Dofeng, Nian Chuantiao, and Nian Fenghua. They were gathered at a table. The man and woman sat on a bench. The old man and the young girl sat opposite each other. The young girl was lying on the table and yawning. An old man with a brandy nose stood on the bench. He was drinking wine. Every time he took a sip, he would close his eyes and shiver. A pot of wine could last half a day. The man seemed to be in a trance, but his hand under the table reached for the woman's leg. The woman slapped his hand away. After a while he tried again. His perseverance was commendable. The woman was busy gossiping with the young girl. She told the young girl that the rumors around inverted hanging mountain were all lewd. Otherwise there wouldn't be anything to talk about. The reason why Immortal Master Cloud Sign of the Water Essence Palace wanted to leave the inverted hanging mountain was because a handsome junior of hers in the Water Essence Palace didn't care about seniority and was infatuated with her. Immortal Master Cloud Sign couldn't scold or scold him, let alone agree to it. Thus she could only leave in embarrassment. At Elk Cliff, a female cultivator who was a tourist was ruthlessly pinched in the buttocks again. It was really strange. Every time she went there for a stroll, she didn't encounter such a vicious attack. The woman even asked the young girl if she had heard about the Lingji Zhai that moved away not long ago. Although there were many immortals in there, and it was actually very messy. There were quite a few foxes who were really shameless. How did the returning customers come? Wasn't it because of the Immortal Master's banquet, all of them exposing their white breasts and calling out brother and sister in bed? The young shopkeeper brought 2 dishes to go with the wine. He walked around the counter and sat on the only empty bench. He placed the 2 dishes of soybeans and vinegar peanuts on the table. Then he scolded the talkative woman with a smile. "Can you please stop? I don't know who pretended to be a fox immortal and knocked on the door earlier. She was even called ugly." The young girl pressed her cheek against the table and asked softly, "Shopkeeper, are you talking about Xianxia and Stack Zhang?" The young shopkeeper nodded. He picked up a peanut and put it in his mouth. "They're both very powerful young people. It's just that the killing intent in their hearts is a bit heavy." The old man took another sip of wine. The wine in his cup was not even a bit shallow. He drank until his whole body curled up. "Xianxia, you seem to have quite a lot of sword and literary luck. You're a talent. As for that young girl, it doesn't matter if she's missing an arm. I can tell at a glance that she's going to bring good fortune to her husband. Oh, shopkeeper, our wine and soybeans are really amazing." The man muttered, "You're the only one who can make wine that smells of horse urine taste like the best immortal wine." The young shopkeeper said helplessly, "In any case, it's wine brewed in our own shop. Please say something nice and be a bit more polite." The young girl took out a small and exquisite rattle drum from her sleeve. The drum's surface was painted and sewn with dragon skin. It had a peachwood handle and a colored glass bead hanging from it. The old man frowned and said, "Put away the window flower." The young shopkeeper said with a smile, "It doesn't matter." Looking at the 4 people in front of him, the young shopkeeper said, "It's been so many years. You've worked hard." The woman sighed sadly. She took out a bamboo hairpin from her sleeve and placed it on the table. She fiddled with it gently. The man took advantage of the woman's distraction and slapped her buttocks. The sound was crisp and pleasing to the ear. The trembling sound was pleasing to the eye. "It's not hard, it's not hard. There are no rules here. It's very comfortable. I don't even want to go back." The woman fiercely slapped the man's face, causing him to spin in a circle before falling to the ground. The man covered his face and sat back down on the bench. The woman raised her leg and kicked him to the farthest corner of the bench. The young girl named Nian Guanhua asked softly, "Shopkeeper, why did Madame Gui go back on her words? If she goes to our place, won't she really have peace? When the time comes, we'll introduce her to Baek Okekyung building." The young shopkeeper waved his hand, signaling the young girl to stop talking. The young shopkeeper looked out of the door and sighed, "Traveling against the wind alone without sleep. When did the guest's heart turn mournful?" Holding a candle to check the hair on the temples, white snow gradually accumulates in another year. The man slapped the table and cheered loudly. The old man quickly took a sip of wine. "Amazing, amazing, I'm drunk." The young girl who had her face on the table was furious. She grabbed the edge of the table with both hands and only revealed her head above the table. He kicked the man with all her strength. The young shopkeeper smiled brightly and raised his hand to thank her. The woman looked at the shopkeeper opposite her and smiled knowingly. The shopkeeper in front of her was much cuter and more amiable than the deputy palace master in her hometown. The young shopkeeper picked up an old vinegar peanut and gently threw it back to the plate. He said slowly, "The little grass before the lamp writes the peach talisman." The other 4 people at the table stopped fooling around and sat upright. The young shopkeeper said, "If there's no other way, I can only go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Even if there's suspicion of taking advantage of others. As for the rest of you, you don't have to follow me. If I want to go back to my hometown, it's not difficult." The 4 of them had no objections. Under the heavens, it was the same as Xuandu Temple. The palace master's words were the most effective, but he had been in seclusion for too many years. Therefore, the best fighter was the young shopkeeper, the guardian of the Lunar New Year. Nian Hong, Taoist name Dragon in Cave, real name Zhang Yunhua. Nian Dofang, Taoist name Mountain Lord Yucho. The woman who changed her name to Nian Chuantiao and Yucho were actually Taoist companions. The young girl called Nian Chuanhua, Taoist name Deng Zhu, was the daughter of the palace master of Sui Chu Palace. Every year on New Year's Eve, Sui Chu Palace had the custom of burning lanterns and candles, as well as the tradition of beating drums to chase away the plague ghosts. It was all done by the young girl. Of course, it wasn't because of her identity, but because of her cultivation. In terms of seniority and realm, not counting the number of people, half of Sui Chu Palace was in this small stork sparrow inn. However, apart from the young shopkeeper, the other 4 people traveled far away. They didn't have complete souls, and their true bodies and yang spirits were still in Sui-Chu Palace. Their Yin deity's journey could be said to be extremely far. The ferry docked at the inverted mountain. Xianxia and Zhou left the inn and boarded the ferry. The name of the ferry, Shanhu Jade, made Xianxia grab onto the railing tightly. He had read too many books, his realm was too low and his swordsmanship was too weak. Since the courier had arrived, Baojue had just arrived. He knelt down with the box in his hands. His internal organs were shocked. Xianxia smiled miserably. He subconsciously reached for the wine pot at his waist, only to remember that he had already quit drinking. He didn't bring any wine with him when he left his hometown. Zhou didn't know how to comfort Xianxia. In the past she was a single-armed young woman who had no relatives or friends, so she was completely carefree. Actually, she occasionally envied the bustling Qin clan estate on Elephant Street. But now she didn't know who should be envious. Xianxia thought of Sister Ning, Fatty Yen, Dong Haitan, and the little girl Guizhujiu. Each of them hung a nameplate on the wall of his wine shop. The girl who didn't cry even when her arm was chopped off immediately raised her remaining arm to cover her eyes. The nascent soul sword cultivator Qing Quan led the group. He carried a sword box wrapped in cotton cloth. The old man brought a dozen young people to the inverted mountain. Among them were Yan Ming and Dong Huafu, who were at the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm. They met the old perfected one who was holding a horsetail whisk with dragon whiskers. Qing Quan handed the old perfected one a personal letter from the Taoist saint and a family letter, with many restrictions. He hoped that the great heavenly lord would bring it back to the Qingming world in the future. The old perfected one caught a glimpse of a young sword cultivator. The young man took out a wooden handle with the tail of a sword. The old perfected one sighed. "Keep it for yourself. It should be an immortal opportunity for you." Under the lead of the old perfected one, the group climbed up the lonely mountain in the middle of the inverted mountain. They were personally arranged in a mansion halfway up the mountain by the old perfected one. Qing Quan found Yenzhua and gave him an item that had been set up by the Taoist saint. He said that the young recluse had asked Alliance to hand it to the Taoist saint and then asked the Taoist saint to pass it to him. In the future, when he reached the Qingming world, he could bring this item and travel to the great mystic temple. Qing Quan said, "Qin Pingon must have his reasons for going through so much trouble." Yenzhua nodded and put away the item. Yenzhua's expression was dull. Dong Huafu only sat quietly by the side. Qing Quan looked at the two young people and could only say that no matter how difficult the days were, they had to pass them. Outside the small courtyard, the ancient pine trees on the mountain were like snow. Wei Jin and Miyu, two sword immortals at the bottleneck of the Jade Pure realm, and a golden core cultivator, Wei Wenlong, who was easily ashamed of his inferiority. They took the cross-continent ferry from Old Dragon City to Osmanthus Island and left the inverted mountain. The entire Spring Banner House disappeared overnight. Of the 4 private mansions on the inverted mountain, Yuanzhua's mansion had been demolished into an empty frame. The Plum Blossom Garden and Spring Banner House were no longer there. Only the lonely Water Essence Palace was left. Furthermore, Ancestral Master Cloud Sign, who was originally in charge of this immortal mansion, had already brought a large group of young disciples to visit immortals. Wei Wenlong's senior and junior brothers would follow sword immortal Xiao Yunyan to the south swirling continent. Previously, Wei Wenlong had followed Miyu to the Great Wall of Sword Qi for the first time. This time he followed Miyu to leave the inverted mountain. Yan Ming had gone to the battlefield. Nayland Saihuan took the Nanji ferry from the Shanshui cavern to the Fuyao continent. She might not take root there. She might head further north to the Golden Armor continent or even the Drifting Dawn continent. The Haoyang Blade Strengthening Gourd was secretly handed to Xiao Yunyan by the young secluded official and handed to Miyu. Miyu planned to give it to the charcoal lass named Pei Qian in the name of the young secluded official. In fact, his brother's Blade Strengthening Gourd had originally belonged to Qin Pingon. The 3 of them stayed in the small courtyard of the Gui lineage that belonged to the young secluded official. When the ferry passed by the Rain Dragon sect, Miyu took a few glances from afar. The corner of his mouth twitched. On Osmanthus Island, whether it was the few returning passengers or the many ferry members, other than the graceful Madame Gui, everyone was in a state of panic. Wei Jin discussed with the 2 of them. When returning to his hometown, the Aquarius continent, they would disembark from Old Dragon City. They would first go to the Snow Wind Temple's immortal plateau. He needed to offer wine at his master's grave. Then they would head straight for Luopa Mountain. After that, Wei Wenlong would stay at Luopa Mountain while Miyu would head to the North Continent's Tai Hui sword sect. Wei Wenlong had no objections. However, Miyu said that it would be best if the Tai Hui sword sect was willing to take him in as a registered consecrator. They were giving him face. If they were not willing, then so be it. He had already decided to eat and drink at Luopa Mountain. The peak of Osmanthus Island was suitable for viewing the scenery. The sunset was brilliant. The jade unpolished realm sword immortal with his intrinsic flying sword Rosy Skies was sitting alone on the railing. He had the Haoyang blade nurturing calabash hanging by his waist. He held a flask of osmanthus wine in his hand, its fragrance assailing his nostrils. For some reason Guizhuzhou did not follow him to the Aquarius continent. She was also a sword cultivator of the hidden official's lineage. Guizhuzhou was also an official disciple of the hidden official. Furthermore, Miyu wished to have someone from the same hometown as him. He had heard the young hidden official mention that the manager of the Osmanthus Island ferry, the Jindan stage sword cultivator Ma Ji, was a senior worth befriending. As for Madame Gui's only disciple Osmanthus lady Jin Su, Miyu had heard of her before. But now Miyu only wanted to drink. He was too lazy to think about anything else. Because the business of the ferry had become more and more pure, the number of visitors to the inverted suspended mountain decreased year by year. This caused the business of the painters on Osmanthus Island to deteriorate. Over time, there was only one painting stall left under the Osmanthus tree. Many painters of the Fan clan had already left Osmanthus Island. They had gone to Old Dragon City to find a way out. The one who stayed behind was a middle-aged painter. His cultivation talent was not good. He was a chi cultivator of the lower 5 realms. If he was in the vassal states of the Aquarius continent, it would not be difficult to be a court painter. But he was living under someone else's roof and did not earn much. One painting was sold for a few hundred to a few thousand silvers. In the painting circle of the secular dynasties, it was considered a sky-high price. But compared to the money of the gods, it was nothing. Seeing the man sitting at the railing in a daze, the painter took a bottle of wine from Old Dragon City. He could not afford to drink osmanthus wine and walked towards the unknown man. Drinking with friends, who knows, he might be able to get some extra business. The painting stall was not open for business. It had been a long time and it was unbearable. Miyu turned his head and looked at the painter of the Fan clan who stood beside him for a long time. He did not know what to say. He asked, "I heard that to paint here one painting costs 30 snow coins. If you want 3 paintings it will be cheaper. Only 25 snow coins?" The painter nodded his head. "In the past, when business was good, we could get 5 snow coins for the 25 snow coins. Now that business is hard to do, the Fan clan is generous and gave it all to the painter." The guest did not speak the language of the Aquarius continent fluently. But he heard that this handsome young man was the friend of the Wind Snow Temple's sword immortal Wei Jin. Then he should be at least an earth immortal? Miyu laughed. "Don't tell me you are called Su Yu Ting." The painter was surprised. "How do you know my name?" Su Yu Ting knew that his painting skills in the eyes of the immortal masters on the mountain, even if it was not unsightly, it was definitely not a painting expert. Miyu laughed. "Does the 10% discount still count? If it does, I will ask Master Su to paint 3 paintings for me." Master Su. Adding the word "sure" to the surname, just like adding the word "he" to the surname, was a very commendatory way of saying things on the mountain and at the foot of a mountain. Su Yu Ting was startled at first, then suddenly realized. He extended a finger and shook it lightly. He racked his brains as though he remembered who it was, but he could not remember clearly. Miyu reminded, "It's a young man with a sword sheath and straw sandals." Su Yu Ting hit his palm with his fist and laughed. I remember. That mister was a little restrained at first, but after drinking wine he became very spirited." Su Yu Ting blushed with shame. "I did not expect that mister to still remember me." Miyu nodded and said, "He mentioned you to me before and praised you a lot. He said that Mr. Su's paintings are lively and colorful, subtle and meticulous, just right. So he told me that if I have the chance to go to Osmanthus Island in the future, I must ask you to paint. It will definitely not be a loss." Su Yu Ting blushed and whispered, I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it. Miyu jumped down the railing and went to the ancestor osmanthus tree. Dusk gradually passed, dusk gradually arrived. Miyu looked up. Under the tree he waited for the moon. Lu Ji, beside her was Madame Wu Yan, who wore a hedgerow to cover her face. Walking out of the great wall of sword qi from the new door, sword immortal Xiao Yunyan was followed by a few Spring Banner House direct disciples. They left inverted hanging mountain together. At the old door, the little Taoist boy glanced at the lonely mountain, kept the book and praying mat and said, "Let's go." The sword-wielding man squatted on the spot and nodded, "Yes." The little Taoist boy asked, "Are you really not going to follow me to the green netherworld?" Zhang Lu shook his head, "I want to open my eyes wide and look at the vast world. I want to see if I can still treat the Great Wall of Sword Qi as a joke in the future." The little Taoist boy flashed and came to the foot of the Water Fairy Palace mountain. He used his divine power, bent and straightened his back, and flipped the entire Water Fairy Palace from inverted hanging mountain into the sea. On this day the great heavenly lord threw out his master's decree at the mountain peak. He turned into a rainbow light and went straight to the sky screen. Then he activated the array. This world's largest mountain, seal broke open the sky screen. Then a few Bakokekyung building Taoist immortals pulled inverted hanging mountain into the green netherworld from the vortex of the sky screen at the border between the two worlds. At the original location of inverted hanging mountain, only the old door of the savage world and the vast world and the great sword immortal who betrayed the great wall of sword qi Zhang Lu were left. Qin Qing revealed his dharma form and split open the sky with a sword. The entire city ascended. The demon army had already rushed to the top of the great wall of sword qi, which was no longer guarded by anyone. All the demon sword cultivators in the savage world, regardless of whether they were sword immortals or sword immortals, attacked with their swords to stop the city. Most of the sovereign stage demons in the savage world, as well as many of the upper 5 realms, chose to attack the dharma form of the sword immortal. The grand ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain, the gray-robed elder, sneered, "How pitiful. This is your last sword. In this war, when it comes to killing demons, you Qin Qing can't even compare to a sword immortal of the lower 5 realms." The gray-robed elder took a step forward. His dharma form was majestic and his figure was even taller than the great wall of sword qi. He clenched his fists and borrowed the power of the great Tao of the entire savage world to punch at the center of the great wall of sword qi. He directly punched a huge hole in the great wall of sword qi, which even Qin Qing couldn't block with his sword and protect with all his might. The gray-robed elder's dharma form stood in the middle of the hole and smashed its fists on both sides of the wall. With every punch, Qin Qing's dharma form, which was still indestructible despite being hit by the sovereign stage demon's natural mystique, became a little more blurry. The sword immortal's dharma form only stood where the city was. After breaking through the sky with his sword, he stood upright and used his hands to tear apart the whirlpool, not allowing it to close. Since the Great Wall of Sword Qi was built, this was the first time it had suffered such a huge damage. Furthermore, the city wall was directly split into 2. At the prison, a person walked out with his head lowered and his back bent, swaying as he walked. The silhouette of that person could be vaguely seen. Only a pair of golden eyes were shining brightly. The rest of the silhouette was blurred, as if the person's entire body was made up of thousands of fine black lines. That figure rose from the ground and landed heavily on the top of the city wall, causing countless demons to be shaken off. Some of the demons with sufficient cultivation base also instinctively chose to avoid that strange existence. The black figure that landed on the top of the city wall raised his head and looked up. He raised his arm high and bid farewell to her. It was as if his sweetheart was Tianyu, and they were completely different from now on. The black figure turned around and turned his back to the city that was slowly ascending. He turned his back to the sword immortal Qin Qing. Qin Qing's dharma form said loudly, "Kid, remember the agreement. I can break the contract but you can't. Defend half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. If the wilderness wreaked havoc in the vast world for 10 years or 100 years, then he would defend it for 10 years or 100 years. If it was 10,000 years, then Qin Pingon would have to sit here for 10,000 years." Qin Qing's remnant soul came to the side of that figure and said, "Thank you for your hard work." The black figure shook his head gently and then nodded. The sword immortal smiled and patted the young man's shoulder. The black figure took a step back and bowed to bid farewell to the sword immortal. As they spoke, the sword immortal's soul had already dissipated. He had truly merged into the half of the great wall of sword chi beneath their feet. Qin Qing no longer existed in this world. The ethereal black figure still did not say a word. He stepped onto the top of the southern city wall, put 2 fingers together and suddenly swiped. On the top of the city wall, the sword immortal true spirits that walked out of the venerating sword pavilion's painting appeared one after another. The sword immortals in the painting did not have intelligence. They only knew that apart from the black figure, anyone who ascended to the top of the city wall would be killed. As long as half of the great wall of sword chi remained, these sword immortals would not die. After doing this, the black figure instantly came to the gap in the city wall. The demons that tried to intercept him midway, whether it was the cultivator's true body or the offensive magic treasure, were instantly turned into dust. The black figure stood on a cliff, facing the gray-robed elder who was standing on the other side of the city wall. The black figure's golden eyes stared at the other party. The gray-robed elder shook his head and said, "Why bother?" Under the feet of both parties, the gap between the 2 sections of the city wall was like a wide road. Countless demon armies swarmed through it. The black figure disappeared into thin air. After appearing in the distance, he pulled down a jade unpolished realm demon that had crossed the city wall. He grabbed its head with one hand and the demon's forehead was instantly mangled. Just like that, the black figure lifted it into the air. Remember this, Qin Pingon is still guarding the city walls in this world. 685. Wuxia carried a sword and a saber on his back like a bearded ranger. He came to the side of the gray-robed elder and asked, "Aren't we going to touch the words on the city wall?" Half of the great wall of sword aura had fallen into the wilderness. It would soon be completely refined by the great ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain. The gray-robed elder smiled. "Keep it. The immortals of the vast world don't know how to respect the strong. Let us do it." Sword immortal Zhou Xian arrived on his sword and said respectfully, "The 100 sword immortals of the moon-bearing mountain have been arranged." There were some sword cultivators whose names weren't on the register. They weren't satisfied because they had some minor military exploits. "I killed 3 of them before I stopped." Li Zhen and several other potential sword immortals also came to join in the fun. Li Zhen smiled. "Bad habits can't be spoiled. Good job, sword immortal Zhou Xian." Other than Li Zhen, Zhu Jing, you see? Tan and the female sword cultivator who changed into a new skin, Lu Bai, were all gathered here. On the city wall that belonged to the wilderness, this group of talented sword cultivators found a place to nurture their flying swords. They tried their best to obtain the essence of the ancient sword immortals to increase their sword luck. The untraceable sword immortals Will and Qi were the purest. Later generations of sword cultivators would get lucky if they were compatible with their swordsmanship. For tens of thousands of years, foreign sword cultivators who came here could get it. The demon sword cultivators in the wilderness could also get it on the battlefield. In order to help the 100 sword immortals of the moon-bearing mountain, the great demon had begun to clean up the battlefield to prevent it from being contaminated with sword luck and hindering the future of the great Tao of the group of geniuses. What's more, the ruins of the battlefield under the city wall were still useful. They could be moved to the old site of the inverted mountain to change the time of the vast world. Li Zhen suggested, "If anyone kills an ascendant realm in the vast world, he can carve a word on the north side of the city wall. What do you think?" The gray-robed elder nodded. "Okay." Lu Cha smiled. "It will be ugly." Li Zhen gently stomped his feet. "Even the ancestor can only refine it, but he can't keep it in his pocket?" It was rumored that back then, the Tao ancestor had even ridden an ox to pass through this pass and traveled all over the world. The gray-robed elder shook his head with a smile. "If Qin Qing can't do it, I can't do it either. The great wall of sword chi can be broken, but it can't be kept in one's sleeve. It's just like sword immortals can die, but they can't be humiliated." Of course, there were many old stories. In any case, if it weren't for the fact that Qin Qingdo wanted to use his sword to split the heavens and send the sword cultivators away, even if I went all out against Qin Qingdo and the great wall of sword energy, I would have crippled many of the mountains, rivers, and destiny of the wildlands. That wouldn't be worth it. It's not what I want. Li Zhen held the back of his head with both hands and looked at the opposite city wall. It was just that that guy was already far away, Otherwise, he would have greeted the hidden official properly and tried to establish a friendship. It's all right. We'll practice our swordsmanship here and break through one by one. Then we'll go to the vast world to ask for swords. Xichen said, that inverted mountain has also ascended and left. It's just that the second brother's decree opened the way, and the 3 city lords of the Beko Keikyung building personally came to receive it. The Confucian temple also didn't stop it, so it went very smoothly. Lu Cha said in a low voice. Qin Qingdo's sword also didn't land on the battlefield. Otherwise, even if the Grand Ancestor came out, our losses would still be huge. Li Zhen sighed. Senior, you're just boosting the morale of others and diminishing our own. Lu Cha couldn't be bothered to talk to such trash. Lu Bai came to senior brother Xichen's side and asked softly, "What's wrong with that person?" Xichen shook his head and said, "You'll have to ask the Grand Ancestor." The gray-robed elder looked at Lu Bai and smiled. Hidden official, the Great Wall of Sword energy has merged with the Tao. He also used the art of sewing and carried many of the true names at the front of the mountain search painting. Therefore he was able to suppress the wildlands. His current situation is quite pitiful. After that he didn't have any Yin spirit traveling out of his body or Yang spirit outside his body. The 3 had been completely merged into one. In short, he had spent half of his life. As the last disciple of the sage of literature, the Confucian natal character had also become an extravagant hope. As for why he looked like this now, it was because Qin Qingdo wanted him to forcefully merge with the Tao. His physique couldn't withstand it, but it wasn't a big problem. After reaching the peak of the mountain, there was hope for him to recover his original appearance. In addition, Qin Pingon himself should have received some kind of recognition from the Great Wall of Sword energy. It wasn't as simple as carrying the true names. Ordinary sword immortals only have the realm and can't merge with the Tao. Xichen calmed down slightly. This Grand Ancestor was clearly in a good mood. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said so much today. Tan was speechless for a moment. Such a pitiful guy, why didn't it seem like they didn't need to take revenge? The youth carefully glanced at Sister Lu Bai. Lu Bai's expression was complicated. She asked softly, "Can we kill him?" Lu Cha shook his head. "We can't kill him, we can't kill him. Because the enemy is no longer Qin Pingon, but half of the Great Wall of Sword energy." Xichen glanced at the scene of the black shadow dragging down the pure Jade Realm demon. He was puzzled. Immortal Realm? Lu Cha shook his head. After merging with the Tao, it's a fake pure Jade Realm. He took half of the Great Wall of Sword energy by himself, taking advantage of the right time, place and people. A gray robe came to the edge of the cliff. It was the dragon god. He, Qin Qingdo and Guanzhao once asked about the moon supporting Sword Mountain. The dragon god said hoarsely, "As long as we finish plundering the sword fate here, that half of the Great Wall of Sword energy will have a chance to be destroyed." The gray-robed elder nodded. "It's like a fishbone stuck in the throat and it's an eyesore." A little girl with a ponytail jumped from the ground to the top of the city and came to the side of the dragon god. The little girl dragged an extremely long rope in her hand. It tied 2 big demon heads with strong evil aura. So in the process of climbing the city, the heads kept knocking on the city wall, like the beating of a drum. The 2 sword immortals of the old hidden officials, Luo Shan and Zhuan, followed behind on their swords and landed. Li Zhen grinned and said, "Are we watching a monkey show? That Qin Pingon is not here." Just as the young man finished speaking, the black shadow flashed. Xianxia punched out, shattering the black shadow on the spot. The next moment the black shadow condensed on the spot. Although its face could not be seen clearly, it vaguely revealed a mocking intent. The power of each of Xiaochua's punches was far greater than the full power of an ordinary sword immortal's flying sword. Even the sword immortal embryo of Shendang's sword immortal had to retreat, away from the famous lunatic with an astonishing aura. Especially Lu Bai, whose physique was still weak, needed to be protected by his senior brother, Zhou Xian. The gray-robed elder smiled. "Stop fighting. If you continue fighting, you'll be helping him temper his physique for nothing. If he reaches the peak of the mountain, there might be some trouble. This guy is deliberately baiting you to punch." Xiaochua just kept punching, ignoring the words of the master of the wasteland world. In the end, it was really boring. Xiaochua stopped punching and asked, "Why didn't you stop me?" The gray-robed elder said, "I'm not Qin Qingdo. I don't have so many rules to restrain the strong. Moon-supporting mountain cherishes strong people like you very much. Xiaochua shook the rope in her hand. Two heads jumped high and smashed heavily on the city wall. I used the bodies of two ascendant realm demons in the rat hole to create a throne. The position is a bit high. The gray-robed elder smiled. Very good. As long as Zhou Mi and Lu Cha don't mind, it doesn't matter. Lu Cha said, I don't mind. The gray-robed elder said, don't bother about that alliance. The entire moon-supporting mountain is used to suppress one person. It's not that easy to break. Lu Cha nodded. When I'm free in the future, I'll find him for a drink. The gray-robed elder smiled. You swordsman's elegance can't be envied by others. Xiaochua said, boring, I'll play by myself. She jumped off the city wall, but did not continue to drag the heads of the two ascendant realm demons. She found it annoying, so she left them on the city wall. Anyway, no one dared to move. Along the way, the city had been uprooted and many sword immortal residences had been reduced to ruins. Everything was gone. Wherever Xiaochua passed, the surging waves of the demon race army automatically retreated. Otherwise they would die. The old gate at the old site of the inverted mountain was torn bigger and bigger by the two sovereign realm demons, the dazzling armor and the golden armor divine general. As for Yangji and Fei Fei, who were the first to enter the vast world, they began to pave the way as a gathering place for the demon army. Then they needed to build 3 roads to go to the nearest Hassa continent, the southwest Fuyao continent, and the southeast Tongya continent. There were also a large number of moving mountains monsters assisting the 2 sovereign-level monsters. They smashed the refined pocket-sized mountains into the sea. Then the monster cultivators laid down the roots of the mountains, causing them to suddenly become towering mountains. They were extremely stable places to stand on. The other sovereign realm demons also went to the sky screen one after another to find trouble with the scholarly sage. The sword-hugging man was still sitting on the hitching post, but the hitching post was moved to the place where the little Taoist child used to sit. A Yao cultivator spat on the ground and grinned. What bullshit, great sword immortal. He had seen those who died in battle and those who were beaten back by the great demons on the battlefield, but he had never seen someone who would obediently guard the door without drawing a single sword. Great sword immortal Zhang Lu turned a blind eye to this. In the end, this demon was casually punched in the head by Xiaochua, who was striding through the gate. His golden core and nascent soul exploded at the same time, implicating a large number of demons at the gate. What an unexpected disaster. After a military commander in the distance caught a glimpse of the culprit, he pretended that nothing had happened. Xiaochua came to the hitching post and threw out a jar of good wine from a secular dynasty in the vast world. Zhang Lu took the jar, opened the mud seal and sniffed it. Good wine. Xiaochua asked, Zhang Lu, why don't you come with me to take a look? South Hassa continent, Tongya continent, Fuyao continent, you can choose. Let's find wine to drink together. There are many immortal wines there. Zhang Lu smiled and said, I'm not going anywhere. I'll just watch from here. I'm a lazy person by nature, so I can't raise my spirits no matter what I do. In the past, I worked hard to cultivate and break through to the next realm just to increase my lifespan. Master Hidden Official, remember to send some wine back for me every time you destroy a sect. Xiaochua complained, you don't do anything and still want me to send you wine. You're so arrogant. Zhang Lu smiled and said, lazy people have good fortune. Xiaochua frowned and asked, where did my disciple go? Zhang Lu joked, I really don't know about that. You can ask Hidden Official. Xiaochua said in annoyance, seeing him annoys me. I gave him a few punches when I saw him. That kid is very vengeful, so I probably won't be able to get anything out of him. Zhang Lu rubbed his chin. Back then the youth with the sword case and straw sandals left inverted hanging mountain and came back. Then he became a hidden official. After that, Qin Pingon did not travel between the Great Wall of Sword Qi and inverted hanging mountain's spring banner house through his old gate. He was not stupid and neither was Zhang Lu. He hoped that Zhang Lu would change his mind, so he deliberately used this method to remind Zhang Lu. Zhang Lu pretending to know nothing was also a kind of reminder. This gate was the same with or without Zhang Lu. The Great Wall of Sword Qi and Savage World were the same with or without Zhang Lu, the Great Sword Immortal. In the end, the Sword Immortal of Spring Banner House, Xiao Yunyan, came and had a drink with him. After confirming Zhang Lu's thoughts, he left with Lu Ji. Xiao Yunyan and Lu Ji did not ask Zhang Lu. Back then Zhang Lu lost the Battle of the 13. His skills were inferior, but Zhang Lu did not have any grievances. On the battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Zhang Lu did not care about life and death. In the end, Zhang Lu was put in charge of guarding the gate as a criminal. He did have some grievances against Vast World. From the moment he volunteered to guard the gate, Zhang Lu had already foreseen today's situation. Xiao Chua asked, "Is the sect closest to here the Rain Dragon sect?" Zhang Lu smiled. "It's too late. A sovereign great demon has beaten us to it." Xiao Chua frowned. "That sissy who likes to skin people?" Zhang Lu nodded. "There are more female cultivators in the Rain Dragon sect." Xiao Chua said, "Forget it. When Qin Chunan leaves the south swirling continent to seek death, I'll send him on his way." Zhang Lu drank a mouthful of wine and said regretfully, "The one who killed Qin Chunan is the world's wrath." A handsome man with a blade-strengthening gourd on his waist landed on top of a statue of the Rain Dragon sect. He twirled a strand of hair on his temples with 2 fingers and smiled. "I'm going to be dazzled." 10,000 years later, the gray-robed old man revisited the old place and came to Vast World again. He floated in the sky and laughed loudly. In Vast World, all ascendant realms, immortal realms, and all cultivators who have attained the Tao, listen up. You walk too slowly and have never had great freedom. Since you're already at the peak of the mountain, you should be unrestrained by heaven and earth. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a huge joke to cultivate to the peak? What Tao is there to cultivate? What truth is there to seek? What immortality is there? For example, that strong young man is bound by rules. Day after day, year after year, he staggers through the world like old men and women. In the future, there will only be one world. Regardless of whether it's human or demon cultivators, they will have freedom of speech, freedom of cultivation, freedom of killing, freedom of life and death, freedom of the great Tao. Zhang Lu sighed. Chaotic times have really come. Xiao Chua sneered. The world of the strong and free has come. About 2 years ago, Vast World was still the same Vast World that had been peaceful for tens of thousands of years. The 3 of them left the territory of the old Dali dynasty of the Aquarius continent. They were already thousands of miles away from the Middle Earth continent. They were Guqin Lu Qiqing and that brother Longbo who was addicted to falling in cultivation Chai Bofu. The pitiful nascent soul was only a sea-viewing cultivator now. Actually, when they first arrived at the Huaihuang county town of the old site of the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven, Chai Bofu was still a Qi refinement warrior who was slapped to the Dragon Gate realm by Lu Qiqing. Later he was glanced at by that person and for some reason he inexplicably fell to the cave-dwelling realm. During this long journey, Chai Bofu gritted his teeth and cultivated bitterly. It was not easy for him to climb back to the sea-viewing realm. After breaking through, Chai Bofu did not feel the slightest bit of joy. Instead, if he was not careful, he would return it. No one was willing to give him a slightly better reason. If they did not take the immortal ferry and just relied on cultivators to travel across continents, not to mention the consumption of spiritual qi, the key was that it was too risky. There were many ferocious creatures in the sea. If they were not careful, they would die without even having the chance to collect their corpses. The treasure-swallowing whale could even swallow islands and ferries. Moreover, it was born with the ability to refine. Eating a few cultivators was nothing. Once they entered its stomach, it was like being in a small world cage. How could they escape? Moreover, in the vast expanse of the ocean, killing and robbing people of their wealth and treasures would be done stealthily. It was far more stable than on land. This kind of business was a classic example of not opening for 3 years, but opening for 3 years. Therefore, even golden core and nascent soul cultivators, the so-called immortals of the land in the eyes of ordinary teachers, were not willing to do such a strenuous and thankless job. Of course, it was a different story if they wanted to make money. In the vast world, the sea area was vast, even larger than the land area of the 9 continents. In addition to the immortal islands, there were also many ways to make money. Therefore, cultivators had to take risks. For example, the pearl divers on Luhua Island collected clam pearls, which were particularly precious. Moreover, the emperors, generals, ministers, dukes, and marquises on the land had a great demand for dragon saliva. It was always a priceless commodity. The dragons and their descendants were all considered dragon saliva, which could be refined into incense. However, they were divided into different grades and prices. In addition to dragon saliva, There were many precious pearls in the abdomens of dragonfish. This kind of pearl was born to absorb the moonlight, so it was often as bright as the moon. It could be used in a candlelight room or in a place full of evil spirits. It could also be refined into immortal treasures such as water-repelling pearl, dust-repelling pearl, and so on. It was an excellent auxiliary item for cultivators when they were in closed-door training. It could be used to purify the Reiki of the world and help them to concentrate and clear the mind. The real opportunities were the relics of the many secret pavilions in the overseas immortal mountains. Once they were obtained by chi trainers, they would be as rich as gold and silver. Moreover, compared with the immortal mansions on land, there were fewer fights and not too many forces entangled in them. If the immortal mansions were difficult to open and there were many restrictions, at most 2 or 3 forces who knew each other well would form an alliance and quietly take the treasures in them. Zhou Xian, who had been silent all the way, suddenly said, "Master hasn't shown up for a long time." Compared with Zhou Xian, who was exhausted after flying in the wind, Lu Qiqing, who was wearing a dazzling pink Taoist robe, looked very elegant and relaxed. However, the one who suffered the most was Brother Longbow. It was just that Lu Qiqing did not care and Zhou Xian did not care, so no one pitied him. Chai Bofu was also happy that the two of them ignored him. One was heartless and the other was ruthless. If they were willing to pretend that he did not exist, he would be grateful. Lu Qiqing smiled and said, "That senior of mine is from heaven. It is normal that you don't see him. In the White Emperor City, it is not strange that your senior brothers and sisters do not see their master for 100 years. If they see him several times in 100 years, they will be worried. They will be worried that they are no longer themselves." When Chai Bofu thought of that person, he felt that this little bit of hardship on the path of cultivation was nothing. As long as he could become a registered disciple of the White Emperor City, even if he had to be the personal disciple of Zhou Xian, he would accept it. The issue of Zhou Xian's seniority in the White Emperor City had always been a mystery. Zhou Xian had always greeted that person as a disciple. However, that person and Lu Qiqing seemed to treat Zhou Xian as their junior brother and did not give a clear explanation. Lu Qiqing also often called him junior brother and junior nephew. Zhou Xian's expression was indifferent as he asked casually, "Is Master visiting friends at sea?" Lu Qiqing sneered and said, "What a joke. Who is worthy of senior brother visiting? Visiting immortals at sea? Visiting immortals, my ass. Senior brother is the person with the most immortal aura in the world. The number of immortals who visit the White Emperor City are as many as carps crossing the river every year. They can only obediently stand by the river and look up at the sky. How many of them can go to the colored clouds and stay for a while? Not to mention the White Emperor City where senior brother lives alone." Zhou Xian asked doubtfully, "Martial uncles and senior brothers and sisters are not cultivating in the White Emperor City?" Lu Qiqing suddenly realized that he had forgotten to tell Zhou Xian about the situation in the White Emperor City. Therefore he slapped Brother Longbow's forehead, causing the latter to fall into the water. Lu Qiqing explained with a smile, "In such a big White Emperor City, other than senior brother, there are only some puppets who serve as attendants. They are neither immortals nor humans nor ghosts. As for us junior brothers and sisters as well as the other direct disciples, they all have their own cultivation abodes above the colored clouds. For example, I have the world-famous colored glass pavilion. Therefore, in the real White Emperor City, there has always been only one person who cultivates, and that is your master, my senior brother. Everyone else is a burden to senior brother." Zhou Xian nodded and said, "Impressive." Lu Qiqing laughed loudly and said, "Not at all. Senior brother is recognized as a person of the demonic path. How can a White Emperor City stand tall in the central divine continent?" A drenched chicken flew back into the sky, not daring to be angry or say anything. Lu Qiqing lightly slapped the forehead of Chai Bofu, who had a youthful appearance, and praised, "Such a big forehead, it can be used as a sunning ground." Lu Qiqing suddenly made a sound of surprise and said with a concerned expression, "Brother Longbow, why are your ears and nose bleeding?" Chai Bofu wiped away the bloodstains and forced a smile to the culprit who was playing dumb. He said, "It's fine." The three of them settled down in a sea area that was dotted with islands. The spiritual energy here was thin and the mountains and rivers were dry. It was not suitable to build a mountain and cultivate. Zhou Xian floated to the ground and let out a breath of turbid air. He asked, "If the islands are big enough, will there be a local god overseeing them?" Lu Qiqing shook his 2 big sleeves and rolled his eyes. No. Even if there is, they will starve to death. Once the gods of mountains and rivers lose the incense offerings of good men and women, the so-called immortal golden body will be a joke. Gukin looked around and asked, in this sea will there be existences like the river gods that are close to water? Of course, it will be the gods of the obscene temples who can dominate the sea. For example, the flood dragon ravine near the inverted mountain has many flood dragons gathered there. It is better than a sect. It was said that if one could look down at the flood dragon ravine, the water was clear and the flood dragons were like silk threads floating in the air. Lu Qiqing shook his head and said, Gu Ken, since you have become a direct disciple of White Emperor City, you don't have to worry about these boring things. If you can beat them, you can kill them. If you can't, you can just tell them your name. Gu Ken said, it is a habit. Before Gu Ken left home, Zhou Xian found the Gu mansion in the capital. He was holding a charcoal cage and said that he was returning it to its owner. Gu Ken hesitated for a moment but still took the charcoal cage. At that time, the ghost Ma Duyi, who was a talisman in fox skin, and Xing Yi, who cultivated the secret arts of the ghost Dao, were guests at Gu Kan's home. At that time, Zhou Xian smiled and said something strange. He said that he would be happy to go down the mountain, but there were many trivial matters in the mountain, so he would not disturb young Master Gu. Because the mountain master said that when Gu Kan returned to his hometown, he would return it to him. The premise was that Gu Kan had Xing Yi and Ma Duyi with him. If he did not, the charcoal cage would be left at Luopa Mountain. In the future he would pretend that it never happened. Gu Kan carried the charcoal cage and accompanied the stooped old man for a while until he reached the corner of the street. Later, when Gu Kan returned to the study at home, his master appeared and pulled out a small loach that seemed to have not gained sentience from the charcoal cage. He sneered and threw it back into the charcoal cage. Gu Kan was expressionless at that time. Later, when Gu Kan left his hometown, he did not take the charcoal cage with him. He only asked Ma Duyi and Xing Yi to send it to a mountain god residence located north of Dali's capital. His mother persuaded Gu Kan to go to the north personally, saying that his father was now a very high-ranking mountain god prefect. That mountain god temple used to be the immortal residence of the old Dali's mountain god lord, and had just been promoted to the crown prince of northern mountains Mount Biyun. It was equivalent to a promotion in the officialdom. In the Dali imperial court he should be an assistant minister. How could a governor or a supervisor compare to him? You can't blame your father for not going home to see you. He has a lot of responsibilities and cannot leave his post without permission. Moreover, there are many rules on the mountain and there are too many strange taboos. Therefore, as a son you should visit your family and congratulate them. Gu Kan was silent, but he refused to nod. The woman secretly wept and did not want to persuade him anymore. As she wiped her tears with an embroidered handkerchief, she secretly glanced at her son's face. The woman really did not dare to persuade him anymore. That person appeared on the shore of the sea. Chai Bofu's heart tightened and he did not even dare to breathe loudly. Lu Qiqing also did not want to go over. Senior brother was a deity and it was better to watch from afar. Gu Kan rode the wind and went there alone. He found the city lord of White Emperor City squatting by the sea and scooping up a handful of water. Gu Kan was puzzled. This is, the man said, a bucket of seawater. Gu Kan asked again, what's the meaning? The man smiled. Must it be meaningful? He let go of his hand and stood up. After a short moment, Gu Kan vaguely saw a white horse suddenly appear on the surface of the boundless sea. The horse rode on the waves at lightning speed, and it left behind an extremely long, colorful and lustrous trail behind it. There was a red armor on the horse's back which was undulating with the horse's back. There was no person in the armor. When the horse came to the island, it suddenly stopped. When the horse stopped moving, it seemed as if the sea had frozen. Lu Qiqing could not wait. He came to senior brother and Gu Kan and said with a smile, we are lucky to meet a lone rider of the southern sea in the vast sea. This is no different from finding a needle in the sea. Gu Kan had never heard of a lone rider of the southern sea. But he saw that the rider had a golden spear, and the tip of the spear was pointed at the island, as if he was asking about its origin. Then in an instant the lone rider of the southern sea put away his spear, turned his horse around and galloped away. Gu Kan found that the man beside him had disappeared. Lu Qiqing smiled and said, the big demon of the Lushui pit is going to be miserable. Senior brother can't break the restriction that fire dragon immortal can't break by force. Gukin asked, does Master have a grudge against the big demon of the Lushui pit? Or did he kill the big demon just to accumulate merits? Lu Qiqing said, don't make wild guesses. Senior brother does as he pleases. Gukin frowned and did not say anything. Lu Qiqing gloated. Your state of mind is too suppressed by Qin Pingan's principles. Be careful not to annoy my senior brother. Gukin turned a deaf ear to him. The three of them rested on the island for a while. Chai Bofu accumulated some spiritual qi with great difficulty and began to follow the two of them on their journey. When he was in the nascent soul realm, the cave and acupoints were like the mansion of a wealthy family. The spiritual qi was like a hall full of gold and jade. It was inexhaustible and could be squandered wantonly. Now that he was in a small family, he could not afford to be extravagant. The waterway was endless. When they passed by a place, Lu Qiqing was overjoyed. Gukin, you are really lucky. Following you around, I will have many adventures. First, I met the lone rider of the southern sea, and now I see this place. Chai Bofu was like falling clouds. As far as the eye could see, the sea was vast and there was nothing mysterious. After Lu Qiqing waved his hand to break the barrier, an island appeared in Gukan's vision. It was barren and rugged. Lu Qiqing smiled and said, this is a dragon rest stone. It will migrate with the water and not take root. During the ancient era there were 4 of them. One was destroyed and another was refined. Outside of the Sparrow Stork Tower in the Xian underworld, there was another one in the middle of a large river. It was stabilized with a secret technique, and now this was the only one left in the vast world. It was too big and heavy. Even the immortals could not move it. However, they could order the mountain-moving stone to move it bit by bit. However, no one dared to do so. After all, it had an owner. This place was the exclusive property of the person in the Lushui pit. That person was not easy to deal with. He could fight with venerable fire dragon who was proficient in water and fire. However, he was slightly inferior. That was why he retreated to his lair at the bottom of the sea. If it was me, I could only wait to be killed if I were to fight against venerable fire dragon. However, there were some immortal cultivators who would follow behind the dragon rest stone. If they were lucky, they could pick up some rare dragon saliva that rolled down the cliff into the sea. It was a huge windfall. There was an ancient saying, dragon hides in the Lushui pit. Fire helps the Sun Palace. The Lushui pit, which used to be one of the summer palaces of the ancient water god, was still there. However, the Sun Palace was missing. It was said that it was completely destroyed. Gukin looked at the dragon rest stone with rapt attention. There was not a single tired flood dragon entrenched on the mountain. However, when the restriction was lifted, a scene appeared. At the intersection of the mountains and rivers, there seemed to be a thick foreign substance flowing from the shore into the sea. The fragrance spread far and wide. Occasionally, there would be a bit of spiritual light blooming on the mountain. It was fleeting, as if there were pearls falling between the cracks of the rocks. Lu Qiqing smiled and said, what are you afraid of? Go closer and take a look. My senior martial brother has already killed his way into the Lushui pit. I am also protecting him. What are you afraid of? You should be thinking about how to take this object into your pocket. Don't forget that in our White Emperor city, there is the yellow river flowing from the sky. There is also the magnificent scene of carps leaping over the dragon gate. If you move this object over there as a resting place, how many people in the water will remember your kindness? Gukin said, it's fine to look at it from afar. It's just an external object. If I covet the so-called kindness, it will only delay my cultivation. Lu Qiqing said helplessly, look at the path of cultivation. How many people who have achieved the Tao will still choose 1 or 2 things, whether it's wine or beauties or the zither, chess, calligraphy and painting to pass the time? Gukin said, then let's wait until I achieve the Tao. Chai Bofu said cautiously, it seems that no one is looking after this dragon rest stone. There are so many heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Why won't the heavens take them? As a mountain cultivator, if he didn't open his eyes when he saw money, he would be blind. Moreover, Chai Bofu cultivated the great Tao of water. The white jade belt with dragon patterns on it, as well as the long string of jade pendants and jars hanging from it, were all substitutes for the Dragon King basket that he did not have the opportunity to obtain. Lu Qiqing gave Chai Bofu a push and said with a smile, Brother Longbow, you go. I opened the door with all my strength and you can easily pick up the treasures. Gukin has the final say on how to split the loot. We're all old friends. I think Gukin won't treat you unfairly. Chai Bofu was resentful. He was very courageous when the three of them were together. After all, he had White Emperor City as his backer. However, if he was alone, he wouldn't dare to climb the dragon rest stone of the ancient ruins. Gukin said, "Go." Chai Bofu's knees went soft. As a result, Lu Qiqing grabbed his neck and threw him to the top of the dragon rest stone. Chai Bofu shook off the dust on his body. He felt a headache coming on. Even when he was a nascent soul cultivator, he only dared to try to catch a small dragon or dragon. Now he directly fell into a dragon's nest. What was going on? That being said, Brother Longbow, who had a youthful face and figure, followed the trace of a treasure light that flickered for a moment. He jumped more than 10 feet like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep and dug out a pearl the size of a date pit from a crack in the rock. Chai Bofu was stunned. He rubbed his hands hard to get rid of some dirt and dust on the pearl. Then he gently exhaled and used the water Dao to guide the spiritual light of the pearl. Immediately it bloomed with light and water vapor filled the air, refreshing the mind. Chai Bofu carefully examined the strange treasure in his hand. With an excited expression he murmured, "It's really a dragon pearl. Its quality is extremely high. If it was sold to an emperor as a crown, it would be worth at least 1 grain rain. If it was used as the finishing touch for the dragon fairy dress and water lake skirt, female cultivators would most likely be willing to pay 2 grains rain. If there were more than 10 grains, it would be used to make the water Dao treasure pearl of the palm bracelet. I heard that it is most favored by female immortals in the upper 5 realms." In the distance, Lu Qiqing clicked his tongue and said, "What a good move. It's just that it's a bit disgusting." Chai Bofu began to wantonly plunder the treasures in the mountain. He even knocked on the stone texture of the different parts of the cliff one by one to confirm it carefully. Gukin said, "The path of cultivation is not easy to walk. It's full of hardships and difficulties. It's not worth telling outsiders." Lu Qiqing said with a smile, "You're in the same boat?" Gukin shook his head and said, "I'm just telling the truth." Lu Qiqing asked, "When we're done, will we give more to Brother Longbow?" Gukin still shook his head. "Not a bit." Lu Qiqing laughed loudly. Gukin asked, "Since there are immortal masters on the sea who can use the secret technique on the mountain to find the dragon rest stone for a windfall, now that the restriction has been lifted, will there be people coming soon?" Lu Qiqing said with a smile, "Most likely." After hearing this, Gukin rode the wind and went to the dragon rest stone. Lu Qiqing swam side by side with him. More than 3,000 years ago, the flood dragons were illustrious existences who were in charge of controlling the wind and rain. They would go to the mainland and spread the clouds and rain. When they returned, they would be exhausted and would often rest halfway to get rid of the heat and recuperate their spirit. There would be thousands of weary dragons coiling up on it. Anyway, I haven't seen it with my own eyes. Senior Marshal Brother has seen it before. Gukin said, "The Taoist school has a book called the Taishang Dongyuan Sutra. It once recorded the names of 116 dragon kings in detail, as well as their respective duties and magical powers." Lu Qiqing nodded and said, "On the 6th day of the 6th month, the common people in the market and the dragon palace will also dry their dragon robes. The dragon ladies in the various underwater residences in the world will often choose to go ashore on this day to choose their lovers. Most of them are short-lived marriages. The lucky men can even marry into the dragon palace. It's a pity that the world doesn't have such luck anymore." Gukin asked, "Will the dragon rest stone open and allow outsiders to take what they want?" Lu Qiqing shook his head and said, "Of course not. The Lu Shui pit will specially send a fishing immortal to guard this place. His cultivation is in the Jade Roar realm and he is close to the water. His combat power is not bad. However, with me here, the other party won't dare to act rashly. Moreover, the Lu Shui pit really doesn't care about these pearls and dragon saliva. Maybe they are not as good as some of the spiritual items on the shore. Every 100 years, the Lu Shui pit will hold a summer banquet. These things in the water have probably been piled up like a mountain. After a long time they will be discarded again." The two landed on the top of a cliff at the dragon rest stone. Gukin squatted down and touched the rock to familiarize himself with the terrain. Lu Qiqing said with emotion, You think too simply of the world. The human heart and human nature are as thin as a piece of white paper. But if you think too much, you are asking for trouble. Knowledge is endless and there is a limit to the limit. You can learn from anyone, but you just have to learn from Chen Pingon. Gukan said, in this world, 1 Lu Qiqing, 10 Lu Qiqing and 100 Lu Qiqing are all the same. But with or without him, the world is different. At least it is so for me. Lu Qiqing didn't want to talk too much about Chen Pingon with Gukan. It would be easy for him to bear a grudge. Lu Qiqing suddenly laughed and said, we have a group of immortals coming. Oh, there are also 2 beautiful sisters. Gukan glanced at Lu Qiqing. Lu Qiqing sneered and said, if there is any chance, I will work like an ox for Brother Longbow every day. And that Brother Longbow is still looking for treasures in the mountain diligently, but he is destined to not be able to get a single snow. Sun Yuan and Jiang Shangzhen, the old and new sect masters of the Jade Gray sect, left the mountain together and came to the border of the Great Quan dynasty in the center of the Tongyi continent. Both parties concealed their auras. After descending, they walked towards the inn near Huer town. Sun Yuan said, they are willing to go alone. How strange. Jiang Shangzhen said with annoyance, I didn't expect Madame Huanqi to be right under my nose, but I didn't even see her. I deserve to die. Sun Yuan said, the 9-tailed celestial fox is best at hiding her aura. I didn't notice it before, but the Great Fu Academy found some clues long ago. That's why the gentleman Zhong Kue came here to stay. Jiang Shangzhen glanced at the small inn in the distance and said with a smile, there are 3 good things in a wine shop in the wild. Beautiful women, few drinkers and local wine. Sun Yuan also looked a little nostalgic. He stroked his beard and smiled. Beautiful widow, knockout drug, long bench and small sharp knife. These 2 old and new sect masters naturally had their own stories. An ascendant realm cultivator and an immortal realm cultivator came to the Great Quan dynasty at the same time to confirm the true thoughts of Madame Huanqi. It would be best if she could be used by the Jade Gray sect. That was why Sun Yuan took Jiang Shangzhen with him. Dealing with women was Jiang Shangzhen's innate ability since he was in his mother's womb. Sun Yuan suddenly changed his mind. I'll go to the capital of the Great Quan dynasty first. Jiang Shangzhen didn't care. After the old sect master shrank the mountains and rivers, he took out an oil paper umbrella from a nearby object. After a few steps, dark clouds covered the sky and it started to drizzle. He walked with the umbrella. As he walked, the magic robe on his body shone and changed into a green robe. Scholars had many encounters with women, so it was true. A shabby poster hung outside the shop. Jiang Shangzhen missed the lotus flower blessed land. He wondered if his good friend Lu Fong had resolved the knot in his heart. An old hunchback sitting at the door of the kitchen was smoking a pipe and smacking his lips. He narrowed his eyes when he saw the customer who entered the house and put away the umbrella. A limping young man was wiping the table. He was a little surprised that the dog outside was taking a nap. He muttered that the customer had arrived, but it didn't inform him. He could really kill it and stew it. He only caught a glimpse of the oil paper umbrella in the customer's hand and then looked at the hazy rain outside. He cursed the changing weather. Facing the customer, the young man immediately put on a smiling face. Dear customer, do you want a meal or a place to stay? Our green plum wine and roasted whole lamb are the best. The price is fair, but the wine is divided into 3 types. After drinking for half a year, you won't lose out. After drinking for 3 years, you won't want to leave. After drinking for 5 years, there will be no more wine in the world. Jiang Shangzhen directly asked for a jar of 5 years wine and a roasted whole lamb. If there were side dishes to accompany the wine, he would bring a plate of each. The young man beamed with joy. The old hunchback opened the curtain and went to the kitchen. When the waiter brought the wine to the table, Jiang Shangzhen asked with a smile, I heard that it's not peaceful here. There are evil things in the town? The waiter was stunned and remembered the time many years ago. He smiled and said, Dear customer, you're talking about Huer town. There are no evil things and it's very peaceful now. Besides, there's Gujiajin town next to it. It's a place full of Yangqi, so no one died when Huer town was haunted. Dear customer, why do you ask? Jiang Shangzhen pointed at himself and said, Can't you tell? The young man asked tentatively, You're not short of money? Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, I'm a cultivator on the mountain. I go wherever there are demons. The young man's eyes lit up. A cultivator? You know the magic of immortals? Do you know how to pass through walls? Why don't you try it now? Xianxia touched his forehead and said, the magic of immortals shouldn't be revealed. It's not easy to pass it on. The young man immediately lost interest. A bunch of bullsh*t, which was equivalent to saying nothing. Besides, the young man had never seen an immortal who would flatter himself. This guy could talk nonsense, but if he dared not pay he would kill him. Xianxia asked, where's the innkeeper? The more the young man looked at this guy, the more he looked like a swindler. He had already begun to calculate how much he could pawn off his clothes. He said, the lady boss went to Xianxia town this morning and hasn't returned yet. There's a temple fair there and it's very lively. But in this terrible weather I think the lady boss will return early today. If you stay here you'll definitely see her. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Xianxia burped and patted his stomach lightly. He turned his head to look. There was a beautiful woman at the door. She had borrowed an oil paper umbrella from Xianxia town and was running back. She wore a yellow button-down shirt and a pair of embroidered shoes. She was scraping the mud off the bottom of her shoes on the doorsill. Xianxia waved and said, Junyang, sit here. The woman was puzzled. Do we know each other? I remember all the customers who have drunk wine and are as good-looking as you. Xianxia smiled and said, you don't know me but I know you, Junyang. I'm good friends with Qin Pingon. My name is Zhou Fei. The woman's eyes narrowed into slits as she smiled. Her pair of watery eyes were bewitching as she called out to Big Brother Zhou. She quickly stepped over the threshold and tossed the oil paper umbrella to the waiter in the distance. She sat at the table and poured herself a bowl of wine. She drank it all in one gulp. Big Brother Zhou, you're treating me like an outsider. If there was nothing, one could talk about it casually. If there was something, it was often hidden in one's heart and one was unwilling to touch it. Xianxia smiled and said, in the end I'm not as polite as Junyang. The woman was puzzled. Xianxia sighed. My alias is Xianxia. Junyang has a broken tail, so even though she's in Xianxia town, she can't detect traces of me, an immortal. Xianxia smiled and said, Madam Huan Sha, why don't you call me Junyang intimately? In an instant, the world was silent. The woman's 8 tails swayed behind her and her eyes were cold. She no longer looked drunk and seductive. I wonder if Sect Master Jiang has come from afar to kill or catch a demon. Xianxia picked up his wine bowl and gently knocked it against Junyang's. He took a sip of wine. If old Sun came alone, Junyang, you're right to ask. The woman frowned and said, Sect Master Jiang, please speak your mind. Xianxia put down his wine bowl and said, Old Sun wants you to agree to be my Jade Gui sect's consecrator before he stops. I think it's better to forget about it. I shouldn't be so rude to a beauty. Junyang can be my Jade Gui sect's guest. When the world is truly peaceful and suitable for the host to sell wine and the guests to drink, Junyang might as well return here to do business. I can guarantee that when Junyang leaves Jade Gui sect, no one will stop her. It's even better if she's willing to stay, cultivate and return to the Heavenly Fox. The 9-tailed Heavenly Fox, or Madame Huan Sha, sneered and said, and if I don't agree? Xianxia said, you'll die. Her face blurred and then became clear again, but it was no longer Junyang's face. Xianxia didn't shift his gaze and just stared at her face. He shook his head and said with a smile, your fox charm is useless against me and Qin Pingon. She slowly returned to her Junyang appearance and said, Xianxia, I can go to Jade Gui sect with you, but you have to promise me 3 things. First, hide my identity. Other than you and Sun Yuan, no one in Jade Gui sect is allowed to know my background. Of course. Second, third master and little cripple must be settled, but not in Jade Gui sect. Jade Gui sect's lower sect, Xinjing sect, is in Aquarius continent. You can go sightseeing. As for Great Springs capital, don't go. Finally, I want to go to Great Springs capital. I'm more than happy to. I have an old acquaintance there. The sharpener Lu Zong. She asked, how can I trust you? Xianxia said confidently, I'm Qin Pingon's friend. On this day, Junyang closed the inn and went to Great Springs capital with Xianxia. In the Great Spring dynasty in the imperial palace of the capital, a woman leaned against a pillar and cried. She did not seduce others nor did she seduce others. It was just that the entire literary circle of the Great Spring Dynasty was unwilling to let her go. Despite repeated prohibitions, the private engravings of erotic books on the streets were even more unsightly. Did these well-read men only know how to bully a woman? It was around the time when the young hidden official was thrown into prison and met the tailor for the first time. Pei Qian was going to travel. And it was the kind where his master was not by his side. He would be thousands of miles away from home. Early in the morning, Qin Wanshu and Zhou Mili began to help Pei Qian pack up his belongings. Zhou Mili carried a small golden pole and asked if they wanted to take it together. When they were in urgent need of silver, they could mortgage it to the pawn shop and redeem it when they had the money. However, the black-clothed girl did not forget to remind Pei Qian that there was a premium for exchanging gold for silver. He could not be fooled by the pawnshop owner. Pei Qian praised her verbally and pinched little Mili's cheeks. However, Pei Qian did not agree. He said that he had enough money on him. It was not appropriate to carry a golden pole in the pugilistic world. It would be easy to attract jealousy. This time, Pei Qian was going to travel with Li Huai to the North Continent. They agreed to meet at the Yang family shop in the small town. Then they would go to the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry and take the cross-continent ferry of the Hemp sect. It was a pity that their dragon boat, the Tumbling Ink Ferry, could not go as far as the North Continent. Old Chef took out a small piece of summer money from the treasury of the ancestral hall and gave it to Pei Qian. Pei Qian was shocked and only accepted a few pieces of snow money. After all, it was the property of his master and Luopa Mountain. It was not good to borrow too much. Old Chef said that it was not a loan but a gift. Every time a disciple of Luopa Mountain went on a long journey, they would have a sum of divine money in their pocket. According to the young master, it could attract fortune. Pei Qian said that she was the first disciple of Luopa Mountain. How could it be the same? She was really worried that she would lose more money if she took more. Old Chef went against his conscience and gave her the nickname of a money loser. Did she know how many times he had called her that over the years? 72 times. Moreover, she had been living a good life with her master all these years. In addition, she received gifts everywhere. She was diligent and thrifty and was famous for being stingy. In fact, she had saved a lot of money. For example, for this long journey, she had specially prepared a small bag of gold leaves and a bag of broken silver. The mountain walking staff that her master gave her now had the ball of golden silk that sword deity Zhou Cheng's sister gave her. Old Chef specially invited Wei Shanjun to take a look and said that there was no problem. It was a good thing and there was no need to refine it. She just needed to practice a few more sets of the crazy demon sword technique. There was also a small bamboo box made by the big white goose as well as a bamboo blade and a bamboo sword. However, Pei Qian did not dare to hang them on her waist. After all, she was not on her own mountain, and her master and little senior brother were not by her side. She was not brave enough and was worried that she would be mistaken as a real Jianghu person. If there was an unnecessary conflict, other people might see that she was young and forget about it. However, if they saw her bamboo blade and bamboo sword, they would definitely want to fight with her. What was she going to do? What was she going to do about it? Pei Qian went to the mountain deity temple at the peak of the mountain and said goodbye to the mountain deity. Qin Wanshu and Zhou Mili were her attendants. Now that Pei Qian had grown so fast, it made them look more like little girls. The mountain deity's name was Song Yuzhang. It was written in the county records of Huaihuang County. However, it was not long and only recorded that Song Yuzhang had been a kiln supervisor for many years. Strictly speaking, when her master was a kiln worker's apprentice at the Dragon Kiln, Supervisor Song had been in charge of her master for many years. Pei Qian knew that mountain deity Song had always been on bad terms with Luopa Mountain. Moreover, his relationship with Old Chef and Wei Shanjun was very strained. However, her master had once told her that mountain deity Song was a loyal Confucian minister when he was alive. After he died, he became a god and a heroic spirit that protected a region. In the world, not everyone who did not get along with Luopa Mountain was a bad person. Pei Qian returned to the bamboo building and stood at the door of the second floor for a while. At first, Xiaomi wanted to follow Pei Qian to the second floor but was stopped by Nuanshu. She was pulled to the stone table by the cliff to eat melon seeds. Pei Qian walked down to the second floor. Between the bamboo building and the stone table, there were 2 additional small paths on the ground. The path was not long. Back then, her master had traveled to the North Continent and obtained a total of 36 green bricks. Before she went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, she had paved 6 small paths. Each path was embedded with 6 floor tiles of varying distances to help pure martial artists practice the 6-step stance. Her master's original intention was for her master, her first disciple, old chef, Xing Dafeng, Lu Baixiang, and Xin Yuanji to each have 1 path. Later, the big white goose felt wronged, so her master gave his path to it. Pei Qian's path was next to the path shared by her master and her little senior brother, so they were neighbors. Old chef gave it to Chao Qinglang. He said that although she was not a pure martial artist, she could occasionally practice martial arts to calm her mind. Xing Dafeng did not accept the green brick and gave it to the youth Yuan Lai, who was also serious in practicing martial arts but liked to read more. Lu Baixiang gave it to his first disciple Yuan Bao. Although Xin Yuanji had paved a green brick path in the courtyard, he still liked to go up and down the mountain to practice the 6-step stance. To the north was the territory of Luopa Mountain, Huimeng Mountain. It was not as tall as Luopa Mountain, but it was bigger than Luopa Mountain. There were only 3 people there. One of them could not speak the small town's dialect and only spoke the Dali official language. His surname was Dugu, his real name was unknown. He used the name Xiaopoxian. He was accompanied by a servant girl called Meng Long who was always by his side. He was very arrogant. There was also a sister called Shiqiu. She was gentle and had a soft heart. Pei Qian naturally preferred the latter. At the westernmost sword reverence terrace, a man called Cui Wei practiced his sword. He did not like to talk and never went down the mountain. Zhang Zhezhen and Jiang Chu would occasionally go to the Dragon Rider Alley to help. Cui Wei was a golden core bottleneck sword cultivator. He came from the Great Wall of Sword Qi and was brought back by the big white goose. Pei Qian was very clear of the importance of a golden core earthly immortal sword cultivator in Aquarius continent. Sister Xiu's Dragon Spring Sword sect was an immortal sect. Master Wan had taken in 2 batches of disciples. Currently, there was only 1 golden core that held the opening ceremony. And that Donggu was not a sword cultivator. Of course, this was because Sister Xiu did not like to be in the limelight. But Cui Wei was always courteous to old chef. He was courteous to the point of respect and even fear. It was a strange thing. Did old chef put arsenic or laxatives in Cui Wei's rice bowl or wine jar? Although old chef had indeed taught the embroidered river deity a lesson, but Cui Wei was a golden core sword cultivator. He did not need to be so reserved. Lu Zhongruan brought the direct disciples of the Patriarch Hall from Book Lake and Pearl Hairpin Island. They rented the crayfish back from Luopa Mountain. Both parties had a harmonious relationship. Pei Qian admired this Aunt Lu a lot. According to old chef, she was the princess royal in name and in reality. Pei Qian had read about this kind of things in books before, but now she had really done it. A few years ago, Lu Zhongruan had personally become the manager of the Dragon Boat Ferry. She sold immortal goods from Spring Dew Garden to Oxhorn Mountain. This Aunt Lu was loyal and professional. She earned a lot of money. According to Nguan Shu, Luopa Mountain's money vault would receive a large sum of immortal money every season. The money earned was second only to the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry and Wei Shanjun. Compared to the 2 shops in Riding Dragon Alley, the money earned was much more. Sometimes Pei Qian would go to Riding Dragon Alley and see Shi Rou. He could not help but sigh. She was embarrassed for Shi Rou. How could she be the manager of a shop? Moreover, during every festival, Nguan Shu would go to the Dragon Spring Sword sects Xianxia Mountain, Mount Grey, the Sword Reverence Platform, and of course Crayfish Back. He would visit and give gifts. They were all specialties of Luopa Mountain. The gifts were light but the feelings were heavy. The sisters of Crayfish Back would also return the gifts. Pei Qian would always follow Nguan Shu. In the past, Xiaomi would also join in the fun, but now her guts were smaller than the eye of a needle. She loved to stay on Luopa Mountain and refused to leave. Every time she would find excuses such as spraining her ankle or having a toothache. Later on, her little brain, which did not like to think, was probably really hurting, so she secretly went to look for old chef. In the end, she got a big piece of paper filled with a long list of excuses such as checking the almanac. It was not suitable for a water-type great demon to travel far up the mountain today. This made Xiaomi overjoyed. Every day she would ask Nguanshu why she was not coming down the mountain to visit them. Pei Qian secretly hid that piece of paper one day. The little girl, who would take a look at it every day before she went to bed, was dumbfounded. She was so anxious that she even searched the square near the Jisei Peak's ancestral hall, the entire Luopa Mountain's main path, as well as all the secluded paths of various sizes. In the middle of the night, the black-clothed little girl opened her eyes wide and stared hard at the path under her feet. Pei Qian kindly helped her, but Xiaomi did not dare to say what she had lost. In any case, Pei Qian followed Zhou Mili and strolled around. Although Xiaomi had 2 short legs, she ran very fast. In the end, Zhou Mili teared up and said to Pei Qian, "Let's search again." However, Xiaomi quickly changed her mind and said, "If Branch Master is tired, you can sleep first. I'll look for it myself. I'm very familiar with the path." Pei Qian made a gesture with one hand and stomped his foot on the ground. He spoke a bunch of nonsense and then whispered the word, "Imperial." With a twist of his wrist, the piece of paper appeared in his hand. Xiaomi, who was stunned and opened her mouth wide, first clapped vigorously, then jumped up, grabbed the piece of paper and hid it in her sleeve. On the way home, she chattered around Pei Qian and asked him what kind of immortal magic this was. Why was it so effective? Did she ask him to come to her house as a guest? If it was possible, she asked the branch master to use his magical power and send the mountain master home together with the imperial edict. There was a big snake in Yellow Lake Mountain. Qin Lingjun used to go there to play. Sister Jira's master, the old Taoist Jia Qing, originally left the straw shop and went to Yellow Lake Mountain to cultivate. It was said that he inexplicably broke through the realm. According to Qin Lingjun, the old Taoist was so happy that he roared by the lake, making countless birds leave their branches and fish dive to the bottom. When Taoist Jia Qing came to Luopa Mountain, the old chef gave him a sum of congratulatory money. The old Taoist declined several times, saying that he couldn't accept it. After all, it was not a gold formation pill. They were all family, so there was no need to spend so much money. Pei Qian's eyes were sharp. When he saw that the old chef was about to go with the flow and not give the red packet, the blind old Taoist seemed to have opened his eyes. He took the first step and accepted the red packet with 2 small coins. He stroked his beard and smiled, muttering that it was difficult to refuse such kindness. Pei Qian took a deep breath and said to his 2 good friends, "You don't have to send me off." Pei Qian held the mountain walking stick in one hand and the rope of the bamboo box in the other. He ran all the way, jumped high and jumped off the cliff. The mountain wind whistled in his ears. During the falling process, Pei Qian thought about when he could cross from Luopa Mountain to Mount Gray in the north. The girl yawned. She bent her knees slightly and landed heavily on the ground, causing dust to fly. The girl squatted on the ground and gently pressed her 5 fingers against the ground. The dust that had just been shaken up immediately returned to the ground. Practice makes perfect. It was not worth mentioning. Julien came to the stone table. Wei Pai appeared after him. Little Mealy waved her hand vigorously at the cliff. She did not care if Pei Qian at the foot of the mountain could see her farewell. Qin Wanshu was worried about whether the bags of dried fish, melon seeds and pastries in the box would be enough for Pei Qian to eat on the way. Julien rubbed his chin and said, "It's really hard to be at ease when you're only a 6th realm martial artist. Your route is also different from Qin Lingjuan's." Wei Pai said helplessly, "Only?" Julien laughed. Qin Wanshu and Zhou Mili bowed to Wei Shanjun. Wei Pai smiled and nodded. Zhou Mili lowered her head and dug into her sleeves for a long time. She could only give Wei Shanjun a small handful of melon seeds. She was a little embarrassed. She did not treat her guest well. She was the right protector of Luopa Mountain, the deputy chief, the mute lake monster, the protector of Dragon Rider Alley in the past, and the self-proclaimed 5th shopkeeper of the New Year shop. Zhou Mili was. Wei Pai held back his laughter. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it." Qin Wanshu took his leave and continued to busy himself. There were still many trivial matters on Luopa Mountain. Zhou Mili carried the little golden shoulder pole and 8 melon seeds along the way. Although she was worried about the chief's journey as the deputy chief, there was nothing she could do. After the 2 little girls walked away, Wei Pai continued the previous topic. With Li Huai around, it's not a big problem. Besides, Pei Qian might reach the golden body realm as he walks. Let's worry about those blind martial artists and demons of the Jianghu, right? Anyway, I don't understand Pei Qian's martial arts training. It's completely unreasonable. Julien said, when the younger generation of the family travels far away, the elders always have to worry about not having enough food to eat and clothes to wear. However, you don't know how difficult it is until you've experienced it. It's time for Pei Qian to walk the Jianghu by himself. Wei Pai said, if you're so worried, why don't you follow him? I'll help you take care of Luopa Mountain. Zhou Xian rubbed his hands and said, forget it. Brother Wei, you should focus on organizing the night banquet. It's not easy to find a mountain for the crown prince. There's no reason not to hold one. Look at Jin Qing, the lord of Zhongyue. Isn't he doing very well? Wei Pai felt tired at the thought of this. He asked, other than the gods of the mountains and rivers in Beiyue, which Qi refinement warrior is willing to come? Now, on the mountains of the Dali dynasty, there was a widely spread saying that the Beiyue region was full of the sounds of selling iron pots and pans. Wei Pai suddenly said, that immortal Xiaope who has both the country's fate and the destiny of swordsmanship. If you're willing, I can help to pull some strings. Don't worry, Jin Qing is also someone who can hide things. Moreover, he is nostalgic for the Zhuang dynasty. Who knows, Jin Qing might help Luopa Mountain at the critical moment. Moreover, he might help regardless of the cost and without asking for anything in return. Zhou Xian shook his head and said, for some things, in order to achieve one's goal, one cannot be particular about the means. However, for some things one has to be more honest. Wei Pai nodded and said, Brother Zhu, you're indeed transparent. Zhou Xian spat and scolded, transparent my ass. It's easy for me to say that now. That little bastard dares to scheme against Luopa Mountain. I'm only tolerating that pair of master and servant on account of young master and Miss Shirqiu's friendship. However, if something really happens, I'll make immortal Xiaopa sell his ass for the sake of Luopa Mountain. Wei Pai pretended that he did not hear anything. Zhou Xian stretched out 2 fingers and rubbed the sides of his mouth. If there was really a careless person who dashed out, after all, distant water could not quench the present thirst. It was not that the sword worship platform's golden core bottleneck sword cultivator Cui Wei could not be used at the critical moment. However, before Cui Wei reached the nascent soul realm, it was better for him to be quiet and not move. As for the remnant of the Zhuang dynasty, the sword cultivator who changed his name to Immortal Xiaopa, it was even more unsuitable for him to appear in public. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to Luopa Mountain slapping the Song clan in the face. Lu Baixiang, Sui Yiyu and Wei Xian, these 3 pure martial artists, each had their own path to walk. The Feng Feng brothers were no longer on the mountain. Xin Yuanji, Yuan Bao and Yuan Lai, these 3 martial artists were too young. They still had a long way to go. Moreover, compared to Lu, Sui and Wei, who were a generation older, the gap between them in terms of aptitude and temperament was not small. Zhou Xian scratched his head and sighed. Our Luopa Mountain's foundation is still not thick enough. For the sake of this lotus root-blessed land, we're even more stretched. When I think of Nuanshu secretly returning the money for the 3 red packets for the new year to me, the 3 of them only left a red packet envelope. My heart aches, my heart aches. You don't know, but even that stingy Pei Qian has started to quietly bring Nuanshu and Xiaomi back to the family. Those that can be moved to Luopa Mountain's warehouse, and those that can be moved later have all been sorted out. Zhou Xian stomped his feet and said, I've let young master down. I don't have the face to go to Jisei Peak's ancestral hall to offer incense. Wei Pai put his hand to his forehead and said, all right, I'll hold another King night banquet, all right? I, the Mountain Lord, am determined to be shameless, all right? Zhou Xian grabbed Wei Pai's arm. Brother Wei is righteous. Wei Pai said helplessly, it's easy to get on a pirate ship, but it's not easy to get off. Wei Pai suddenly frowned and said, Clear Wind City's spy. Little slug. Mountain quaking fist? Zhou Xian asked, did someone burn incense and pray with you, the Mountain Lord? Wei Pai nodded and said, 3 incense sticks. The first 2 incense sticks were ordinary things, so I ignored them. The last incense stick was top-grade mountain incense, and there were these 3 sayings, so I took it seriously. Zhou Xian smiled and said, it's most likely a chess piece that Gukan buried for many years. He felt that the time was right, so he came to pay his respects. What a coincidence, I was just about to go to Clear Wind City's Su family to try my luck. It's not good to be disgusted by people all the time. It's my turn to disgust others. Wei Pai said, no hurry, I'll go meet this person first. Zhou Xian smiled and said, thank you. I'll help you ask Muanshu for melon seeds later. Wei Pai turned into a gust of wind and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zhou Xian looked at the sky at the scene of snow and muttered, Xianxia hasn't recited a poem in a long time on the back of a donkey in the wind and snow. Xianxia has always been there, wind and snow often, but there's no donkey. Even if there is, it should be Pei Qian leading it to the pugilistic world. Zhou Xian smiled knowingly. The next time the young master returned home, he would probably be even more unwilling to feed Pei Qian. Li Huai packed up his belongings. It was very simple. He carried a large bamboo box, bottles, dry food and salted vegetables. He did not bring any of his treasures. In the pugilistic world, crooks were mixed in with the honest folk. It was better to keep a low profile. He went to the medicine shop to say goodbye to the old man. Old Yang gave Li Huai a set of clothes. It was a long green robe, something like bamboo gauze, a jade tablet without inscriptions and a pair of boots. Li Huai did not want to accept it at first. The shop's business was a little too quiet. It was not easy for the old man to make some money. He guessed that after so many years he had not accumulated much. His father was not in the shop and Uncle Jing had also traveled far away. The two new disciples of Su Dian and Shiling Mountain had also left. Li Huai was really worried. He was too embarrassed to accept the old man's things. However, the old man said that if Li Huai did not want it, it was fine. Please give it to the guy behind the counter in the front room. Li Huai almost lost his temper. If not for the fact that he was a Confucian disciple who had to act like a scholar and be more refined, Li Huai really wanted to put a gunny sack over his head and give him a good beating. This was the first time Pei Qian came to the Yang family's shop. This was the first time he met old Yang. The young girl sat on the bench opposite him respectfully. Her posture had already started to become slender. She was slightly thin and her skin was slightly dark. She was indeed not a very good-looking girl. When Pei Qian entered the backyard, he saw the old man sitting on the steps. Li Huai squatted beside him and stretched out his hand to strangle the old man's neck. He did not know what Li Huai was muttering. Pei Qian remembered his master's teachings. If it was not necessary, he was not allowed to peek into other people's minds. Old Yang looked at the young girl and said slowly, Qi Jingchun sat on this bench before. Your master also sat on it before. Pei Qian, who was sitting upright, nodded slightly. However, Li Huai slapped the old man's head and imitated Zhou Mili's words. Hey. Acting all mysterious. So what if you're older? You're scaring my friend. Pei Qian glared at Li Huai. Li Huai immediately touched the old man's head and smoothed his hair. The old man was already used to it and did not take it seriously. Of course, Li Huai was the only exception. What if it was Heavenly Lord Xiesher or Sword Immortal Chaoshi? The old man said, You can go now. Li Huai and Pei Qian walked to the bamboo curtain together. Li Huai turned around and said, Old man, I bought a big bag of high-quality charcoal and put it in the side room. It's winter. Don't be so reluctant. It's not your money. The old man nodded. Pei Qian bowed slightly and cupped his fists. The old man nodded again. This year, this month, this day. In the night, on the top half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the black shadow's body gradually became clearer. Its golden eyes were still the most eye-catching. It was wearing a bright red robe and had a narrow saber hanging from its waist. There were no more demons who wanted to die trying to climb on this half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. So, those sword immortals in the paintings had temporarily hidden. The black shadow had been wandering on the top of the city wall, coming and going suddenly without leaving a trace. At this moment, the black shadow took off his saber and came to the cliff of the city wall. He stood with his saber and looked down at the ground. There were still countless demons under his feet, rushing north. He looked away and looked up. There are only 2 moons left in the savage wilderness. I'm fine, but I don't know if those wanderers are safe. If you like swords, please collect them. Swords update the fastest. (686). Osmanthus Island finally returned to Old Dragon City. They slowly docked at the island outside the city. The journey back was considered smooth sailing, which made them feel relieved. The 3 of them left the Gui lineage courtyard. Wei Jin carried his sword on his back, Miyu carried his sword and a wine gourd was tied around his waist. Wei Wenlong, on the other hand, was empty-handed. There was a sea road between the island and Old Dragon City. Osmanthus Maiden Jean Su sent the 3 of them off under the instructions of her master, Madame Gui. She brought them to another fairy port in Old Dragon City. They would change boats there and follow the dragon path to the center of the Aquarius continent. Between the sea and land crossings in Old Dragon City, there was a long street that belonged to the Sun family's ancestral land. The Fan family's chief consecrator, Ma Ji, who was originally in charge of Osmanthus Island, wanted to call for a carriage but was rejected by Wei Jin. Jin Su admired the young sword immortal of the Wind Snow Temple's immortal platform from the bottom of her heart. She first asked for his help before rushing to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to kill demons. Sword Immortal Wei was the youngest immortal of the upper 5 realms in the history of the Aquarius continent. Jin Su was certain that once Wei Jin returned to the Wind Snow Temple from his trip to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the Wind Snow Temple would definitely gain a great reputation. According to some rumors that had spread in the early years, no one knew if they were true or false, but the rumors were very exaggerated. It was said that Wei Jin was able to cultivate at the top of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He was able to focus on nurturing his sword and he received unique treatment. He was neighbors with the strongest swordsman at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, an old immortal. They had 2 thatched cottages, big and small. It was said that Wei Jin would often be taught swordsmanship by the old immortal. This had won a lot of gossip for the Qi cultivators of the Aquarius continent. Every time they talked about it, they would feel honored. Nowadays, whenever the continent's cultivators talked about sword cultivators, they would inevitably talk about Wind Snow Temple's Wei Jin. Our Aquarius continent is the smallest among the 9 continents, but isn't our fellow countryman Wei Jin an outstanding existence in the Great Wall of Sword Qi filled with sword immortals? Some immortal masters even began to think that once Qi Zhen, the heavenly lord of the Divine Bulletin sect, ascended or went into seclusion for a long time and stopped caring about worldly affairs, then the next leader of the immortal families would most likely be Wei Jin. Once Wei Jin became an immortal, he would become the first great sword immortal in the history of Aquarius continent. By then, the power of the heavens and earth would be on his side, and his attainments in the great Tao would be immeasurable. As for the 2 unknown friends of Wei and Jin, Jin Su could only treat them with courtesy. It was said that they were both Taoists who were only one step away from becoming Earth Immortals of Gold Core Realm. In the courtyard of the Gui lineage, Jin Su would occasionally accompany Lady Gui and the 3 of them to brew tea and discuss the Tao, and notice some slight differences. The guest with the surname Wei was more reserved and was not good with words, but was extremely interested in the local conditions and customs of the Aquarius continent, and rarely took the initiative to ask. All of them asked about the business direction of the few big families in Old Dragon City, and how to earn money as though they were disciples of the Shang family. On the other hand, young Master Mi, who looked like an immortal in a book, did not seem to care about anything. On both sides of the road, the cultivators on the mountain had created a lotus-like landscape. Therefore the road was bustling with people and tourists. Miyu walked among them as though he was an immortal who walked from the heavens to the mortal world. Even though Jin Su's heart already belonged to someone else and was even more infatuated with Sun Jiashu, she had to admit that in terms of looks, this young Master Mi was really an immortal among immortals. There were many women on the road, and they could not help but take a few more glances at Miyu. Unknowingly, they looked less at the lotus-like landscape and more at the elegant young master. Where are the immortals? Burn the elixir beside the well, test the ink in the pool. 10 miles of lotuses, the cool breeze discerning the water, the bright moon in the sky. Miyu muttered these 2 sentences that he read from a book on the fan of the Yen family's shop. The scholars in the vast world were indeed talented in literature. And in this vast world, if one did not talk about the people and only talked about the scenery, it was indeed much better than the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They had not even reached Old Dragon City, and there was already such a scene. At this moment as they walked, Wei Wenlong sighed in his heart. This is the hometown of hidden official and sword immortal Wei. There was no need for Wei Jin to remind him. The 2 words hidden official were taboo and should not be mentioned constantly. Even if Wei Wenlong could not help but mention it, he could only say it in his heart. Wei Jin laughed. If not for traveling to other continents, it would be hard to talk about hometown in such a big continent. And not only did Wei Jin not care about the Aquarius continent, he did not even have a sense of belonging to the Wind Snow Temple. Jin Su pointed to the sky above Old Dragon City and introduced it to the 2 foreigners. In the past, our Old Dragon City had a sea of clouds, and it was rumored that it was at least a half-immortal weapon, a relic left behind by the ancient immortals. Riding on the clouds, one could see it from a bird's-eye view, but in the city one could not see it. But for some reason the sea of clouds suddenly disappeared a few years ago, and now it has become a legend on the mountain. Many Qi cultivators on the mountain specially came to verify the authenticity of the news. Wei Wenlong subconsciously started to calculate the value of a half-immortal weapon in the Aquarius continent. Miyu's expression was calm and said to Wei Jin telepathically, "Does your Aquarius continent have so many people who have nothing better to do?" Wei Jin's impression of Miyu was not bad, and he was good friends with great sword immortal Mi Hu and Yu Qing. Hence Wei Jin did not treat Miyu as an outsider and replied, "This kind of words, any sword immortal in the Great Wall of Sword Qi can say, but only you Miyu have no right to be eccentric, to lie drunk in the clouds, to pretend to be an immortal, to fool foreign female cultivators, and to have a lot of love debts." Miyu laughed. "You have to mention it, you deserve to be a bachelor, sword immortal Wei. How many sword immortals are there in the Aquarius continent? As a sword immortal you are still so young, yet you don't have many female friends. I really don't know if the fairies in the Aquarius continent have bad eyesight, or you Wei Jin are not enlightened. Don't tell me that every time you walk up and down the mountain, you will stick a note on your forehead with the words 'I don't love women' written on it. Come, sword immortal Wei, don't be shy, we are all family, quickly take out that note and let me and brother Wei broaden our horizons." Wei Jin laughed. "I really don't have such a note, sorry to disappoint sword immortal me." Jin Su only knew that the three of them were conversing telepathically, but she did not know what they were talking about that made them so happy. A carriage stopped in the middle of the road, and after it stopped at the shore of Osmanthus Island, a young laurel man walked down with a jade pendant that said, "Old Dragon Brings Rain," hanging on his waist. It was the young city lord of Old Dragon City, Fu Nanhua. After seeing Wei Jin and the rest, he lowered his head and cupped his fists. "Junior Fu Nanhua greets sword immortal Wei." Wei Jin nodded. "I won't be visiting the city, I have to hurry." If not for Osmanthus Island's Jin Su standing beside him, Wei Jin might not have spoken a word. In the pugilistic world, Wei Jin could chat happily with the boors of the pugilistic world, but he could not be bothered to get close to the people on the mountain. Fu Nanhua stepped to the side and gave way and smiled. "I dare not disturb sword immortal Wei. This junior has come because of your reputation, it is actually very rude of me." After walking out of the sea road, the group of them rode the wind and headed to the next ferry. Miyu clicked his tongue. "Wei Jin, you have so much face in Aquarius continent?" Wei Jin laughed. "Scolding people?" At the ferry, someone recognized Wind Snow Temple's sword immortal, and there was an uproar. When Wei Jin landed, the passers-by gave way to this sword immortal. In Aquarius continent, where there were not many sword cultivators, an earth immortal sword cultivator was enough to be hailed as so-and-so sword immortal, let alone Wei Jin, who was a true upper five realms sword immortal. So the passers-by in the distance were pointing and whispering. Those who were closer to Wei Jin took the initiative to bow. Miyu said again, "There are quite a lot of people scolding you." Wei Jin said helplessly, "Miyu, calm down, why don't we board the ferry and find a secluded place midway and leave the boat and have a spar?" Miyu laughed. "I am not stupid, we are both in the unpolished jade realm, but I can only defeat Spring Banner House's sword immortal Shao, and I cannot defeat Wind Snow Temple's sword immortal Wei." Wei Wenlong was even more helpless. "You two sword immortal seniors can spar, why do you have to involve my master?" The three of them bade farewell to Jin Su and boarded a ferry. Unlike Wei Jin, who lived in seclusion, Miyu still treated it as if he was traveling on Osmanthus Island, and was not willing to stay in his house. He liked to look at the mountains and rivers from the bow of the ferry and laughed to Wei Wenlong. "So in this vast world, other than islands, there are so many mountains." During the heavy snowfall, the ferry passed by a sect on the mountain. High cliffs, high buildings, immortal pavilions, row upon row. If one leaned on the railing and looked into the distance, there were strange pine trees and cypresses, and a few patches of green in the snow. It was very eye-catching. How many private houses could have such an immortal scenery? On the opposite cliff, there was a long-bearded guest in green. Standing by the cliff, there were 8 or 9 immortals, playing chess and watching. It was unknown who was the host and who was the guest. Looking down at the beautiful scenery that was unique to this foreign land, sword immortal me, you seem to be crying and laughing. Wei Jin rarely walked out of his house and came to Mi Yu's side and said, "You said it yourself, in this Aquarius continent, there are not many sword immortals. You can travel around, drink some good wine and then board the ferry." Mi Yu had already returned to normal. "Forget it, there are no female immortals, there is no point in going." Wei Jin nodded. Dusk Cloud Mountain, Su family's Fox Country in Clear Wind City, Dolly's Eternal Spring Palace in the north, there are more female immortals. Mi Yu laughed and scolded, "I am a romantic, not a pervert." After interacting with the young hidden official for a long time, Wei Wenlong, who had been influenced by him, suddenly said softly, "This is doubtful." Wei Jin smiled knowingly. Mi Yu gave him a thumbs up. He was in a good mood. These words. "Have some of our hidden official's style." Mi Yu suddenly asked, "Go plant oranges, what is that? Is there a story to tell?" Wei Jin was confused. He shook his head, "I don't know." Mi Yu shook his head, "Brother Wei, your knowledge is lacking." Wei Jin did not mind and returned to his house to continue nurturing his sword intent. Wei Wenlong went to the ferry to buy the Landscape Gazette. Mi Yu leaned on the railing alone, thinking that he would soon be able to go to Luopa Mountain to eat and wait for death, and that he would be able to see the legendary Mirror's flower, Mirror's moon. Mi Yu's mood became better. But he did not know why the hidden official repeatedly mentioned the Mirror's flower, Mirror's moon, and every time he mentioned it, his smile was especially sincere. This was Li Huai's first cross-continent trip. Previously, he boarded the ferry at Oxhorn Mountain, and the heroic spirit puppets dragged the ferry through the sea of clouds, moving as fast as lightning. Every time there was a rainstorm, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The heroic spirit puppets refined by the linen sect were like golden armor, shining in front of the ferry as if the sun and moon were pulling the big boat forward. Li Huai would never get tired of looking at it. Because there was no viewing platform in his residence, Li Huai often went to the bow to admire the scenery, and every time he was surprised. Pei Qian lived next door and did not like to go out. At most she would lie by the window and look at the strange phenomenon in the sky. Li Huai persuaded her several times to go to the bow with him, but Boss Pei said that she had been through thousands of mountains and rivers, and had seen all kinds of strange things. Instead, she solemnly reminded Li Huai to be careful when he went out alone, and not to take the initiative to cause trouble. However, he did not have to be afraid of trouble coming to him. If there was an accident, she would help to inform Steward Su. Li Huai looked at the old and wise helm leader Pei, who was practicing martial arts in the slightly narrow room while speaking in the old and experienced Jianghu language. He was greatly impressed, so he sincerely said some good words. As a result, Pei Qian, who was about to start copying books, gave him a get lost as a reward. Both Du Wenxi, a nascent soul cultivator, and Pang Lanxi, a direct disciple of the ancestral hall, who had high hopes, were both appointed as the honorary offerings of Luopa Mountain. However, this matter was not widely publicized. Moreover, every time the ferry went back and forth, the ancestral hall of both sides would have a large amount of money. After all, the entire Skeleton Beach and Spring Dew Garden's first line of business almost included the entire southeast of the North Continent. Many of the big and small immortal mountains were secretly related to Luopa Mountain. Luopa Mountain sat on half of the Oxhorn Mountains ferry. Every time the cross-continent ferry went back and forth between the Skeleton Beach and Old Dragon City, close to 10% of the profits would fall into Luopa Mountain's pocket once a year. This was a very reasonable amount of sharing. The Linen Sect, Spring Dew Garden, and their allies and vassal mountains that needed to contribute people, energy and materials, took 80% of the profits. Wei Pai, the Lord of Mount Beiyu, took the last 10% of the profits. Therefore, Luopa Mountain and the Linen Sect, which was located at the southernmost tip of the North Continent, could be said to have a gentleman's friendship. However, there was also a bondage of interests between the two sides. If the friendship could be recorded in the account book and both sides could earn money, and as the business grew, the friendship would be very solid. The steward of the ferry, an old man surnamed Su, specially took out 2 first-class rooms to entertain the 2 guests. In the end, when the girl surnamed Pei asked about the price, she refused to stay no matter what. She said that 2 ordinary cabins would be enough. She even asked the old steward if it would be troublesome to change cabins at the last minute. Not only would the first-class rooms be empty, but she would also cause the ferry to lose 2 cabins. The old manager was used to doing business, and he had already trained a pair of discerning eyes. Seeing that she was sincere and not being polite, he did not mince his words. The immortal masters who came to the Aquarius continent to do business had a long journey. As long as they had a good house to stay in, they would not lack the immortal money. This was especially so for the immortal disciples near the capital of Dali. Nowadays they all loved to travel to the North Continent. Each one of them was more generous than the other. Therefore they did not have to worry about the expensive cabins being empty. However, the linen sect really did not care about earning this kind of money. After that, the young girl added that she really appreciated the senior's good intentions, but the difference was too great. If they occupied 2 of the best rooms, it would cause the hemp sect to earn less money. He came out to suffer hardships, not to enjoy life. If her master found out, she would definitely be punished. Therefore it was reasonable for them to move. The old man smiled and gave the girl a wooden token that read Little Summer. He said that with this token she could use it to buy an item worth 1 little summer at the immortal shop on the ferry, Void Hatred Lane. The old man did not give Pei Qian a chance to refuse. He took advantage of his seniority and said that if she did not accept it, it would hurt their relationship. The girl said that she did not dare to refuse an elder's gift. She took the wooden token with both hands and bowed to the old nascent soul cultivator who was of high seniority in the linen sect. The ferry manager's surname was Su, and his name was Shi. He was an old nascent soul cultivator from the linen sect. The shopkeeper of Void Hatred Lane was surnamed Huang, and his name was Xinyu. They were old friends who had been neighbors for almost 300 years. In fact, not long after Pei Qian and Li Huai boarded the ferry, the 2 friends who had nothing to do started talking about the 2 children. The old nascent soul cultivator said that compared to the previous Qin Lingjun, the girl was young but she was much more experienced. However, he did not know how Pei Qian would use the wooden token that was worth 1 little summer. Shopkeeper Huang was overjoyed. A customer who earned a little summer from the ferry as soon as they boarded the ferry, and more importantly he could earn a favor. It was rare. At the same time he spoke a few good words for Qin Lingjun. He felt that the kid was not bad. Now that they were familiar with each other, it would be fun to chat with him again. Outside of the small talk, shopkeeper Huang also had a serious question. He asked his old friend if Luopa Mountain looked down on his small business. Otherwise, why would they talk about it later when he said that he wanted to open a store on Oxhorn Mountain? Luopa Mountain clearly had many empty stores, but they said that they would discuss this matter later. They only verbally promised to leave a store with the best location for him. Shopkeeper Su smiled and comforted his good friend. That young mountain chieftain was not at the mountain, and Zhou Xian, who was acting as the abbot, did not allow Void Hatred Lane to open a branch on Oxhorn Mountain for whatever reason. They definitely had their own considerations, but it was definitely not because they looked down on shopkeeper Huang and Void Hatred Lane. Luopa Mountain still had this bit of integrity, and they were definitely not people who would curry favor with those in power. That Zhu Lian treated people with watertight manners, and he was definitely not a short-sighted person. That was what his good friend said, and he actually understood the reasoning behind it. However, shopkeeper Huang could not help but feel gloomy after being rejected. All he could say was that Luopa Mountain had become even more prosperous compared to when they first met Chen Pingon. That young man had not been at their mountain for so long, so it was hard to say what would happen in the future. Would they become one of those immortal mountains that forgot themselves when they suddenly became rich? It was an invisible route that ran from the Spring Dew Garden of the North Continent all the way to the old dragon city of the Aquarius continent. Apart from the hemp sect, Spring Dew Garden, Cloud Stripping Mountain, and Luopa Mountain that had formed an alliance in the beginning, the Fan family and the Sun family of the old dragon city gradually began to join in. There was also a young man called Dong Shuijing. Afterwards, 3 descendants of generals with the surname of the Pillar State of Dali, Guan Iran of the Great Blasphemy Supervisor, Supervisor Chao of the Dragon Province of Dali, and Prefectural Governor Yuan temporarily only used their own names to do business on the mountain. In reality, the Cloud Stripping Mountain originally could have earned even more. It was just that Lord Wei of the Great Mountains had given it to Luopa Mountain. Shopkeeper Huang had never actually considered how to earn money on Oxhorn Mountain. Instead, he trusted the young man's character more. He was willing to take the initiative to form a good relationship with the thriving Luopa Mountain. The cultivators of the North Continent were filled with the aura of Jianghu. They cared a lot about their reputation. In the past few years, shopkeeper Huang had often boasted to his friends about how he possessed a unique insight. He was the first person in the entire North Continent to discover that the young mountain lord was anything but ordinary. Even sect master Zhu Quan paled in comparison to him in this aspect. As a result, the more this was the case, the more dejected the old shopkeeper felt. The divine money that could not be brought with him when he was born and could not be taken with him when he died was just like a passing guest living in someone else's purse. To a golden core cultivator who had no hopes of becoming a great cultivator, earning more or less was a trivial matter. He might not be able to drink and boast with others, but was there anything more important than that? There was none. One day the two of them began to drink again. A woman who managed the specific business matters of the Void Hatred Workshop came over to talk to the two of them. After Sushi heard everything, he joked, "Are those two kids collecting trash? Why aren't you stopping them? Is the Void Hatred Workshop so black-hearted to earn money? It's a good thing that I only gave them a small wooden token. Otherwise, after this incident, your Void Hatred Workshop can forget about opening a shop on Oxhorn Mountain in the future." Shopkeeper Huang said helplessly, "I didn't mention this to Water Caltrip because I didn't want to complicate matters. It's mainly because the workshop happened to be clearing out the inventory once every 60 years and found a large pile of old items. Many of them were actually muddled accounts. Old friends couldn't repay their debts, so they used items to repay their debts. Many of the items that were only worth 50 snow coins were accepted by the Void Hatred Workshop as a small sum of money." The woman in charge of the Void Hatred Workshop, who was nicknamed Water Caltrip by the shopkeeper, immediately understood the severity of the situation. She already had a way to remedy the situation. Just as she was about to speak, the highly respected Elder Su smiled and said, "You don't have to do anything deliberately. Isn't this good enough? Later, get your shopkeeper Huang to use his status as an elder and claim to be Qin Pinggan's best friend. Give him an item worth a small sum of money. Otherwise, that little girl named Pei Qian won't accept it." At this point, the old man and Water Caltrip casually asked, "They bought a large pile of junk. Is there any possibility of picking up a bargain?" The woman smiled bitterly and shook her head. "We have a new shop assistant in our workshop. When he earns money, he doesn't even recognize his own family. He dares to sell anything and dares to ask for any price. The eyesight of the appraisers in our workshop isn't bad. Those two children also picked the cheapest ones. I reckon that if we continue to buy like this, by the time they get off the boat, it'll be difficult to buy 10 snowflakes with money. At that time, I'm afraid that our Void Hatred Workshop will be scolded as a black shop." Shopkeeper Huang had a strange expression. The woman smiled. Knowing the relationship between the two elders, she wasn't afraid of revealing the heavenly secret. That new shop assistant was praised by our shopkeeper Huang as a good seedling. He wanted me to cultivate him well. As it turned out, Pei Qian was in high spirits today. Holding the small heat wooden tablet, he brought Li Huai to the Void Hatred Workshop. Li Huai was even more excited. Coincidentally, he looked through the almanac. Today was a good day to buy and sell. Let me do it, let me do it. The two of them first went to look at the pair of magic swords that their master had mentioned. It was a feast for the eyes. In any case, they definitely couldn't afford to buy them. Falling Rain and Chiming Lantern were two swords left behind by an ancient Immortal's Dao companion. They were severely damaged. If they wanted to repair them to their original state, it would cost too much money. It wasn't worth it. When their master was on the ferry, they were already one of the treasures of the shop. Even now, they still couldn't be sold. There were especially many items in the Void Hatred Workshop today. Pei Qian's eyes were dazzled. However, the prices weren't cheap. As expected, on the Immortal's ferry, money wasn't money. Li Huai said with certainty that he would only buy the cheap ones. Pei Qian, who was originally a little hesitant, simply handed the wooden tablet to Li Huai and let him try his luck. Li Huai clasped his hands together and raised them high. He rubbed his palms together and muttered, "Heavenly Spirit, Earth Spirit, God of Fortune is visiting my house today." Pei Qian was more at ease. An Immortal's Celadone's brush washer. 10 snowflakes cost money. He looked like an immortal. Her porcelain burning skills were obviously very good. He was not bad at all. Where was Li Huai's hometown? How could he not know the quality of a porcelain body? Li Huai saw Pei Qian sneering from the corner of his eye. He was worried that she would think that he was careless in spending money. He even tapped lightly with his fingers. The tinkling sounds were crisp and pleasing to the ear. He looked, tapped and listened. He used his eyes, hands and ears at the same time. He nodded repeatedly, indicating that this item was neither bad nor bad. The young shop assistant at the side also nodded gently, indicating that this buyer couldn't judge a book by its cover. It was an old and tattered scroll. After it was opened, it was painted with a fox worshipping the moon. 5 snowflakes cost money. In this house of void hatred, such a cheap item was rarely seen. The young shop assistant lamented at the side. If nothing unexpected happened, the customer should have picked up a bargain again. Take a look at this dusty painting. Although it didn't have the slightest bit of spiritual energy, just based on the painting technique, the fine details, and the strokes that were enough to show the fox demon's roots and hair, was already worth 5 snowflakes. A red sandalwood writing box inlaid with gold and silver threads. It came with a pair of small and exquisite 3-colored lions. 15 snowflakes cost money. It was rare for Pei Qian to feel that this transaction wasn't a loss. The writing box was similar to a treasure box. After it was opened, it was big and small. It won by quantity. Pei Qian had always been very fond of such items. A bundle of yellow paper talisman was tied tightly with 2 red ropes. It was 1 foot tall. There were too many talisman. After being folded for many years, it was already uneven. Only the front and back of the talisman patterns and ranks could be seen. According to the shop assistant at House of Void Hatred, as long as half of the 100 or so talisman inside had 2 talisman ranks, it would be a guaranteed profit. In the early years, a poor ferry passenger was embarrassed and had no choice but to pawn the ferry at a low price. He promised to redeem it within 100 years. In the end, many years had passed. Not long ago, House of Void Hatred cleaned up its inventory. Only then could these talismans see the light of day again. According to the appraiser's appraisal, just the red rope of unknown material and the tenacity of the rope alone were worth 1 snowflake. In the end, House of Void Hatred asked for 30 snowflakes. Li Huai, with a posture that he thought was very murderous, bargained down to 29 snowflakes. He felt a great sense of accomplishment. Beside Li Huai, Pei Qian had been watching with cold eyes. He looked at Li Huai, who was holding a large bundle of talisman. He was very happy. Selling the talisman would earn him a commission. The shop assistant at House of Void Hatred was even happier. Li Huai casually held the thick bundle of talisman's red ropes and softly said to Pei Qian, "It sounds like there's a story. I've made a profit." Pei Qian said unhappily, "Story? Those dog skin plasters in the marketplace all have a few stories about their ancestors. If you're willing to listen, I can make up 8 or 10 stories for you on the spot." Li Huai's face was full of astonishment. Pei Qian pulled Li Huai to the side. "Li Huai, can you do it or not? Don't buy it recklessly. A whole snowflake's worth of money. There are only a few snowflakes left to spend. I heard from Master that many items from the mountains in the south can be sold to the north of the great blasphemy of the northern continent. If they are handled properly and find the right seller, the price will have a chance of doubling." Li Huai was stunned. He thought to himself, "There's never a time when I don't buy things recklessly. I only look at the fate of the eyes and don't ask about the price. Anyway, if I can afford it, then I'll buy it. If I can't afford it, then so be it." After getting it, he had never thought of selling it for money. Li Huai was a little guilty. He patted his chest and promised, "I'll definitely take a closer look next." Pei Qian was so angry that he slapped Li Huai on the head. "So you didn't take a good look at it before?" Li Huai's face was sullen. "Then let's return these items to House of Void Hatred?" Pei Qian was famous for being stingy. He was narrow-minded and liked to hold grudges. If he really lost money, Li Huai couldn't afford it. Therefore, Li Huai said that it was better to leave it at that for today. Unexpectedly, Pei Qian said angrily, "Are you stupid? Today we came to House of Void Hatred to buy and sell, relying on our own judgment and ability to earn money. If we lose money, it's fine if House of Void Hatred doesn't know about our Luopa Mountain's identity. If they know, we'll definitely make a profit the next time we come to spend the remaining snowflakes. But if we spend money on these bastard snowflakes, what we'll lose is my master and Luopa Mountain's incense money. Li Huai, you should think about it yourself." Therefore Pei Qian pressed Li Huai's head and made him spend the entire snowflake's worth of money. After that, Pei Qian crossed his arms and looked at Li Huai coldly with a straight face. Li Huai trembled with fear and bought 2 more items. Returning to Pei Qian's house, Li Huai carefully placed all the items on the table. Pei Qian opened a brand new account book and slapped the table. Li Huai, open your dog eyes wide and look carefully. What price did you use to buy those useless items? I will record them down clearly. If when we return home they all fall into our hands, you can do as you see fit. Li Huai anxiously scratched his head with both hands. Pei Qian gave him a sidelong glance. Li Huai immediately put down his hands and silently told himself that he must not make a fool of himself. Otherwise, if he bought the real thing, Pei Qian would think it was fake. He had just left for this long trip, so he couldn't keep being bullied by Pei Qian. Therefore Li Huai sat on a chair and gently blew on the celadone brush washer. He carefully rubbed it and whispered to the immortal Xianxia on the brush washer, "Brother, brother, work hard, you must work hard. You cannot make money, but you must not lose money. Once Pei Qian lost money, your uncle Li Huai would be finished. Fated to meet 1,000 miles away, we can cross the same boat after 100 years of cultivation. The rest of the brothers and sisters, let's talk about the brotherhood of the Jianghu. Let's part on good terms, let's start and finish well, harmony brings wealth." Li Huai raised the brush washer high. The bottom was very strange. It was not engraved with the country's name, but with an ancient seal poem. Xianxia received the immortal guests and they came to the side of the 3 stars. Li Huai said, "I have never seen this poem in a book." Pei Qian said while recording, "How many books have you read?" Li Huai was speechless. Pei Qian put down the brush and said clearly, "If you make a loss, it's not all your fault. I have to take half of it." Li Huai felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Pei Qian thought for a while and took the bundle of talismans. She began to untie the dead knot of the red rope. Unexpectedly, it was a little difficult. She spent a long time to untie the knot and put aside the red rope that was more than 10 feet long. Pei Qian was familiar with the material of the talisman. She first took out the first and the last 2 pieces of yellow paper. They were the most common talisman paper, not the yellow seal paper used by the immortal master to carry the talisman into the mountains and rivers. However, it was true that the talisman was made by the Qi cultivator. Otherwise, just this bundle of yellow seal paper, not to mention the complete talisman that produced the talisman gall and a little spiritual light, was already very valuable. She might not even be able to buy a few small pieces of it. In the end, after Pei Qian took out the 2 pieces of talisman paper, she suddenly wiped the bundle of talisman. Then she began to be stunned. A bolt from the blue struck Li Huai's head. It was a great grievance that he died before he succeeded. A bundle of talisman. Except for the 4 pieces of talisman paper, the rest were worthless blank talisman paper. Pei Qian whispered, "Sure enough, the mountain business is the same as the market business in the streets of Nanyuan Kingdom's capital." Pei Qian rubbed her face hard for a moment and finally sighed, "Forget it, we agreed to take half. The cost of these 35 pieces of snow will all be on my account." She opened the account book again. Although she picked up the brush to write, Pei Qian kept turning her head and staring at Li Huai. Li Huai asked carefully, "Go to the Shuhan Square to curse?" Pei Qian gritted her teeth and said, "They didn't force you to buy or sell." "Curse for what?" Pei Qian closed the account book and leaned back on the chair. She swayed along with the chair and said to herself, "There's no such thing as a free lunch." When Pei Qian mentioned a free lunch, Li Huai was a little sad. This was because she missed the pork and cabbage dumplings at home. The shepherd's purse dumplings were delicious even without meat. Li Huai felt even sadder when he thought about how he had already shouldered a huge debt of half a summer's worth of money before he even reached the North Continent on this trip. Pei Qian said, all right. That small piece of money fell from the sky. These things look okay. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you buy them. As usual, we'll divide them equally." There was a celestial celadone brush washer, a painting of a fox worshipping the moon, an old sandalwood study box with a pair of tricolored lions as a gift, a paperweight in the style of a guqin in the Wuxia style, a drunken inkstone of an immortal holding the moon, and a secretly engraved green glaze bowl with a pearl and dragon pattern. To be honest, it was not easy to buy so many immortal artifacts in a cross-continent fairy shop with only one small piece of snow. Pei Qian leaned on the table and looked at the Guqin paperweight. Li Huai looked at the painting of a fox worshipping the moon. The two of them looked up at each other at the same time and then grinned together. The items on the table might not be very valuable. Of course, not to mention the bundle of talismans that Pei Qian had thrown into the book box. They actually liked them very much. When they arrived at the Skeleton Beach Ferry, Pei Qian took Li Huai to bid farewell to Steward Su and shopkeeper Huang before they disembarked. Shopkeeper Huang chuckled and took out a parting gift, saying that Pei Qian should not refuse it. She was good friends with her master and should accept it. Pei Qian, on the other hand, did not accept it. She only said that when the Void Hatred Workshop opened for business at Oxhorn Mountain Ferry, she would do her best to give a small opening gift. Then she would shamelessly ask Grandpa Huang for a big red packet. Shopkeeper Huang was grinning from ear to ear and agreed. Not only that, Pei Qian also took out the gift prepared by Sister Nuanshu. It was an exquisite bookmark made from the leaves of the green bamboo planted by Wei Shanjun of the Cloud-Splitting Mountain. She gave it to the two old seniors on the ferry. There were some poems written on the bamboo leaves. If it was not written by the big white goose, it was written by the old chef. Pei Qian felt that even if they were added together, they would not be as good as her master's handwriting. Fortunately, the two old men accepted the gifts with a smile. They were the same kind of people who took a few more glances after glancing at the gifts. Pei Qian was originally quite worried that he would accept the gifts and throw them away, but it seemed that he wouldn't. When going up the mountain or into the water, one had to first pray to the gods and burn incense. Her master did not remind Pei Qian, but she had followed her master through the pugilistic world and did not need to be taught. Therefore Pei Qian did not go to the Mural City first, but directly brought Li Huai to the Mui Mountain. The person who received the guests was still the god of wealth of the hemp sect, Wei Yusong. Zhu Quan happened to be on the mountain this time, so he came to meet Qin Pingan's first disciple. He was also carrying a bamboo box and holding a mountain walking stick. The green-clothed little boy called Qin Lingjun from before looked sneaky. Although he was not annoying, he was not too likable. However, the slightly tanned and thin young girl in front of him was very pleasing to Zhu Quan's eyes. It did not matter if she was a girl or a little girl. Why did she look so good? This young girl called Pei Qian was not bad. Zhu Quan asked Pei Qian and Li Huai about their travel route in detail. According to the young girl, it was similar to Qin Lingjuan's early days. They both went from the Skeletal Beach to the southeast. After reaching the Spring Dew Garden at the mouth of the Great Blasphemy Sea, it was completely different. Qin Lingjun went upstream along the Great Blasphemy Sea, while Pei Qian and the rest went north directly. They did not go to the northernmost point, but turned left midway and changed their route. As for the journey to the Spring Dew Garden, Pei Qian and Li Huai would not take the Immortal Ferry. They would only go on foot. However, the skeletal beach near the Mui Mountain was very beautiful, so the two of them still wanted to take a look around. Li Huai did not have any opinions about this. Besides, was there any use even if he had any opinions? The branch leader was Pei Qian, not him. Because of Zhou Mili, Pei Qian was already very familiar with the language of the North Continent. Compared to other continents, the North Continent's language was widely used. Therefore, when it came to language, it saved the foreigners a lot of trouble. However, there were some customs in the North Continent that made the foreigners worry a lot. Pei Qian was also very familiar with the official language of the few small countries around Mute Lake. When it came to learning things seriously, Pei Qian had always been very fast. However, when she was by her master's side, she had to do everything slower. She had to copy books slower, walk slower, and grow slower. It was rare for Zhu Quan to be so patient as to listen to a young girl's words. Even when she was discussing matters in the ancestral hall, she did not seem to be so attentive. Most of the time she would sit cross-legged on the chair, resting her chin on one hand and yawn continuously. Regardless of whether she understood or heard, she would nod from time to time. The patriarch of the discipline Yen Su, the god of wealth Wei Yusong, Du Wenxi, and the other ancestral hall members were all used to this. A few years ago, after completing a long-term business deal with the Aquarius continent, Zhu Quan's confidence soared. She probably realized that she was a genius in doing business. Therefore, every time the ancestral hall discussed matters, she would change her bad habits and be full of fighting spirit. She would insist on getting involved in the details. In the end, she was suppressed by Yen Su and Wei Yusong. especially Wei Yusong, who directly scolded her and told her to stop giving orders. He then chased her to Qinglu town in the Ghost Valley. Before going down the mountain, Zhu Quan had to give Pei Qian a gift. Just like the fairy, Pei Qian did not accept it. She had her own set of reasonable words. If she was beside her master, as long as her master did not say anything, she would accept the gift. But when her master was not around, Pei Qian felt that she could not be so casual. Zhu Quan recognized Pei Qian as his goddaughter. Without giving Pei Qian a chance to reject, he immediately rode the wind to the skeleton beach. Pei Qian and Li Huai looked at each other in dismay. The two of them went down the mountain and went to the mural city at the foot of the mountain. After the blessings of the 8 goddess portraits were all gone, only lifeless and lifeless portraits were left. Thus, the city of murals became a place where people of all sizes gathered. It became more and more chaotic. Over here, Pei Qian still remembered a little story that her master had told her. That year there was a woman who was charging towards him. In the end she did not hit him, so she had to break an authentic flowing cloud vase that was worth 3 small coins. But this time Pei Qian did not meet that woman. Actually, when she heard her master talking about this back then, Pei Qian had been acting dumb. At that time she was too embarrassed to tell her master that she had also done this when she was young. She was much more experienced than that woman. However, she could not be alone. He had to be in a group. The big one had to dress like a dog and wear clean clothes. They had to look like they were from a well-off family. The small one had to be in the middle of winter. It was the simplest. At most, his hands would be covered with frostbite and blood. The big one would grab onto a passerby and not let them go. The small one would immediately squat on the ground and reach out his hands to scratch randomly. There was blood here and there. He would then wipe the blood on his face. His actions would be very fast. He would then scream at the top of his lungs as if his parents had died. Just by looking at it, he would be able to scare people. He would then shout that this was an ancestral item, that he had sold it at a pawn shop with his father, and that it was the money to save his mother's life. Then he would cry and kowtow. If he was clever, he would kowtow in the snow. There would be less blood on his face and he would not be afraid. He would just wipe his face with the back of his hand. Going back and forth, it was more effective. If it was not winter, he would have to suffer a little. Pei Qian had suffered once at that time, so she did not agree to do that work again. She ran elsewhere to make a living. The reason was very simple. At that time she really could not bear the pain of broken porcelain cutting her hands. Besides, if it was not winter, there would be no snow. Wouldn't it hurt to kowtow? After Pei Qian ran away, there was an old master who was in charge of the salted porcelain business. After Pei Qian ran away, he felt that it was a pity. This was because later on he met Pei Qian and said that she was actually a good person. When she cried, she was more sincere, as if she was crying at a funeral. Her eyes were big, and after crying her face was full of fake tears. Mixed with the blood on the back of her hand from the frostbite on her face, that small face seemed to be only left with those big eyes. However, the last time Pei Qian met the old master who had crippled many of Pei Qian's peers, it was in a shabby alley in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom. In the middle of winter, it was unknown whether he had been beaten to death or frozen to death. It was also possible that he had been beaten half to death and then frozen to death. Who knew? In any case, he did not have a single copper coin left on him. Pei Qian had secretly searched his body before the patrolman in the capital collected the corpse. He knew. She remembered that back then she had scolded that even if he became a ghost, he would still be a poor ghost. Li Huai asked, "What are you thinking about?" Pei Qian shook her head and said with a smile, "Nothing." He just missed her master. She missed the master who had made Pei Qian the way she was today. "687. Walking into the mountains of the Wind Snow Temple on a snowy night, the scenery was absolutely beautiful. Deep in the night, the snow was heavy, and the sound of pine and cypress branches breaking and bamboo snapping could be heard. From the beginning to the end, Wei Jin did not send a flying sword message to the ancestral master hall of the Wind Snow Temple. As for the immortal platform of the Wind Snow Temple, it was even more unnecessary because Wei Jin was the only descendant of the immortal platform. The old mansion buildings in the mountains were only set up a symbolic layer of mountain and water restriction. They only hoped that it would not collapse and there would be no outsiders to clean it. There was no need to gather spiritual aura, nor to hide wind and water. Previously, even when he arrived at the boundary of the Wind-Snow Temple, Wei Jin still did not intend to greet his master and went straight to the tombs on the mountain. After toasting at the immortal platform, Wei Jin would leave immediately. Naturally, he did not want to go to the ancestral master hall. The scenery of the Wind-Snow Temple was excellent, and the immortal platform was the best in the Wind-Snow Temple. It was a famous place in the continent. There were many ancient pines and cypresses that were thousands of years old in the mountain. Tonight the mountain was covered with snow, and there were several eminent cultivators sleeping under the pines. They should be cultivators from other mountains of the Wind-Snow Temple. They came here to enjoy the snow and did not want to leave, so they simply began to cultivate on the spot. Encountering Wei Jin, the snow-white Matsushita Ishur did not say anything, but just stood up and saluted from afar. Wei Jin turned a blind eye. Miyu, a foreigner, waved goodbye to the immortal under the Matsushita Ishur with a smile. The latter was very confused about the identity of this handsome young master, who was able to enter the mountain together with Wei Jin. It should be known that when Wei Jin visited the tombs, he hated it the most when people chatted with him on the way, not to mention bringing their friends to the immortal platform as guests. Wei Jin did not like to talk about the past of the Wind-Snow Temple, but it did not matter. Miyu had Wei Wenlong, who went everywhere to buy mountain and river gazettes. This spring banner Zhai accountant was really good at checking and searching for secret records. Compared to Aquarius Continent's genealogy master, Miyu knew that Wind-Snow Temple was one of the ancestral halls of Aquarius Continent's military school. It was split into 6 branches, and Wan Ting, who was from the same hometown as Master Hidden Official, was from the Green Water Pond branch. He left behind a long-distance sword furnace for Wind-Snow Temple, which was a typical case of parting on good terms with his old sect. Wind-Snow Temple could be considered as half of Dragon Spring Sword Sect's maternal home. Wan Ting was the #1 sword forger of Aquarius Continent, and because of a sword forger he had a conflict with Water Talisman Dynasty's Demo Manor. The sword immortal of Demo Manor was detained by Wind-Snow Temple for 50 years, and was still a prisoner. Occasionally, Wei Wenlong and Miyu would talk about the gossip of Wind-Snow Temples when Qing Peak and Demo Go. For example, the old ancestor of Demo Go and a certain Grand Elder of Eternal Spring Palace had traveled the Jianghu together when they were young. It was a great story, but unfortunately they did not become immortal companions. Wei Jin could not help but ask casually, was there really such a thing? Wei Wenlong said reasonably, which few mountain and river gazettes in history could prove each other. Moreover, each time the Eternal Spring Palace opened or had a breakthrough ceremony, the other branches of Wind-Snow Temple would usually send their direct disciples to Dali to congratulate. When did the old ancestor of Demo Go not go there personally? Wei Jin was speechless. He had never spoken a word with that so-called immortal cultivator of Demo Go. How could he know these things? What was even stranger was that Wei Wenlong flipped through the mountain and river gazettes from hundreds of years ago every day. He did not get tired of it and even took some notes. He often asserted which mountain heads were puffing themselves up at their own cost. Each time they held a banquet, they had to bite the bullet and cut off a layer of their family's wealth. He also said which mountain heads liked to hide their strength and bide their time, secretly making a fortune to strengthen their family's wealth. On the mountain, there were also a few groups of Wenqing Peak boys and girls carrying immortal porcelain bowls. They had received their master's order and came to the immortal plateau. They used secret techniques and treasures to pick snowflakes, brew cold crisp wine and carve flowers. The former was used to entertain guests and the latter was used as a gift. There was a great deal of attention to the matter of picking snowflakes. They had to pick the ancient pine branches by the cliff and place them in bottles and jars. At different times, there would be different places to pick snowflakes. To the ordinary teachers, the matters of the immortals on the mountain were indeed a matter of heaven. When these children saw Wei Jin, who had an extremely high seniority in Wind-Snow Temple, they did not greet him. It was not because they were unwilling but because they did not dare to. However, everyone was happy. The famous sword immortal Wei, founding Master Wei, had finally returned to the mountain. Wei Jin seemed to have looked down on the earth immortal under the pine tree. However, when he met the children of Wind-Snow Temple, he would say something similar. The general meaning was nothing more than to remember not to send messages to their elders. There were many cliffs and precipitous cliffs on the immortal plateau. It was not easy to pick snowflakes, so they had to be more careful. When Wei Jin and his group walked further and further away, a boy who picked snowflakes jumped up and shouted, "Sword Immortal Wei is talking to me." Soon there were children arguing with him. "Founding Master Wei is talking to me." The sound of children arguing accompanied the sound of wind and snow. Miyu turned to look at Wei Jin and asked with a smile, "Wind Snow Temple has always had a good reputation on the mountain and under the mountain. Why are you so resentful?" Wei Jin did not have the intention to speak. On the vast immortal mountain, every family had its own difficulties. If one really wanted to argue, it might not involve a clear right and wrong. However, if one did not care at all, it would be hard to bear. Miyu said, "Wenlong." Wei Wenlong said telepathically, "The contents of the Mountain River Bulletin of the Aquarius continent are very particular and strict. They don't dare to talk about the family affairs of big mountains like Wind Snow Temple. The customs and people are very different from our Great Wall of Sword Qi. In particular, Sword Immortal Wei broke through the realm too quickly. He is also the only seedling of the Immortal Plateau. The refiners of Wind Snow Temple like to wander around. They are very likely to belong to different dynasties and camps compared to the military cultivators of Martial Mountain. They are very different. Therefore, the Mountain River Bulletin only dares to write about Sword Immortal Wei when the cultivators of Wind Snow Temple go down the mountain to experience the world. At most, they write about him and one of the Golden Children of Divine Grandeur sect in the past." Wei Jin coughed. Wei Wenlong immediately shut up. When they arrived at the tomb, Wei Jin offered incense and took out 3 pots of wine. 1 pot of bamboo grotto heaven wine from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, 1 pot of Forget Sorrow wine from the Yellow Millet Wine Shop on Upside Down Mountain, and 1 pot of Osmanthus wine from Old Dragon City. Wei Jin squatted at the tomb and muttered to himself. He poured the 3 pots of wine in front of him. Before the group left the Immortal Plateau and went down the mountain, a childlike man riding a sword came. He was the old ancestor of Wind Snow Temple. Wei Jin cupped his fists and saluted. That old ancestor did not persuade Wei Jin to stay in the mountain. He only talked about some sect affairs related to Wei Jin. In the end, the old ancestor of Wind Snow Temple took the initiative to talk about the battle between the sword cultivators of Xingyang Mountain and Wind Thunder Garden at the peak of the Immortal Plateau. At that time, they did not inform Wei Jin, who was in the Jianghu, that the Wind Snow Temple had done something inappropriate. Wei Jin shook his head and said that the Immortal Plateau belonged to the Wind Snow Temple after all. For such matter, there was nothing inappropriate about it. The two sides said goodbye without any hesitation. After the group of 3 left the Immortal Plateau, the childlike old ancestor of Wind Snow Temple rode his sword to an ancient pine tree branch. He put away his long sword and looked into the distance. He seemed to be worried. The old ancestor of the Qin clan of the Great Dark Valley appeared next to him and asked softly, "Since Wei Jin was able to return to the mountain alive, his sword immortal aura has become even stronger. It's almost impossible to hide it. This is a great auspicious sign. Why are you worried instead of happy?" The boy raised his chin. "Can you see the depth of the 2 people next to Wei Jin?" The Great Dark Valley elder said, "That one with an ordinary appearance is an earth immortal of the gold course stage, right?" The boy nodded. The elder said, "As for that one who looks much better than Wei Jin, forgive my poor eyesight, but I can't see through him." The boy said, "Previously you were far away. When the other party saw me flying over on my sword, he instantly revealed a trace of hostility. At that time, the other party's sword intent was extremely shocking. However, he restrained it very quickly and naturally. This is even more reason not to underestimate him." The elder said with confusion, "You are a sword immortal in name and in reality. You are not those nascent soul stage immortals of Xingyang Mountain who hide their heads and tails. Do you need to be afraid of them at your own mountain?" Those who could be friends with sword immortals were not simple people. The boy said with a low voice, "Let's not talk about whether the other party is a person who has hidden his Tao. What I am truly afraid of is Wei Jin's attitude after this person revealed that trace of hostility. It doesn't matter. It's normal, so I didn't stop him. You must know that no matter how alienated Wei Jin appears to be from the Wind Snow Temple, he is still a person who respects his teacher. However, when that outsider showed hostility to our Wind Snow Temple, Don't you think it's strange for Wei Jin to behave like this? The elder asked cautiously, could it be a sword immortal from that place? The elder immediately clicked his tongue in wonder. Such a good-looking sword immortal. I can't believe it. This Wei Jin is really something. He doesn't let the goodies flow into the fields of others. He doesn't even know to bring his friend to my great dark valley. The boy sighed. Whatever. That fleeting hostility of the other party seems to be directed at my identity as a sword immortal, not the entire Wind Snow Temple. That's enough. Regarding this matter, you can forget about it. The elder nodded. The boy chuckled. Little Qin, now I don't care about that person's identity. I am only worried about your big mouth. Today you are chatting happily with a wandering sword immortal on a snowy night. Tomorrow you will become sworn brothers with that sword immortal at first sight. The day after tomorrow, that sword immortal will become the son-in-law of your great dark valley. The great dark valley Qin ancestor revealed a resentful expression. After they left the mountain top of the Wind Snow Temple, the snowstorm was not small. Thousands of miles of the world was covered in snow. The three of them did not deliberately fly high and chose to ride the wind to travel in the snow. Wei Jin rode the sword. Miyu, who was also a sword immortal, preferred to ride the wind that was slower. He claimed to be taking care of Brother Wei. The world was vast, but there were few immortals. Wei Wenlong laughed. We are not too far away from the Luopa mountain. Miyu said with a mischievous smile, you are the chosen candidate of the ancestral hall of the Luopa mountain, but I am not. When the time comes, remember to take care of me. Don't turn your back on me after becoming a consecrator and yell at me every day. Wei Wenlong said with a bitter face, you are joking, sword immortal me. According to the established plan, Wei Jin would send Miyu and Wei Wenlong to the Luopa mountain. Then Wei Wenlong would settle down there. Miyu would take the cross-continent ferry to the great Hui sword sect of the North Continent. With Miyu's strength, the relationship between the great Hui sword sect and the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the young hidden official and the new head Qi Jinglong, it was reasonable for Miyu to become a member of the ancestral hall. Only when Miyu heard that Wei Jin was going to the North Continent, he asked the sword sovereign again. He asked Wei Jin to pass a message to the great Hui sword sect. He, Miyu, was thick-skinned to ask for an anonymous consecrator. If it was difficult, please don't make it difficult. If they agreed, it would be out of friendship. If they didn't agree, it would be their duty. Miyu really didn't have the face to ask the great Hui sword sect to agree. Between the words, it wasn't just the self-proclaimed, embroidered pillow Miyu's mocking words. Miyu was indeed respectful to the great Hui sword sect. Wei Jin didn't like to affirm or deny the lives of others. Miyu was a genuine unpolished jade realm. The so-called flower frame was compared to the top sword immortals at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Moreover, Miyu wasn't a 3-year-old child. Hence, since Miyu was so insistent, Wei Jin agreed. Wei Wenlong said that Luopa Mountain and Cloud Splitting Mountain each occupied half of Oxhorn Mountain's ferry. Other than the North Continent's cross-continent ferry, there was also an ink-flipping ferry used to travel far and wide. Its true ownership had never been revealed to the outside world. The temporary manager was Lu Zhongruan, the island owner of Book Slip Lake's Pearl Hairpin Island. The woman was born a princess of a destroyed dynasty. That dynasty's secret vault once had a dragon boat and a water palace. They were all treasures on the mountain. Presumably, the ink-flipping ferry was one of the dragon boats. If Sword Immortal Wei didn't mind the delay, the three of them could take this ferry to Oxhorn Mountain. Wei Wenlong also hoped to see the flow of people on the ferry, as well as the loading and unloading of goods along the way. Wei Jin had no objections. Miyu was even more eager and excited. He was finally home. He finally found someone to rely on. He didn't have to worry about food and drink anymore. The ink-flipping ferry's southernmost dock was located at the Yellow Mud Ferry, which was slightly north of the central part of the Aquarius continent. The name of the ferry didn't have any celestial aura. The origin of the name was already unknown. The neighboring ferry that was closest to the Yellow Mud Ferry wasn't any better. It was called Murongzhuang Ferry. There was a celestial mountain in Murongzhuang Ferry that was mostly populated by female cultivators. The fisherman's Song Mountain cultivated the water spell. Most of the female cultivators were beautiful. The fisherman's Song Mountain had already changed the name of Murongzhuang Ferry to Green Ku Ferry. However, all the cultivators on the mountain didn't appreciate it. Therefore the village girls of Fisherman's Song Mountain went out for training and the celestial disciples of the invincible divine fist sect went out for training. Both sides were filled with grief and indignation. When they were close to the Yellow Mud Fairy, Wei Jin met another group of celestial masters who had a good relationship with the Wind Snow Temple. Wei Jin ignored them. An old celestial master shouted loudly. Wei Jin had no choice but to stop riding his sword. However, Sword Immortal Wei dismissed them with a few words. As a lone sword immortal, he had no intention of establishing a sect. There was no need for him to consider the ways of the world. Furthermore, the immortal masters on the mountain who were just short of being given the cold shoulder did not feel that Wei Jin was unreasonable at all after separating from him. Instead, they felt that Sword Immortal Wei's actions were in line with the bearing of a sword immortal as a cultivator on the mountain peak. Being able to converse with Sword Immortal Wei was enough to boast to outsiders. Naturally, Miyu would tease Sword Immortal Wei about his wide network of connections, reputation, and prestige. He also brought out Sword Immortal Xiao from Spring Banner House to bask in the sun. More and more records of Wei Jin's homecoming were recorded in the various mountain and river court reports. Wei Jin parted ways with Miyu and the rest at the Yellow Mud Ferry. Wei Jin didn't take the Black Ink Ferry, nor did he board the Hemp Sex Cross-Continent Ferry. He went straight to the North Continent and chose to ride his sword across the continent. Who could stop him from riding his sword? There was no need for pleasantries. When he boarded the Black Ink Ferry, the celestial sisters on the ferry were all very young. Perhaps their realms weren't high, but their smiling faces were beautiful. At that moment, Miyu felt like he had returned home. Master Hidden Official didn't lie to me. Wei Wenlong followed the same old rules. He first bought mountain and river court reports from the ferry, both old and new. Once, a flock of birds flew past the ferry. Not only that, there was also a group of female cultivators from Mount Yunxia in colorful clothes. They rode on various celestial birds and traveled with the ferry for more than 100 miles. Wei Wenlong was no stranger to Mount Yunxia. There were many records of cloud root stones transported from the mountain to Old Dragon City and then to Inverted Hanging Mountain in Spring Banner House's account books. Wei Wenlong then left the most common cabin. It must have been hard on me, Xianxia. It was the same room as his, but it was not shabby. Although it was not luxurious, it was simple and elegant. There were many calligraphy and painting treasures in the room that decorated the door. It was obvious that the person who flipped the ink fairy had put in a lot of effort. Everything was delicate and meticulous. It was like a woman holding a silk fan to cover half of her face, standing under a tree gracefully. She was not a lady from a big family, but a pretty girl from a small family had a different kind of charm. Wei Wenlong came to the front of the ferry where the passengers gathered. He listened to the onlookers talking about the masters and states of the ferries from Mount Yunxia. Further away, Wei Wenlong saw Miyu leaning against the railing with a female chi cultivator who wasn't a female cultivator on the ferry. They were talking and laughing. Those who didn't know them would think that they were a pair of celestial couples traveling down the mountain together. The female cultivator was also charming on her face and waist. When she talked with Miyu, she would reach out and pat Miyu lightly. Only her eyes didn't like to look at people directly. Occasionally, when someone passed by, she would glance at them from the corner of her eyes. She only looked at the Taoist robe, jade belt, pearl hairpin and other accessories. She was very accurate and experienced. The reason why she only had eyes for Miyu now was probably because she looked at him from head to toe. She guessed that Miyu was a rich immortal master who was worth befriending. If the young hidden official was here, he would probably say that a dog can't change its habit and scold them both. However, Wei Wenlong soon felt that he wouldn't. The young hidden official was very tolerant of worldly affairs. Wei Wenlong always didn't understand Mi Jianxian. Miyu had a very high standard when it came to women. Why could he chat with all kinds of women? Most importantly, he could be so sincere. It was as if all the flirting between men and women were talking about cultivation. Seeing Wei Wenlong, Miyu pointed his finger at him and said with a laugh to the woman, Jialan Jejie, I told you about him before, the distinguished and elegant Wei de Gongzi, who has an illustrious master whose family is entangled in a myriad of strands, is right over there. Do you see him? This time I am going on a long journey, all my expenses will be dependent on him. Don't look down on Wei Gongzi because he is young, but he is already a Immortal's Cave stage master. I plan to help young Master Wei in the future so that I can get an identity in the future. The woman followed Mi Yu's finger and saw the wooden Wei Wenlong. She nodded with a smile and said a few words in agreement. After that, her conversation with Mi Yu became less courteous. In the end, she quickly found an excuse to leave. No matter how good-looking a man was, he couldn't resist a half-baked good-for-nothing who came from a small door at the foot of the mountain. Wei Wenlong saw Mi Yu waving. He left the crowd and came to Mi Yu's side. Mi Yu leaned on the railing and waved to a female cultivator from Mount Yunxiao who was riding on a white lawn. The latter covered her mouth and laughed. She whispered to her fellow disciples. Then more and more female cultivators looked at the ink-flipping fairy. Wei Wenlong said in his mind, Mi Jianxian, remember to use a pseudonym. Wei Wenlong was a nobody. Other than in Spring Banner House, he wasn't famous in Inverted Hanging Mountain. Therefore there was no need for him to do so. However, Mi Yu was a sword immortal whose fame far exceeded his strength. Mi Yu took off the blade's strengthening gourd Haoyang and drank osmanthus wine. He said, "Do you really think I'm a fool?" Wei Wenlong apologized. "I said too much." Mi Yu laughed. "What are you apologizing for? Do you really think I'm a fool? I'm not even angry, let alone your kindness." Mi Yu patted Wei Wenlong's shoulder. "Wenlong, next time when you're with me, don't be so reserved. There's no need to be so distant." Wei Wenlong became even more reserved. Mi Yu leaned on the railing again and said in his mind, "Wei Wenlong, in those years at Spring Banner House, you relied on your own abilities to win the recognition of Master Hidden Official, Yan Ming and Nayland Sihuan. Therefore you must not look down on yourself. Taking a step back, if you are like this, what should I, Mi Yu, do?" Wei Wenlong was at a loss. Mi Yu did not force him. "Forget it, do what you need to do. You can relax." Wei Wenlong asked curiously, "Mi Jianxian, why is it that Master Hidden Official and his Luopa Mountain are not famous? Especially Master Hidden Official. Even the North Continent and Aquarius Continent had selected the top 10 youths, but Master Hidden Official was not on the list. Not only that, at the Immortal Crossings all kinds of cultivators, even if they were to talk about Master Hidden Official's hometown, they would at most talk about the North Mountain-covered Cloud Mountain and Wei Shanjun's night banquet. Why is it that Aquarius Continent does not seem to have Master Hidden Official?" The more Wei Wenlong spoke, the more puzzled he became. Even if Master Hidden Official is only 30 years old, but the last time he went to our place he was already in his 20s. With Master Hidden Official's abilities, how could he not know anything about Aquarius Continent? If I remember correctly, when Master Hidden Official just arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he was able to pass 3 tests in a row, and defeated Qi Shou and Pang Yuanji. With such strength in this small Aquarius Continent, shouldn't he be as famous as Sword Immortal way back then? Mi Yu said, "If he doesn't want people to know, then they don't know. If he wants people to know, then they have to know." Wei Wenlong deeply agreed. Wei Wenlong stood at the side. He was puzzled. Along the way, Mi Yu seemed to be estranged from the female cultivators on the boat. He did not strike up any conversation. Even if the female cultivators took the initiative to talk to him, Mi Yu would stay away. Mi Yu and Wei Wenlong followed the local customs and walked to Luopa Mountain. They took a detour to the main entrance, and when they passed by the foot of the cliff, Mi Yu stopped and laughed. Interesting. Wei Wenlong could only see that there were traces of craters on the ground. He looked up and asked, "Mi Sword Immortal, how many pure martial artists jumped off the cliff for fun? They should be at the Golden Body stage, right?" Mi Yu shook his head. "It's the same person and they haven't reached the Golden Body stage yet." Wei Wenlong also shook his head. "The depth is different, the gap is not small, they shouldn't be the same person. If it's the same person, the craters should not be so obvious after a long time. They can't have broken through in such a short time. Even Master Hidden Official can't do it." Mi Yu asked, "Let's make a bet?" Wei Wenlong shook his head hard. "No, people who deal with accounts avoid gambling the most. I can't let down Master Hidden Official and Master's trust. In the future on this mountain, I must scrupulously abide by everything, no matter big or small." Mi Yu did not care. As for why Wei Wenlong thought wrong, it was very simple. His realm was not enough. Mi Yu's Jade Roar realm was still Jade Roar realm, it was not fake. When they arrived at the main entrance of Luopa Mountain, Mi Yu and Wei Wenlong looked at each other. The gatekeeper was a young man. After hearing that the two were the mountain lord's friends, he remembered the two names Wei Wenlong and Know Me, and let them go. Then Miyu and Wei Wenlong had just climbed a few steps when they saw a finger-sized little guy running up the steps, sighing, but it did not delay its movements. Wei Wenlong and Mi Sword Immortal explained softly that this was a little person with incense in the world. Not all rich families and temples would have it, it was relatively rare. The little guy climbed the steps again and again. It was very difficult. It was no different from climbing over mountains. But there was no other way. The branch master was not at the top of the mountain. The rules were still there, so every time it came to Luopa Mountain as a guest, it could only enter from the main entrance. When it passed by the two guests, it did not even raise its head. Only when it was over a dozen steps above them did it turn around and stand still. It placed its hands on its hips and asked, "Do you know who I am?" Probably because it felt like it had been rude, it quickly lowered its hands and bowed. Only then did it raise its head and announce itself. It said it was the incense master of the Dragon Province's City God's Pavilion, ranked second, as well as the right protector of the Dragon Rider Alley. It had no idea what rank it was, but there was still a chair for it to sit on anyway. It was just that it had come to do the roll call today. Then the little incense stick figure solemnly repeated the previous question. Wei Wenlong had no idea how to answer it. It seemed like a rather mischievous little guy. Was this the jargon of the Jianghu that Sir Hidden Official referred to as paying respects to the Mountain Lord? Mi took a few steps and crouched down. He smiled. "I've heard of you. Why wouldn't I? I'm the follower of the Lord of Luopa Mountain. I've heard him mention the right protector of the Dragon Rider Alley. I'm hardworking and extremely competent." The little incense master of the Dragon Province's City God's Pavilion was shocked. He said with great envy, "You actually know the Lord of our Luopa Mountain? I haven't even met him yet." The former Dragon Rider Alley's right protector, the current Luopa Mountain's right protector, Xiaomili's branch leader Lord Pei and her master Lord Mountain, are many ranks apart. I've even specially asked Branch Master Pei whether I can take the initiative to greet him if I'm fortunate enough to run into him on the way. Branch Master Pei said that I have to do the roll call 100 times at the mountain gate before I can do it. Spilling the beans from a bamboo tube, the little guy reported a string of official titles without even taking a breather. Miyu's smile was resplendent. "Look, this is the unique style of his Luopa Mountain. Go to the King North Continent." Afterwards, a girl came down from the mountain practicing her martial arts. She did not greet the two of them when she saw them, only focusing on her martial arts as she made her way to the mountain gate. Wei Wenlong felt like the Luopa Mountain was filled with mysteries. It really was the place of cultivation of Sir Hidden Official. There were huge pits created by people jumping off cliffs, a young man guarding the gate, a little incense master climbing the steps, and a girl practicing her martial arts without a care in the world. Miyu extended his hand. "Stand on my shoulder. I'll give you a lift." The little incense master shook his head. "Don't. If I'm not sincere, it'll be easy for Branch Master Pei to remember. Meili is very impartial." The little guy continued to climb the mountain. Miyu and Wei Wenlong climbed the mountain slowly afterwards. Very soon 2 girls ran over. One was in a pink dress while the other was in black. The latter carried a small, golden pole. Wei Wenlong was rather impressed. Qin Wanshu ran down the steps with Zhou Meili, standing on the same step as Miyu and Wei Wenlong. Afterwards Qin Wanshu bowed. "Welcome, esteemed guest." Sword Immortal Wei of the Wind Snow Temple passed by earlier and mentioned this to Wei Shanjun. "The house on the mountain has already been tidied up." Wei Pai appeared to one side and smiled mentally. "Wanshu Meili, don't worry about it. I'll be in charge of receiving the guests." The 2 girls did not regard Wei Shanjun as an outsider and bade farewell. Wei Pai said. Sword Immortal Wei only said that 2 esteemed guests would be visiting, but he did not elaborate on their identities. "I wonder if you can tell me?" Miyu laughed. "Great Wall of Sword Chimu. Inverted Suspended Mountain Spring Banner Houses Xiao Yunyan's direct disciple, Wei Wenlong. According to Master Hidden Official's intentions, we can become Luopa Mountain's official residence anytime." Regarding Shanjun and Wei Pai, the young Hidden Official did not speak much, but his words carried a lot of weight. "You can be at ease." Thus, Wei Wenlong followed closely behind and took out a secret letter from his family and handed it over to the Aquarius Continent's Yu Mountain Lord. Wei Pai opened the letter. After reading it, he placed it back into the envelope with a strange expression. After hesitating for a moment, he laughed. Sword Immortal Me, Qin Pingon said in the letter that you will most likely shamelessly stay in Luopa Mountain. Miyu knew that the situation was not good and was about to spout nonsense, but if it did not work he could only throw a tantrum. Wei Pai continued. The letter said that if you are willing to stay then stay. First, you will be a consecrator that will not be announced to the public. Great Sword Immortal Me will have to suffer a little. Miyu heaved a sigh of relief and laughed. Miyu and Mountain Lord Wei Shanjun have good karma. Once I climb the mountain it is a great piece of news. Wei Pai laughed and nodded, but he was actually extremely shocked. Qin Pingon's description of Miyu in the letter was very simple. Great Wall of Sword Chi Sword Cultivator, Jade Unpolished Realm Bottleneck Trustworthy. A Jade Unpolished Realm Sword Immortal. Wei Pai turned his head and smiled at Wei Wenlong. Wei Wenlong, from today onwards, you will be the person in charge of Luopa Mountain's finances. Afterwards Nuan Shu will hand over all the accounts to you. At this point Wei Pai paused for a moment and said, I have a presumptuous request. Even if I hand over the accounts, I hope that you will not stop Nuan Shu from reading the accounts in the future. It is not that I do not trust you, but on Luopa Mountain, it has always been Nuan Shu who manages the large and small financial transactions, and there has never been the slightest mistake. It is just that now that the business has expanded, Luopa Mountain should indeed have someone who specializes in managing the finances and accounts. After all, Nuan Shu has a lot of work to do. Of course, these are not the words in Qin Pingon's letter. If you have a grudge because of this, then Qin Pingon has misjudged you. When he returns to Luopa Mountain in the future, it will be him who will blame himself. Wei Pai finally said, We are all family, so I will not speak of two different families. Wei Wenlong said with a smile, Managing the accounts, the most important thing is to be clear. How can one person monopolize the accounts and not see the light of day? Wei Shanjun does not need to think too much. Wei Pai smiled knowingly and nodded. You are indeed worthy of being the person that Qin Pingon has high hopes for. Not to mention other things, when it comes to making money, Qin Pingon's vision and ability are indeed excellent. Someone who can make him sincerely admire is definitely not bad. In the future I will have to trouble you. Wei Wenlong cupped his fists and nodded. From this day on, Miyu and Wei Wenlong could be considered to have taken root in Luopa Mountain. Wei Wenlong's residence became Luopa Mountain's accountant. After Qin Nuan Shu handed over all the accounts, she no longer cared about money. At most, every time she needed to spend money she would ask Mr. Wei for approval. Every time she would bring a piece of paper to record in detail the reason for each expenditure and where it went. Not only that, she was probably worried that if she visited too many times, it would delay Mr. Wei's important matters. Therefore, often some trivial expenses would be paid by her and Zhou Mili. They would put together a piece of paper and then reconcile it with Mr. Wei. Wei Wenlong did not feel that this matter was annoying, but he was a little embarrassed. Although he had not stayed on the mountain for many days, he knew that Qin Nuan Shu was busy every day. She really had something to do from morning to night. Wei Wenlong had to take the initiative to ask the little girl if she liked to keep accounts. The little girl in pink nodded and was a little embarrassed. Wei Wenlong divided the accounts of Luopa Mountain into two parts. The big money transactions, including the ferry of Oxhorn Mountain and the ink-turning ferry, belonged to him. The daily accounts of Luopa Mountain continued to belong to her. However, the little girl could learn the accounts of all the big businesses. If she did not understand, she could ask. When Wei Wenlong arrived at Luopa Mountain, he was already the accountant of Luopa Mountain. On the other hand, Miyu strolled around every day followed by little Mili, who was carrying a carrying pole. Miyu could not talk about the Great Wall of Sword Chi, but he finally knew why the hidden official's wine shop sold a kind of wine named Mute Lake wine. So it was because of this little girl. Miyu really did not feel that the days on the mountain were boring. It was very interesting. With Zhou Mili by his side every day, he was not bored at all. Today Miyu accompanied Zhou Mili to the stone table by the cliff to eat melon seeds. He listened to little Mili talk about her adventures in the Jianghu. A sword immortal listened with great interest. The little incense stick came to the mountain again. She was very attentive and ran around the stone table, cleaning the melon seed shells. Wei Pai secretly said that the head butler of Luopa Mountain, Zhou Xian, had left the mountain to travel. Miyu understood in his heart. As for the talisman puppet that looked like Zhou Xian, Miyu had already seen through it. Today Zhou talked about the Jianghu stories from yesterday's Red Candle Town to the Chongdan River, Yuye River and Xihua River. She talked about the good places in each river in detail. In the end she asked Senior Maze to go to the Chongdan River and Xihua River to play. It was just that the water in the two water deity temples were a little expensive. He could buy it from the nearby Tiefu River Water Deity Temple, which was more cost-effective. Anyway, it was just burning water and did not violate any taboos. Miyu smiled and asked why the Jade Nectar River was missing. Little Rice immediately furrowed her thin eyebrows and said, "I've mentioned it before, haven't I? Senior Corn, have you forgotten about it? That's impossible. I'm famous for being smart. Sigh, there's no way I didn't mention it." In the end, the little girl saw that Senior Maze was smiling and did not say anything. She quickly waved her hand and said that they were not in a hurry to play in the three rivers. In the future, when Pei Qian and Chen Lingjun returned home from their travels, they could play together. The little incense puppet held back for a long time and said sullenly, "Go to the damn Yuye River. That bad woman almost caused Lord Mealy to." Zhou Mealy was anxious and slapped down. She cupped the back of her hand and covered the little guy. Then she lay on the table and raised her hand a little. Looking at the little incense puppet, she frowned and lowered her head. She lowered her voice and reminded him, "Don't talk behind my back." Then the little girl raised her head and laughed. She covered her mouth and said vaguely, "Senior Maze, I'll look at the almanac tomorrow. If it's time to go out, I'll take you to Mount Huiming next door. I'm very familiar with it." Miyu smiled and dismissed it. He only remembered the Yuye River. He turned around and saw an uninvited guest. She was neither unfamiliar nor familiar. It was said that this person was now cultivating at the sword worship platform. What golden core or nascent soul sword cultivator? If she wasn't a beautiful woman, Miyu wouldn't even bother to look at her in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. After all, Miyu was criticized for his swordsmanship among sword immortals. It was his brother Mi who had a brother who squandered his talent and didn't know how to make progress. It wasn't even because of his achievements in killing demons. In fact, before ascending to the upper five realms, Mi was a well-deserved senior to Nayland Saihuan and Qi Shou, whether it was fighting on the city wall or fighting outside the city. An Chui Wei, a golden core sword cultivator from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, had run away to the vast world. What qualifications did he have to be looked at by Miyu? So before Chui Wei spoke, Miyu said, "Go away." Zhou Mealy was a little flustered and whispered, "Senior Maze, don't be like this. Senior Chui is one of us. He's very good." Miyu smiled and nodded. Then he turned to the silent Chui Wei and said, "Then please go away." Zhou Mealy crossed her arms and was a little angry. "You can't talk like this on Luopa Mountain." Miyu had to raise his hands and said with a smile, "Okay, Brother Chui, please sit down and eat melon seeds." Chui Wei sat down silently and asked in his heart, "Sword Immortal Mi, what about my master?" Miyu said, "You have the face to ask, but I don't have the face to say." Chui Wei nodded, got up and left quietly. Miyu stood up, took off the Haoyang sword strengthening gourd from his waist, stood on the edge of the cliff and slowly drank. Should he take advantage of the fact that he wasn't the official immortal master of Luopa Mountain to kill a few Jade Pure Realm cultivators who didn't get along with Luopa Mountain? Not to mention the power of the sword with all his strength, Miyu was actually quite good at hiding his traces and attacking with flying swords. Although he couldn't be compared with Master Hidden Official and that official, Miyu didn't think he was inferior to ordinary sword immortals. Miyu looked down with a smile. It turned out that Zhou Mealy was tugging at his sleeve. She stood on tiptoe, took out a handful of melon seeds and raised it high. Miyu squatted down, took the melon seeds and said softly with a smile, "Little Mealy, in my hometown many people have heard the story of the Mute Lake Monster. It's a pity that many people are no longer in this world. And that Senior Chui is not even as good as me, so I'm angry with him." Zhou Mealy frowned hard, and then nodded hard to show that she definitely didn't pretend to know something. In the end, the little girl sat beside the cliff with the sword immortal who called himself Corn. The little girl thought that his name was really good, and that it had the same character as her. It was fate. Therefore Zhou Mealy gave all the melon seeds to Miyu. Her little head and shoulders shook and she said with a smile, "Let me tell you a little secret. I've been waiting for a good person to come back. For example, when I went to squat at the mountain gate, I said that I was watching Xianxia practice boxing. When I went to stand on the railing at the top of the mountain, I said that I was going to chat with the mountain god. Also, when I sat here, I said that I was watching the birds in the sea of clouds pass by the door. So Pei Qian and Sister Wanshu still don't know about this." Miyu nodded. "So that's how it is. If you didn't tell me, I definitely wouldn't have known." The little girl was a little worried. Why hasn't he come home yet? No matter how good your hometown is, it's not his hometown. Miyu said, "Yeah, who knows? I recommend a work, Ming Bandit." It's not a friendly recommendation, but it's really well written and makes people's eyes light up. Miyu nodded and said, "Hidden official is very respectful to Zhou Xian. I will listen to his orders." As for Zhou Xian, he had never seen him before, but he had heard of his name. Wei Pai could not help but ask, "Sword Immortal me, may I ask why you are so respectful to Qin Pingon?" Miyu corrected, "It's reverence. I'm a lazy person who doesn't want to use my brain. I've always been afraid of dealing with people who are smart to a certain extent. To be honest, in this vast world of yours, I'd rather be the enemy of an entire continent's cultivators than the hidden official." Since Miyu had some reservations, Wei Pai did not ask about Qin Pingon's specific deeds and circumstances at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. A sword immortal at the bottleneck of the pure jade realm still addressed Qin Pingon as hidden official. This was enough to explain the problem. Wei Pai sighed, "I knew that Qin Pingon would definitely grow up, but I didn't expect it to be so fast." Miyu did not want to talk about this, so he asked, "Why did you hit the railing while drinking?" Wei Pai laughed, "There was no one to reciprocate, so I enjoyed myself." Miyu nodded and said, "As expected, Wei Shanjun is the same as hidden official. You're both educated." On a good night in a year, the moon could be seen for thousands of miles. Wei Ba said, "Me Sword Immortal, I have a favor to ask of you. If you agree, it might take you a year or so of time. As for Luopa Mountain, I'll keep an eye on it." Miyu said, "Just say it." Wei Pai said, "Eternal Spring Palace will soon send a group of immortal masters to travel to the south. They will soon pass by Red Candle Town. Among the 5 of them, the highest realm is only at the Dragon Gate realm. But now in the central region of Aquarius continent, there are still many cultivators who hate Dolly. Eternal Spring Palace was especially generous during the night banquets, so I want to return the favor. They are traveling far this time, so they need to leave Northern Mountain. Instead of owing Middle Mountain Lord Jin Qing a favor, I might as well ask Sword Immortal me to go out as a friend." Miyu joked, "I want to familiarize myself with the local customs of Aquarius continent. When I accompanied Wei Jin to the north, there were bootlickers everywhere. It was hard to even drink wine in peace." Wei Pai explained the general situation of this Dao protector, and then handed over a prepared document. Miyu opened it and saw that it was Yumi Dolly Longquan County. Miyu smiled. "Yumi, a good name." Other than that, Wei Pai also gave Miyu a tree branch and a few green leaves. Wei Pai said, "This is one of the intertwined branches. If there is an emergency that even I can't handle, I will burn the other half. The intertwined branches in me Sword Immortal me's hand will wither. Once we return to Northern Mountain, burn the intertwined branches and I will immediately appear and send Miyu back to Luopa Mountain." Me Sword Immortal me kept it in his universe inside sleeve. Wei Pai wanted to say something but stopped. Miyu laughed and said, "Don't worry, Miyu will not be a womanizer. After all, Wei Jin once said that Eternal Spring Palace was an immortal sect where female cultivators gathered. And in Luopa Mountain there was already a secret vault. Although Eternal Spring Palace did not have many secret records, far less than Jingyang Mountain and Qingfeng City, but Miyu was still very diligent in reading them. After Wei Wenlong entered Luopa Mountain, because he brought along a gift from his teacher, Sword Immortal Xiao Yunyan. Inside it was all about the history of the various countries in Aquarius continent, literature and history files, as well as excerpts from the Mountain Palace Bulletin, The number of secret records in Luopa Mountain's secret vault doubled overnight. Wei Pai said helplessly. Qin Pingon said in the letter that I do not need to worry about Miyu's character, I only need to worry about Miyu's face. Miyu sighed. You know me well. I am not a bad person, the only thing that can cause trouble is actually my face. Wei Pai held back his laughter, he did not want to continue the conversation and said, if Sword Immortal me does not find it troublesome, Luopa Mountain has a few face skins that Zhou Xian has meticulously sewn for Sword Immortal me to choose from. Miyu was a true Sword Immortal, not to mention that he came from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Regardless of the relationship between Miyu and Qin Pingon, regardless of how harmonious Miyu and Luopa Mountain were, Wei Pai was willing and needed to treat him with respect. Miyu nodded. It's a small matter. On the following day, 5 cultivators from Eternal Spring Palace arrived at the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry on the Hempsex Cross-Continent Ferry. One of them was a young female cultivator from Red Candle Town. Her nickname was Shirt and her real name was Yishan. Due to her lowly birth, she had abandoned her surname and changed it to Zhongnan in the Eternal Spring Palace's ancestral hall. It was rumored that the reason why she did not choose her surname and did not follow her teacher's surname was because when she became a Jindan guest, Dali's Empress Dowager would personally bestow her with the imperial surname Song. She was now in the cave realm. Her realm was not high, but her seniority was the highest among the group. This was because her teacher was the Taishang Elder of Eternal Spring Palace, and Eternal Spring Palace was once the Dali's Empress Dowager's summer residence. Therefore, in the Dali dynasty, although Eternal Spring Palace was not a clan of immortals, it had a good reputation on Izhou Mountain. The leading sea-viewing female cultivator had to call her martial aunt. The other 3 female cultivators were not old, and their seniority was even lower than Zhongnan's. The Oxhorn Mountain Ferry used to be a series of immortal buildings built by the Baozhai. Later it was transferred to Cloud Paul Mountain and Luopa Mountain along with the ferry. Eternal Spring Palace then asked for 2 shops to sell some immortal items unique to Eternal Spring Palace. It was similar to Sparrow Mansion in North Continent, which mainly sold robes and accessories suitable for female cultivators. The shopkeeper was a middle-aged woman. She personally welcomed her junior sister Zhongnan. Beside her stood a handsome middle-aged man with an outstanding bearing and a smile on his face. The shopkeeper smiled and introduced Yumi as one of the nominal guests of Cloud Paul Mountain. Her family's ancestor and Wei Shanjun were old friends. The woman then used telepathy to communicate with her fellow disciples. Yumi had only cultivated for 60 years, but he was already in the sea-viewing realm. He was a refiner similar to a sword master. He was proficient in sword talisman, so his combat power was not bad. More importantly, Yumi had met Sword Immortal Wei by chance in the early years of her life in the world of wanderers, and she was fortunate enough to drink with him at the same table. Even though they did not have a good relationship and could not be considered to be Sword Immortal Wei's close friend, when they came to Wine Snow Temple she could still speak up for him. This time Yumi was also traveling south to visit immortals so they could go together. Since he was a guest of Cloud Paul Mountain, although he was an anonymous last-class guest and belonged to the type of rogue cultivator who had never participated in the night banquet, he was still in the sea-viewing realm. Moreover, how many guests of Cloud Paul Mountain were there now? The lower Yumi's state was, the more it could prove that his family had a close relationship with Wei Pai. Yumi was acquainted with Sword Fairy Wei and his family had a deep relationship with Cloud Paul Mountain. When he went out he was qualified to talk about taking care of each other. The old woman of Dragon Gate thought so and agreed. However, to be careful, she still asked the shopkeeper to send a message to Eternal Spring Palace by Flying Sword to explain the matter in detail. Indeed, Junior Martial Aunt Zhongnan was too special in Eternal Spring Palace. If the ancestor in charge of Eternal Spring Palace felt that Yumi was not suitable to go with them, they could only give up halfway. Even if they accidentally ruined the relationship between the two sides, they could not covet the small advantage of having an outsider in the sea-viewing realm. Thinking of this, the old woman felt helpless. Now all the Earth Immortals in Eternal Spring Palace had left the mountain quietly, as if they had heavy responsibilities. However, every Earth Immortal, whether it was the ancestor of the Ancestral Hall, the consecrators of Eternal Spring Palace, the guest of Eternal Spring Palace, or their Taoist companions or direct disciples, did not leak a word to the outside world. Where they were going and what they were doing were all secrets. As a result, when Zhongnan and the other three descended the mountain for the first time, they could only have her, a dragon gate cultivator, act as their protector. Otherwise, there should have been a golden core earth immortal leading the way at the very least. If they did not want their disciples to relax too much and be unable to temper their minds, they should have escorted them secretly. After chatting for a while, Yumi followed the group south, heading to Red Candle Town. The sword talismans forged by the Dragon Spring Sword sect could allow Qi practitioners to travel through the Dragon Province, but they were rare items that were priceless. Among the group of female cultivators in Eternal Spring Palace, only Zhongnan possessed a priceless sword talisman, and it was even a gift from her master, so she could only travel on foot. The Tiefu River's water god temple in Dali of the highest grade and Wei Shanjuan's place of prosperity, Chess Block Mountain, could all be visited, let alone cultivators. This little bit of travel was nothing difficult. Due to the Tiefu River's excellent soil and water, the two banks were still sunny and windy even during winter. Trees and flowers bloomed, making for a pleasant sight. As a result, tourists were everywhere. There was an endless stream of pilgrims who went to the water god temple to offer incense, pray for blessings and make wishes. Coupled with the fact that the Dragon Province had already become a tourist attraction, and there was also the Ox Horn Mountain where immortals passed by. In particular, many immortals had visited the mountain frequently over the past decade or so the commoners and wealthy clans who came to burn incense were not particularly curious about the group of immortals from the Eternal Spring Palace. Only a few children pointed at them, calling them immortals and big sister immortals. Many of the elders in their clans were afraid of offending the female immortals who cultivated on the mountain, but all they saw was gentle smiles on the young immortals' faces. Two of them even waved at the children. They only told the children to keep their voices down and not to make too much noise, but they did not stop the children from chattering either. Miyu actually knew Wei Shanjuan's intentions. Protecting the woman was real, and letting him experience the local customs of the Aquarius continent as a sword immortal was even more real. Miyu appreciated Wei Pai's good intentions very much, and the reclusive official had always advocated doing as the Romans did. He was just learning from them. Miyu believed he could still do that. The only thing he was not used to was this foreign land. There was too little sword chi, too few sword cultivators and even fewer sword immortals. The peaceful days here were far too good, so good that Miyu felt like he was dreaming, such that he was unwilling to wake up from it. As a result, Miyu removed the blade's strengthening gourd and took a swig of the rice wine stored in Luapa Mountain. Immediately Miyu's face was quite handsome. Although it was nowhere close to Miyu's true appearance, it was still quite a handsome face. As a result, he had only met the female cultivators from Eternal Spring Palace for a short while. They had only walked from the mountains to the banks of the river, but Mi Sword Immortal could already sense the gazes of two young women that wanted to devour him. At dusk at the Dragon Riding Alley's fortune shop, the blind Taoist whose but seemed to be nailed to a wooden stool finally finished talking about how difficult it was for him to break through the realm, how his Five Thunders execution had improved a bit, how the business of the grass shop was not bad, and how his two disciples were still considered filial. Seeing that Brother Shi was speechless, the old Taoist Jiaqing went next door to enjoy himself. Shi Ro went to close the shop. Yesterday it was like this, today it was like this, and tomorrow it would be the same. Shi Ro did not understand why an old Taoist who had stumbled his way to the sea-viewing realm wanted to compete with her. If you're really capable, why don't you go to Luapa Mountain and find someone to show off? Find your good brother Chen Lingjun? Or find Pei Qian? Shi Ro went to the wing room residence. No one lived in the main room, but Shi Ro's room was still empty. She closed the door and secretly opened the drawer. She took out the makeup mirror, rouge and powder one by one. She did not dare to use her official position for personal gain. These were all her salary. Moreover, Luapa Mountain would give her a few pieces of snow to spend on festivals. It might not be much on the mountain, but it was not a small amount in the marketplace. Therefore, Shi Ro bought all the things on the table with her own money. As a female ghost wearing an immortal's shed skin, Shi Ro actually did not need to sleep. However, in this small town, Shi Ro did not dare to cultivate diligently under the cover of night. As for some unorthodox and sneaky means, she did not dare to do so. She would be courting death. At that time, even without the Dali spy or the Dragon Spring Sword sect, her own Luapa mountain would make her suffer. Moreover, Ro herself did not have such thoughts. Ro was indifferent to the current time. Day after day it seemed that every tomorrow was like yesterday. Except for occasionally feeling a little bored, Ro was actually quite satisfied. The business of the shop was really ordinary. It was far less prosperous than the business of the shop next door. Ro actually felt a little guilty. Ro made a gesture and said silently in her heart. Then she took off her clothes and turned into the true body of the female ghost. The shed skin was still sitting on the chair, motionless, as if the spirit of the dead had left the body and traveled far away. After Ro regained her true appearance, she was wearing a colorful dress with a long skirt and big sleeves. Her figure was graceful, just like when she was detained by Fairy Luli. The credit for being able to travel far away was also due to Pei Qian. It was her who asked the big white goose for this little technique to leave the house for Ro. However, Pei Qian reminded her that it would take at most an incense stick to burn. If it was too long, she might not be able to return. At that time she would not care anymore. As long as the big white goose was not there, there was nothing she could do. The young man in white added with a smile. If she could not return, she would first slap her half dead. Didn't she like to look in the mirror? After that she would lock her soul in the mirror and look as much as she wanted. Although Cui Dongshan was reprimanded by Pei Qian at that time, Ro did not dare to not take it seriously. Ro gently picked up a comb and groomed herself in front of the mirror. The her in the mirror now looked a little unfamiliar. This female ghost was softly humming an ancient ballad. Shaped like a skeleton, heart like dead ashes. Knowing the truth, not concealing it. The medium is obscure, unintentional but not conspiring. Who is she? After the Longquan commandery was elevated to the Dragon Province, it governed the 4 commanderies of Qingxi, Baoshi, Sanjiang and Burning Incense. The provincial governor in charge of the commandery was Wei Li, a provincial governor from the Huangting Kingdom. The descendant of the Yuan family of the Pillar Kingdom, Yuan Jingding, was the governor of Qingxi commandery. Fu Yu, the former assistant to the first magistrate of Huang County in the history of Lizhu Grotto Heaven, had already been promoted to governor of Baoshi commandery. The other 2 governors were both from the Frigid clan and the capital. It was said that they had no contact with Yuan Jingding and Fu Yu, the 2 descendants of mighty clans aside from government affairs. The current supervisor of Kiln affairs, Chao Gingxin, continued to be the supervisor of Kiln affairs, who did not have any heirs inside or outside the yamen. Every day if he wasn't drinking, he was on the way to buy wine. He still played with the children, was teased by the women and called the men brothers. The civil and military temples of Huang County worshipped the 2 ancestors of Governor Yuan and Supervisor Chao's clans respectively. That was not all. At least half of the Aquarius continent now had door gods plastered on their doors. They were the portraits of Yuan and Chao, 2 renowned officials who had performed great meritorious deeds for the Song clan. The city god pavilion in the provincial capital was flourishing with incense. That little incense man who claimed to have almost starved to death and was even laughed at by his peers, for some reason, liked to visit people's doors and flaunt his prowess. It was rumored that he had been taught a lesson twice by the lord of the city god pavilion and was pressed into an incense burner to eat ashes. However, he still did not change. In front of a large group of powerful city god temple judges, underworld officials and day and night wandering spirits, he jumped around in the incense burner and scolded the lord of the city god pavilion. He pointed at his nose and scolded him, saying, "You heartless bastard, I've suffered so much with you. Now that I've finally made a name for myself, First, I don't harm people. Second, I don't disturb the people. I still have to carefully and conscientiously help you patrol your territory and help you record all the wandering ghosts that are not recorded. Why do you care? Why do you care? You idiot with water in your head. If you keep nagging, I'll run away from home. Let's see who else is willing to reprimand you." The little guy who was rumored to have been thrown out of the city god pavilion along with the incense burner, after he secretly carried the incense burner back to the city god pavilion, he still liked to gather a large group of lackeys. They formed a group and roamed around day and night with the 2 sworn brothers, giving orders to visit the city god temples of all the counties in the province or roaming around the ancestral halls in the streets and alleys at night. However, it was unknown why he suddenly changed. Not only did he dismiss those lackeys, he also liked to leave the city god pavilion in the provincial capital regularly and go to a certain place in the mountains. In reality, he was bitterly going there. To outsiders, he only said that he was looking for family and friends, regardless of rain or shine. Today it was drizzling. A little incense burner who did not mind working hard, holding a small umbrella, ran all the way to the entrance of Luopa Mountain. The little guy ran to Yuan Lai and said like an old man, "Yuan Lai, in the past half a month have you been diligent in studying and practicing?" The young man who had been sitting under the eaves and reading nodded and smiled. "It's okay." There were very few visitors in Luopa Mountain. When Yuan Lai was tired from reading, he would walk. When he was tired from walking, he would flip the book. Occasionally, he would look at Mistson, who was practicing and walking past the mountain gate. A day's time would pass very quickly. At most, he would occasionally be complained by his sister. The little guy smiled and said, "On the way up the mountain, if I see Mistson, do you want me to help you ask?" Yuan Lai helplessly said, "I don't dare to trouble the right protector." The little guy casually threw away the leaf umbrella. With his hands behind his back, he walked in circles on the muddy ground. He frowned and sighed. Remember, I'm only the right protector of the Riding Dragon Alley. In the officialdom, the title can't be used carelessly. If Protector Zhou was present, wouldn't you have offended two important officials? If you're in a real official cultivation, you'll get people killed if you still call him that. Yuan Lai, you're still too young. You must be careful in the future. As the person temporarily helping Brother Feng guard the mountain gate, although he has no official rank, he's still the face of Luopa Mountain. There's a lot of knowledge in dealing with people. How can you just read books? After patiently listening to the little guy's nagging, Yuan Lai smiled and said, "I'll remember." Knowledge was not only in books. The words of the incense stick little guy were also reasonable. Even if the speaker didn't mean it, it was enough as long as the listener took it seriously. Senior Feng had told him to carefully observe other people's words and actions. It was the best cultivation on the mountain. Don't be deaf and blind, wasting the feng shui of Luopa Mountain. The little guy began to climb the mountain as he deserved. When he reached the cliff near the bamboo building, he saw the right protector of Luopa Mountain sitting on the cliff in a daze. The little guy told Zhou Mili about the roll call and not forget to let Sister Nuanshu record it in the account book. Then he asked curiously, "Where's my corn brother?" Zhou Mili held her cheeks and said, "He went down the mountain to do business." The little guy said angrily, "How can you be a brother? You don't even know to say goodbye to me before going out. You're heartless. I wouldn't want such a bastard brother even if you gave me a basket." Zhou Mili reached out to block the wind and rain for the little guy and said with a smile, "Why don't you grow taller?" The little guy said seriously, "Protector's teachings are right. When I go back to the yamen, I'll eat more incense." The little girl lowered her head and bent down. She reached out her hand to her mouth and said in a low voice, "Pei Qian said that flattery is the worst. Our Luopa Mountain has never done this. This is the family style that has existed since his master." The little guy suddenly understood and nodded vigorously. Mountain Master is far-sighted. The branch leader's martial arts are unparalleled. The right protector is also not bad. Any casual words of yours are priceless advice. As expected of someone who carries a golden shoulder pole every day. If there is a jade pendant, then it would be amazing. You can even be a gentleman of the academy. Right protector, when Mountain Master or branch leader Pei returns home, I will definitely be a loyal minister. I will be firm and unyielding and ask for a jade pendant for the right protector. The little girl tilted her head and furrowed her eyebrows. She felt that something was wrong. Then she understood and laughed. The incense-burning little guy also knew that he had made a mistake. Firm and unyielding was a taboo in Luopa Mountain. Zhou Mili covered her mouth with both hands and laughed. The little guy also laughed happily. Our right protector was a virtuous lady. Beautiful Clothes Nation, Yanji County. A young man and woman who traveled south to the Aquarius continent paid a visit to Mr. Fisherman and left. Wu Shuoan, whose Taoist name was Mr. Fisherman, had just returned from Old Dragon City and New Southern Peak with his two disciples, Zhao Xuxia and Zhao Wan. Otherwise, the two guests who came from afar would have missed their chance to visit him. A light rain had just stopped. The young lady was wearing a veil hat and the young man was carrying a bamboo hat. After bidding farewell to the old monk, they left the small alley. It was Lu. Thank you. Among their friends from the academy, only the two of them were not studying at the Cliff Academy in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. Lin Shui had also left early, saying that he was going to visit the Great Blasphemy excavation. Li Huai and Pei Qian had traveled to the North Continent. Even Li Baoping, after returning from the capital of Dali, followed the Maoshan Mountain Master to the Li Ji Learning Palace in the Central Divine Continent with dozens of other students. Therefore, among those who traveled to the Great Sui Kingdom with them, including Cui Dongshan, who was the first to leave the academy, no one was in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom now. The Maoshan Mountain Master consulted Yu Lu and Xianxia about the trip to the Li Ji Learning Palace in the Central Divine Continent. Xianxia received a letter from Cui Dongshan and turned down the old master. Xianxia was really afraid of the young man in white. Any order from Cui Dongshan to her was like a decree. Yu Lu also did not have any thoughts about the Confucian Temple and the Li Ji Learning Palace in the Central Divine Continent. Therefore he decided to accompany Xianxia to the south, in case something happened to her when she went out alone. In Yu Lu's opinion, Xianxia's temperament was still suitable for cultivation in the mountains for the time being. It was not suitable for her to travel alone. Therefore, in the end, among their companions in the past, it seemed that only Li Baoping had gone to the Central Divine Continent. He and Xianxia, a martial artist in the Golden Body realm and a qi cultivator in the Dragon Gate realm, were both at the bottleneck. Yu Lu was not able to break through the bottleneck of the Golden Body realm because he rarely fought with others and honed his martial arts. Even though he had become a martial artist in the 7th realm long ago, he had not been able to break through the bottleneck of the Golden Body realm. Previously at Luapa Mountain, Yu Lu had privately consulted with Mr. Zhu and learned a lot. Therefore he decided to go on this trip and visit the few ancient battlefields in the Aquarius continent. Xianxia had been restrained by the dragon trapping nail for many years and to a certain extent, her Dao foundation had been damaged. All these years she had been carefully mending her body. However, this was not the most important thing. The real reason that stopped Xianxia from breaking through was that her inner demons were too strong. There were too many dead knots in her heart. Her sect was destroyed, her country was destroyed, and she became a criminal. Halfway through, the woman of Queen Dali in the past used a secret technique to penetrate her 3 souls and 7 spirits with the dragon trapping nail, greatly damaging her vitality. In the end, she met the unpredictable Cui Dongshan. After leaving her hometown, her situation was extremely difficult. Otherwise, with Xianxia's outstanding cultivation talent, she would have been a golden core earth immortal by now. Her and Yu Lu's current bottlenecks happen to be 2 major obstacles, especially in terms of combat strength. It was the biggest threshold for a martial artist and a cultivator respectively. Once a martial artist reached the far-wandering state, he would be able to control the wind and fight with a qi cultivator. The difference between him and a golden body state was like heaven and earth. As for whether a qi cultivator could become a golden core state cultivator, the significance was self-evident. As the sovereign state of the Song clan of Great Li in history, the Lu dynasty was once the undisputed overlord of the north of the Aquarius continent. When Xianxia was young, he was groomed by his sect as a future cultivator of the upper 5 realms. As the crown prince of the Lu dynasty in the past, Yu Lu had some understanding of his family's affairs on the mountain. There had always been a saying about Xianxia. Compared to He Xiaoyang of the Divine Grandeur sect, she only lacked luck. But now the two of them seemed to be worlds apart. He Xiaoyang was the leader of a sect in the North Continent. She was in the pure jade state and had a bright future. The great sword deity of the North Continent, Bai Shang, had once said that he would make sure that He Xiaoyang would never be able to reach the ascendant state in this lifetime. In other words, this great sword deity would use his sword to stop her. Otherwise, the leader of the Qingliang sect, He Xiaoyang, was destined to become an ascendant state cultivator. On the other hand, Xianxia was not even a golden core cultivator now. Yu Lu was a casual person. He was not too anxious about his martial arts path, but Xianxia was the most competitive. One could imagine how she felt all these years. At the corner of the street, Xianxia looked back at the alley and whispered, "Is that Zhao Wan?" Yu Lu smiled and said, "Don't ask me. I don't know anything. I can't see anything." Xianxia stared at the crown prince of a fallen country who had half of the country's martial arts fate. Other than pretending to be stupid, what else can you do? Yulu laughed and said, I won't. Xianxia said, that Zhao Wan's cultivation talent is too good. Mr. Wu's worried expression is not without reason. He should help Zhao Wan plan for an identity. Mr. Wu does not lack magnanimity. He will not let Zhao Wan squander her time at the foot of the mountain just because they are master and disciple. Since Zhao Wan is now in the cave realm, it is not difficult for her to become an immortal master. The difficult part is to become a direct disciple of a big immortal sect such as... At this point Xianxia stared at Yulu. She had to admit that Yulu was better at thinking things through. Yulu continued, Yunxiu Mountain, Chongchun Palace, or the ancestral hall of the chiseled fish back Pearl Island. As for Lu Zhongruan, even if it's you and I, we can still discuss it. It won't be difficult to get it done, but we're afraid that it will delay Zhao Wan's cultivation achievements. After all, Lu Zhongruan is only a golden core cultivator. In this case, it's better to rely on yourself. You're only half a golden core cultivator, and it seems that it's enough for you to personally teach Zhao Wan. Unfortunately, you're afraid of trouble, and you're even more afraid of adding more feet to a snake. In the end, you'll be more of a hindrance, and you'll definitely make Mr. Cui unhappy. Xianxia said angrily, after going around in circles, you didn't say anything? Yulu smiled and said, at least you know and don't do anything. I didn't say anything and you didn't listen for nothing. Xianxia stopped talking. It was boring to argue with Yulu. Compared to Xianxia, who was focused on the beautiful and talented Zhao Wan, Yulu paid more attention to Zhao Xuxia, who was focused on practicing. Xianxia said, Zhao Xuxia said that he and Qin Pingon had an agreement of 500,000 punches. Now he is still short of 180,000 punches. You are a martial artist. Can you see how many punches Zhao Xuxia has? Yulu said, not many. Xianxia frowned and said, does that mean he killed himself? Yulu shook his head and said, you can't say that. Xianxia was puzzled and said, since Qin Pingon came here and taught Zhao Xuxia his punches, did he really just give him a training post and leave him alone? It doesn't seem like his style. Yulu smiled and said, don't worry. Qin Pingon must have his own plans. Xianxia said, is he going to Luopa Mountain? Yulu shook his head and said, not necessarily. After that, Yulu took Xianxia to a dilapidated ancient temple at the border of Colorful Clothes Country and Shushui Country to rest. Xianxia took off his veiled hat and looked around. He asked, is this the place Qin Pingon told you that if you stay here at night, there will be a beautiful ghost? Yulu lit a bonfire and said with a smile, if you want to say that all men are bad, just say it. I will accept it on behalf of Qin Pingon. Therefore, the words that Xianxia had prepared were all useless. Yulu put his mountain staff on his knees and began to read a scholar's book. Xianxia hugged his knees and stared at the bonfire. If I remember correctly, when you first studied abroad, you and Qin Pingon seemed to like watching the night? Yulu laughed softly and said, I don't know what Qin Pingon is thinking. Just talking about myself, I don't really like it, but I don't see it as a hard job. The only annoying thing is that Li Huai in the middle of the night. Can you tell me? Xianxia said, you can tell me. I will forget after hearing it. Yulu said, Li Huai is timid and I am not very familiar with him. If I am on night watch, he will take me to a place far away. He will say that he is going easy on me. It's okay because it's a quick battle. If he is fertilizing, he doesn't want me to get too close, but he is also afraid that I will be too far away. He will ask me from time to time if I am here. If I answer, he will continue to do his work. One time I was really annoyed by him and didn't answer. In the end, he was holding his pants and crying for me. When he saw me standing in the same place, he held his pants and went back to cursing. The scene is unbearable to look back on. Fortunately, Li Huai was still a child at that time. Xianxia said straightforwardly, disgusting. Yulu threw a dry branch into the bonfire and laughed. Every time Qin Pingon was on night watch, Baoping had a big heart. Even if the sky collapsed with her youngest martial uncle, she could still sleep soundly. You and Lin Shi were already cultivators at that time, so it was easy for you to have peace of mind. I am the only one who has always been a light sleeper. I often hear Li Huai asking Qin Pingon if he smells good. Xianxia said, forget it, I beg you to change the topic. Yulu used the branch to gently poke the edge of the bonfire. In the early spring, tree branches were very humid. The sound of cracking could often be heard and water droplets would seep out of the branches. If it was a withered branch after autumn, it would burn easily and silently. Yulu's face was full of smiles. He said to himself, Qin Pingon would only reply that it would be better if it was a vegetable garden in the countryside, but it would easily attract the barking of dogs. Xianxia rolled his eyes. Yulu raised his head and looked at Xianxia. He said with a smile, I think that's not the only interesting thing. During that study tour it was always this trivial. So don't blame Li Huai for being the closest to Qin Pingon. We can't compare to him and Lin Shui is no exception. Lin Shui said that he doesn't hate Li Huai, but the only one who doesn't hate him is Qin Pingon. Xianxia laughed angrily, why would I hate this? Yulu looked at the ancient temple's gate. It creaked open and a gust of wind blew through the hall. A pair of embroidered shoes stained with mud crossed the threshold. The owner of the embroidered shoes was a young girl with almond-shaped eyes and a round face. She was hurrying along with a lantern. Yulu laughed. Once bitten, twice shy. This young girl, one of the 4 demons of Combe Country, had improved. Behind the young girl was an elegant woman with a high hairstyle. She was tall and seemed to be a lady from a noble family. She had gotten lost in the middle of the night with her maid. The young girl glanced at the mountain walking staff on Yulu's lap. It was made of ordinary green bamboo, but just looking at it made her eyelids twitch. She suddenly stopped and asked, Sir, do you know Qin Pingon? Yulu nodded with a smile. I think I do. The young girl, whose real name was Wei Wei, stomped her foot and turned to leave. The tall woman followed suit and fled in panic. Apparently she was extremely afraid of the green-robed swordsman named Qin Pingon. The night passed uneventfully. Yulu and Xianxia visited a place with verdant hills and limpid waters. Then they went to Combe Country's Swordwater Villa. Finally, in the ruins of a battlefield at the border of the Zhuang dynasty, they met a man and a woman who could be considered to be from the same hometown as them. They were the 2 shop assistants of the Yang family's shop, the young female warrior Su Dian, who was nicknamed Yanji, and her junior brother Lingshan, who looked at all men in the world as if they were thieves. This was because Lingshan was trembling with fear every day when he went out. He was afraid that the bastard Jing Dafeng's words would come true and he would call a certain man his senior brother's husband. Therefore Lingshan held back for a long time. He could only use the trump card that Jing Dafeng taught him. In private he found the overly handsome Yulu and said that he was actually Su Dian's son and not some junior brother. In the end, Su Dian, who had sharp ears, punched him 7 to 8 feet away. The poor young man fell flat on his face and couldn't get up for a long time. Miyu quickly found out the general details of this group of Eternal Spring Palace sisters. They told him everything on their own, so Miyu didn't have to beat around the bush. The delicate and pretty girl who changed her name to Zhongnan still liked to be called Clothes. She had just reached the middle 5 states of immortal, so she went on this trip. As for the other 3 female cultivators, the one who was the same age as Zhongnan was called Chu Mingjiao. She was born in a scholarly family in the capital of Dali. It was said that there was a knowledgeable Hanlin ghost in the ancestral house. He was the tutor of the family. Because he was called Elegant Ghost by Minister Guan, he was able to live in the capital for a long time. The girl named Lin Saifu was born. On the day of her birth, her mother, Yi Meng, came to her house to sell colored dragon boat festival talismans. She said that she was very close to the ancestors of the Lin family and should receive the talisman. Therefore the girl was named Lin Saifu. There was also a girl named Han Bia. She was born in a family of generals in Dali. However, her ancestors didn't have a high position. The highest position they had was just a patrol inspector. However, in the family courtyard, the rattan flowers of the Han family were one of the most ancient flowers in the capital. When they bloomed, they looked like purple clouds hanging on the ground. The fragrance was strong. It was as famous as the peony in Baogua Temple in Dali and the green tree outside Minister Guan's study. The 3 of them had not reached the cave realm. In the Aquarius continent, the immortals in the middle 5 realms, even if they were only in the cave realm, were already considered as the most precious among the immortals. In the vassal states, the demons and ghosts in the cave realm and sea viewing realm were already considered as great demons and evil ghosts. As for the old woman in the Dragon Gate realm, She was born as an immortal teacher in the Changchun Palace since she was young. The female qi cultivators of the Changchun Palace were not afraid of the love between men and women. Instead, they saw it as one of the essential experiences on the path of cultivation. Since they were going to the south to gain experience, of course they wouldn't just go sightseeing. After Zhongnan returned home in glory, they would go to the border of Dali's vassal state Huangting country, to arrest a painting demon in the Yunshan Temple of Huanghua County. On the wall of the guest house in the temple, there was an ancient painting with a long history. Every moonlit night when there was no one in the house, the person in the painting would walk along the wall with the moonlight shining through the window. The painting demon often caused trouble on moonlit nights. Although it didn't hurt people, it affected the reputation of the ancient temple. Therefore, the Yunshan Temple and Dali's Ministry of Rites asked for help, and the Changchun Palace accepted the task. After that, they went to the Yunshui County of a small country that had surrendered to the Song clan. They needed to help an old immortal who was closely related to the Changchun Palace. Then they went to the territory of the old Zhuing dynasty to help a Dali general who died on the battlefield and guide his soul to return to his hometown. The last secret was to go to the immortal plateau of the Wind Snow Temple to buy a small piece of 10,000 years pine. This was the most difficult thing. The old woman didn't tell the 4 female cultivators in detail, and she didn't tell Yumi in detail either. She just hoped that Yumi could help her when she arrived at the Wind Snow Temple. Yumi agreed with a smile, saying that she would try her best. She didn't have a good relationship with the Great Sword Immortal Wei. If Wei happened to be in the Immortal Plateau, she could be bold enough to ask for help. But if Wei was not cultivating in the Immortal Plateau, Yumi was just a mountain cultivator who was lucky enough to climb the mountain. If she really met the old immortals of the military school, she would be timid. The old woman also said that she didn't dare to force this matter. It was enough that Yumi was willing to help her say a few good words. Their journey to the south was mainly about these 4 things. Some were difficult and some were easy. If they encountered fated chances or accidents on the way, it would be a training. With Yumi, a cultivator in the sea-viewing state with a strong family background, the old woman was relieved. When they arrived at the prosperous Red Candle town, Zhongnan went to the bay of his hometown alone. For a boatman girl in the past, the bay and Red Candle town were 2 different worlds. A boatman girl from a lowly family couldn't even set foot on the shore road of Red Candle town. Once she violated the rule, she would be punished even more. She would be directly exiled to the border of Dali as a slave. Her fate would be worse than death. Miyu and others stayed in a post house. With the credentials of the Eternal Spring Palace cultivators, they didn't need to spend any money. After Miyu arrived at the inn of Red Candle Town, he glanced at the top of Chess Stool Mountain and shook his head. He didn't expect Wei Shanjun to be such a love-struck person. They were the same kind of person. No wonder they hit it off. When it was close to dusk, Miyu left the inn and took a walk alone. Although he only walked with the female cultivators of Eternal Spring Palace for a few days, Miyu discovered a lot of tricks. It turned out that immortal masters of the Eternal Spring Palace could be divided into different classes just by their backgrounds. Their words didn't reveal anything, but sometimes their expressions couldn't be hidden. For example, although Zhongnan, whose nickname was Clothes, had the highest seniority, there was a boundary in the hearts of Chu Mingjiao, Lin Saifu, and Han Bia because she was a boatman girl from a lowly family and went to Eternal Spring Palace at the age of a young girl. Grandmaster Zhongnan, who was about the same age as them, had invited them to go to the bay where small boats and pleasure boats gathered, but they all declined. Her action seemed to be kind, but it was also intentional. Miyu stopped and slowly turned his head. It was Chu Mingjiao and the other 2 who went out to enjoy the scenery and coincidentally met him. Just now, they noticed Miyu stop and began to choose a bamboo fan from a fan shop. Miyu went forward to greet them and then enjoyed the scenery with them. The beauty and scenery were not in vain. Anyway, he was sure that the people Wei Shanjun secretly missed were not them. The land of Chiduan Mountain in the past, the current lord of Mountain Beiyu, was in the immortal painting and his heart was like a bird meeting Zhongnan. The sun was setting in the west. Miyu looked back at his shadow and then asked them if the immortal spell that the cultivators on the mountain used was true. If it was true, wouldn't it be very scary? When talking to people, his eyes wandered. Wild cultivator Miyu never favored one and discriminated against another, and he would never neglect any girl. It was a pity that Wei Jin didn't get to experience Mi Jianxian's innate supernatural power. In a small alley connecting Guanshan Street and Guanshui Street in Red Candle Town, there was a small bookstore that wasn't famous. A young man in black was still lying on a deck chair today, flipping through a new edition of Dolly Folk Stories. The smell of ink was faint. This was the water god of Chongdan River, whose alias was Li Jin. Next to the rattan chair, there was a tea table with a teapot made by a famous teapot maker from the old Liu dynasty. It was a small purple clay teapot with a simple style. It was said that there were only 18 authentic teapots left in the world. The Song clan and the Baoping continent's immortals each owned half of the teapot. A traveling scholar's eyes lit up and he asked the shopkeeper if he could take a look at the teapot. Li Jin smiled and said that he could buy a book. The old scholar nodded and carefully picked up the teapot. When he saw the title, he felt that it was a pity that it was an imitation. If it was another famous teapot maker, it might be real. But since it was made by this person, it was definitely fake. How could a bookstore in the marketplace have such a valuable teapot? However, the old scholar still bought a rare book before he left. The bookstore was small, but the rules were strict. There was no bargaining. The rare books were in good condition, but it was hard to bargain. Li Jin took the money and threw it into the drawer of the counter. He continued to lie down and enjoy his life, drinking tea and flipping through books. Nowadays, as long as it was a scholar from the old Dolly dynasty, even if it was a scholar who had no hope of passing the imperial examinations, they did not have to worry about making money. As long as they went outside, they would not be in dire straits. Most of them would be able to publish a book. Booksellers from other places would line up in the bookstores of various sizes in the capital of Great Li. There was only one condition, and that was that the preface of the book must be written by a local civil official of Great Li. An official of high rank would suffice. If they could find a noble master from the Hanlin Academy, as long as the preface and the most important private seal were brought over, they would be given a large sum of money in advance. Even if the content was lousy, they would not be afraid of making a fortune. It was not that booksellers were stupid and rich. It was just that the Dolly literati in Baoping continent had risen to a point where there was no end to it. When Li Jin saw the preface, he did not have any thoughts of flipping through the book. It was the work of a small official from the Dolly Ministry of Rights. He had a rough understanding of literature and ink. He did not think that the later part of the article would be unexpectedly good, so he remembered the author's name. This water god of the Chongdan River who did not do proper work still liked to sell books in Red Candle Town. As for the Jiangshan temple of the Chongdan River, Li Jin casually found an honest temple attendant to take care of the incense. Occasionally, some of the most sincere and pure believers would make a wish. When Li Jin heard their inner voice, he would weigh the pros and cons and let some of the less excessive wishes come true. But if it was something like easily achieving meteoric success, becoming a jinshi or wealth and so on, Li Jin was too lazy to pay attention to it. He was just a little water god who lived with his tail between his legs, not God. Li Jin found some drowned ghosts and hanged ghosts to be the officials who patrolled the territory of the water mansion. Of course, they were the kind of people who were wronged in life and did not want to be replaced by a living person after death. If they had conflicts with their colleagues in the Chongdan River or Yiya River, they would just have to endure it. If they really could not endure it, they would complain to him, the water god, and then go back to endure it. No matter how hard life was, it was better than starving ghosts who did not even have descendants to worship in their early years. The only thing that Li Jin really cared about was the big and small families in the territory, the big and small families whose descendants were the seeds of learning, as well as the virtuous and virtuous people. Some of them needed support, some of them needed to be taken care of, and some of them were ordinary people who had accumulated good deeds but had weak bodies. Li Jin needed to use some kind of magical power of the water god to guide them in the night with 1 or 2 big red lanterns to prevent the yang qi from being affected by the evil spirits of the wandering ghosts. These big red lanterns were very particular and could not be seen by just any qi cultivator. Of course, earth immortals could see them. Cultivators who were not Jin Dan or Yuanying but were good at observing qi could also see them. However, just like in a country, the number of gods was fixed. It depended on the fortune of the country and the size of the mountains and rivers. These big red lanterns also depended on the rank of the gods. It was not something that could be casually given away. Some of the more humble water gods would also give some convenience to some rich families. As long as they did not go overboard and were not reported by their neighbors, or were not admonished by the Lord of the Mountain or the city god pavilion, the Ministry of Rites of the imperial court would not care too much about it. Some time ago, Li Jin had personally hung 2 lanterns behind a young man who came from a poor family and outside the young man's house. The former lantern would be inseparable from the young man's shadow and would not appear at night. When the filthy otherworldly items saw it, they would automatically retreat. Not only that, Li Jin had also written the words, "Secret made by the Chongdan River Water God's residence," on the candle in the lantern. The meaning was very clear. This was the person whom Li Jin had personally protected. Regardless of whether it was a ghost or a chi refinement warrior, whoever dared to shake the young man's soul and slightly ruin the young man's academic future would be competing with him, the water god of the Chongdan River. Some mountain and river gods would specially put in effort in the matter of literary luck. They favored the scholars in their jurisdiction the most. Once they brought glory to their family, this batch of scholars who had the potential to become an official could be recorded in the local annals. They could help the mountain and river gods in their hometown and add a stroke to the merit book of the Ministry of Rites. Some chose martial arts. As for loyalty, filial piety and so on, the gods who protected a region could all be considered as a choice. Therefore it was difficult to be a human, but it was also difficult to be a ghost or a god. Among them there were even more taboos to be a ghost. The slightest mistake would cause one to violate the taboos and be punished by the officials of the underworld. It was better in the wilderness, but in the city of the state capital, it was really a minefield. The longer the country was in the mountains and rivers, the greater the authority of the gods, the more ghosts would not dare to cause trouble. Other than the mountain and river gods and the civil and military temples, there were also the large and small city god temples and pavilions. In addition to those Taoist temples and monasteries as well as the door gods pasted on the walls of the mansion, it was difficult for the filthy ghosts to find a place to stand. Not to mention there were all kinds of absurd bullying between the ghosts. There was actually no difference between those filthy things. When one's merit was revealed, one's dignity was righteous. The ghosts would disperse and take a detour. These were never empty words. The shop's business was slow. Li Jin missed the 2 regular customers who came to take care of his business. First there was the brother Defeng and then there was brother Zhu. When they bought books they were so forthright, buying half a gunny sack by gunny sack. Zhou Lian's familiarity with Zhou Lian was also due to the disturbance of the Jade Liquid River. After that, Zhou Lian often came here to buy books. Although the Jade Liquid River goddess was not held accountable by Dali's Ministry of Rites after the incident, it was obvious that there was a record in the Bureau of Rites of Dali. This was because Li Jin was acquainted with the Dr. Zhong. In Dali, the Ministry of Personnel's Meritorious Service Division, the Ministry of War's Martial Selection Division, and the Bureau of Rites, these 3 divisions were chief officials. They were only at the 5th rank, but they held great authority. This was especially true for the Bureau of Rites, which was in charge of evaluating the merits and demerits of all the gods of Dali. As such, they were regarded as minor heavenly officials on the mountain. The Dr. Zhong of the Department for Purging Officials had not long ago made a private visit to the Three River jurisdiction. He had come to the bookstore to reminisce for a while. The reason he could trouble the Dr. Zhong to come to Red Candle Town in person was naturally because of the trouble caused by the Jade Liquid River Goddess. As a colleague of the Jade Liquid River Goddess, Li Jin could not be said to be rejoicing in her misfortune. On the contrary, he felt a bit of sympathy for her. Even if he had become a righteous god of the river, the great Tao was unpredictable and he was always busy. Of course, because Li Jin's dream had come true and he had successfully become a righteous god of the river, he did not have much ambition and could be considered leisurely. If Li Jin wanted to go one step further and raise the level of the Chongdan River to the level of the Tiefu River, and become a first-class water god like Yanghua, he would be very busy. Li Jin closed the book, casually tossed it to his chest and began to close his eyes to rest. He somewhat missed the conversation he had with that brother Zhu. If the 2 sides were to put aside their identities and standpoints, their conversation was actually quite congenial. Li Jin was even willing to let brother Zhu lie down on the rattan chair while he stood at the counter. He remembered Zhu Lian once jokingly saying, "I believe in Buddhism but I don't necessarily believe in monks. I believe in Taoism but I don't necessarily believe in Confucianism." I believe in the principles of the sage, but I don't necessarily believe in the sage. Luopa Mountain's Zhou Xian was indeed a rarely seen expert. Not only was his fist technique high, his knowledge was also very high. With guests at his door, Li Jin opened his eyes and raised his hand to lift the teapot to drink a mouthful. He said lazily, "Pick any book you like, no bargaining." Li Jin took a glance. Other than the smiling middle-aged man, the other three were female cultivators from the Eternal Spring Palace. Their robes and hairpins indicated their identities. Li Jin could tell the depth of their Tao at a glance. As a righteous god of a river who controlled the flow of fate energy, he was proficient in qi observation within his jurisdiction. It was a unique ability that was blessed by the heavens. The three young female cultivators in front of him did not have high realms, but their Tao of luck was not bad. Other than the fate of immortals, the three of them were mixed with a trace of literary fate, mountain fate, and martial fate respectively. For cultivators, it was not so simple to ignore worldly affairs and cut off the mortal world. Only the middle-aged man was completely unfathomable by Li Jin. It was as if he had met the real person vaguely in the clouds. Li Jin was slightly surprised, but he soon made a decision. He might as well stop looking. If the other party was really an earth immortal, it would be a rude offense for a deity to peep at him like this. It was like facing a pure martial artist like Zhou Xian who kept punching and shouting around Zhou Xian. If it was not asking for a beating, what was it? Miyu didn't say anything overly courteous to any of the girls, and he was always polite. When one interacts with many women day and night, once there is the slightest sign of a choice, the women beside the women are so thin-skinned. Therefore in the end the men often end up with nothing. At most they can only win the heart of one beauty, and from then on, they will be strangers to each other. Of course Mi Jianxian did not have any improper thoughts. He came out this time to do proper business. In the Yellow Flower County at the border of the Huangting country, the female cultivators of the Eternal Spring Palace could easily impeach the Yunshan Temple's demon painting. The woman in the mural was only a female ghost of the cave-dwelling realm. She would also go to the Eternal Spring Palace. Miyu looked at her from the side, and the Yunshan Temple was very grateful. The local government had established a relationship with the Eternal Spring Palace, and everyone was happy. In the small place called Yunshui County, in a stone chamber in the wild forest, the old immortal, who was at the bottleneck of the Dragon Gate realm, opened Miyu's eyes. There were actually cultivators in the world who cultivated themselves into a soul prison. The old cultivator was trapped in the stone wall for dozens of years. His long hair dragged on the ground like vines, and his skin was no different from wood and stone. Such a pitiful end was very rare. The reason why he was reduced to this state was because he obtained a true scroll of the rising of the white sun, but it was incomplete. He was unwilling to disclose his cultivation method, and his cultivation went astray. This was the helplessness of the cultivators in the mountains. Even if one had both the immortal bone and the immortal fate, as long as the immortal fate was not enough, and without the guidance of a master on the mountain, how could one talk about immortal ascension? The old cultivator had been trapped for many years. His body and spirit were haggard, and his soul was almost decayed. He could only send a message to a woodcutter in the mountains in a dream, and then let the woodcutter pass a message to the local government, hoping to send a flying sword message to the Eternal Spring Palace to help him. If the mission was successful, the messenger would be rewarded handsomely. Miyu was very sensible. After all, he was an outsider, so he did not go near the stone wall. He said that he would wait at the foot of the mountain. After all, the old cultivator of the Golden Core realm was said by the old immortal to be, as long as one is lucky enough to complete it, the cultivator can directly reach the 5 states. It was the immortal Taoism that many earthly immortals dreamed of. The reason why he knew about these secrets was, of course, because Miyu had used the supernatural power of mountain and river observation. If he coveted this little bit of opportunity, it would be too humiliating for Miyu. The old woman of the Eternal Spring Palace was already prepared. She carefully took out a magic treasure-grade short sword from the wooden box, and then used the Eternal Spring Palace's secret method to kill the old immortal with her own hands. She then kept the old immortal's soul in a celestial treasure. It was a jade carving of a dragon that was used as a decoration weapon. It was an item from the emperor's tomb of the ancient Shu kingdom. It was taken by a grandmaster of the Eternal Spring Palace during an exploration of the ruins of the Immortal Mansion. This item was the best for nourishing the soul. The so-called reincarnation by killing was, of course, an excuse. How could reincarnation and cultivation be so simple? A mere Dragon Gate cultivator was not worthy of such treatment from the Eternal Spring Palace. The old cultivator also did not have the realm and foundation to talk about the reincarnation by killing to maintain a little bit of his natural spiritual aura. Without that vital natural spiritual aura, even if he was reincarnated, he was destined to be unable to remember his past life. In exchange, the old cultivator of the Eternal Spring Palace's Grandmaster Hall would be given the incomplete scroll of Taoist magic. In the future, he could continue to cultivate in a vassal sect of the Eternal Spring Palace as a ghost and as a guest. If he reached the Golden Core stage in the future, he could be promoted to an honorary guest of the Eternal Spring Palace. Miyu sat on the branch of a big tree at the foot of the mountain, leisurely drinking the rice wine in the blade's strengthening gourd. He felt more and more that an ordinary celestial sect in the vast world was busy just dealing with the local government, the immortal inn, the immortal fairy, and the sects on the mountain. They had to speak human language when they met people, ghosts when they met ghosts, and immortals when they met immortals. In addition, everyone had to cultivate diligently. The older ones had to teach and dispel the doubts of the younger ones. They had to let the younger ones become talents, but they could not let the younger ones change their minds and join other sects. It was tiring, really tiring. Miyu somewhat understood why the reclusive official was called the reclusive official. It was because the reclusive official was an expert in this field. He was young, but he was already the best. In the eyes of Miyu, a bystander who considered himself a layman, there were still many flaws in the old woman's conversation with people from all sides. For example, when she was talking nicely with the seniors on the mountain, her expression, especially her eyes, was obviously not sincere enough. It was far from the reclusive official's sincere and natural expression, which made people believe that, "Senior, if you don't believe in me, you don't believe in yourself." When she was supposed to talk nicely with the juniors of other sects on the mountain, the arrogance in her bones was far from being restrained and not hidden deep enough. When she was supposed to be tough, the old woman talked a little more and pretended to be a little stiff, which made Miyu feel that he had more words to say but not enough to frighten people. When they were laughing, they narrowed their eyes and killed people in the blink of an eye. The old woman was in a good mood when they met again at the foot of the mountain after successfully solving the military solution. It probably had something to do with Miyu's previous tactfulness. After that, they went to a brand new martial temple and took out a secret armor from the mountain for the spirit of the general who died in the battle. When the spirit wore it, he could walk freely at night and not be affected by the harsh astral wind between heaven and earth. During the day, the spirit of the general would turn into a puff of green smoke and hide in a double-eared burner of Inner Altar Xianxia, written by a gentleman of the academy, hidden by the old woman. Then Zhongnan would personally light an incense stick. When crossing the mountain, he would burn incense. When crossing the water, he would always hold the incense burner in his hand and rarely ride the wind. At most, he would light a stick of Xianxia Mountain's secret Xianxia incense when riding on a ferry. Even when the spirit was rushing at night, he was still silent. In the eyes of these young female cultivators, Miyu also seemed to be less talkative. Since ancient times, valiant generals and tough people could not be dispelled after death and could be called a spirit of the hero. This time, the cultivators of Changchun Palace were guiding the spirit to Tonglu County in Dali's capital. The spirit would first serve as a social official. If he passed the examination of the Ministry of Rights, he could fill the vacancy of a county god in a few years. During this journey, there were only 2 small accidents. One was in a county city where they encountered ghosts. 3 hunters were haunted by nightmares one after another. They were muddle-headed all day long. When night came, they would leave home to meet each other as if they were sleepwalking. After meeting each other, they would stand in the same place and complain to each other. The city god temple and the local god were also helpless. The old woman asked martial aunt Zhongnan to set up an altar and summon the immortal general. In the end, they managed to detain an old fox immortal of the sea-viewing realm. The old fox immortal wailed incessantly and poured out his grievances to the group of female immortal masters. He said that the hunter had killed dozens of his disciples and grand disciples. If it wasn't for him stopping his disciples from taking revenge, the 3 hunters would have died a long time ago. Was it too much to be slapped a few hundred times? The old woman was too lazy to talk nonsense with the fox immortal. She wanted to use the thunder art to kill him. However, Zhou Xian persuaded her in every way possible to make peace. The grudge was thus dropped. She did not forget to admonish the old fox. She hoped that he would cultivate well in the future and carefully find a place to stay in the fox cave. He must not be easily found by woodcutters and hunters in the marketplace. However, the old woman was not satisfied. She harshly reprimanded the old fox. The old fox could only cower. He said that he would give some silver as compensation to the 3 families. Zhou Xian wanted to say something but stopped. Seeing the old woman's expression, Zhou Xian did not dare to say anything. In the end, she was privately reprimanded by the old woman. She could not be so soft-hearted when dealing with mountain spirits and ghosts. From beginning to end, Xianxia only looked on coldly. He sat on the railing and drank wine. If the hidden official was here, the result would probably not be like this. However, the little girl named Han Bia made me look at her in a new light. He muttered in his heart. It's enough that the old fox admitted his mistake. What's the point of returning the money? Miyu heard it clearly. After all, she was a sword immortal. Then, in the mountains far away from the smoke, they met a Dali army cultivator who went out to relax. It was a woman. She had a Dali border army standard war saber hanging from her waist. However, she took off her armor and changed into a brocade robe with narrow sleeves, black gauze pants, and a pair of small embroidered shoes. There were 2 pearls hanging from the tips of the shoes. They did not shine during the day, but at night they shone like a dragon's eye. She met the female cultivators of Eternal Spring Palace in a viewing pavilion on the peak of the mountain. At that time, the woman stepped on the back of a kneeling mountain deity. The poor mountain deity was talking about a secret matter of an immortal master. She raised her head and drank wine. When she saw the female cultivators of Eternal Spring Palace, she wiped her mouth and threw the empty wine pot outside the cliff. She pointed elsewhere with her thumb. Her meaning was obvious. This place already had an owner. Please go somewhere else. The old woman frowned. Eternal Spring Palace had an immortal chant passed down from their ancestors. Could refine the morning glow and the moonlight. On the 15th day of every year, especially at midnight, they would choose a mountain peak with abundant spiritual energy to refine the moonlight. And this mountain was undoubtedly the best place to cultivate tonight. If he went elsewhere, the refinement of the moonlight tonight and the refinement of the morning sun tomorrow would be greatly discounted. The woman kicked away the mountain deity who had just been recorded by the Ministry of Rights. The latter immediately escaped through the ground. He would definitely not get involved in a fight on the mountain. What truly made the old woman unwilling to back down was what the female cultivator had said. You Eternal Spring Palace women, you can't even see half of them on the battlefield, but now you've all popped up. Are you like bamboo shoots after the rain? Not only that, the woman even raised her head and muttered to herself, adding fuel to the fire. It's not raining either. Miyu stood at the side expressionlessly. He only felt that it was very pleasing to the ear. Listen, it sounds very much like the hidden official's tone. It was very kind. In the end, the reason why this storm didn't lead to a disaster was very simple. Seeing the old woman's pale face, the female cultivator didn't talk nonsense and said that both sides should learn from each other. She put aside the identity of Dali's army cultivator and the fact that she was a disciple of Wenqing Peak. She didn't want to fight to the death. It was unnecessary to hurt the harmony. She only wanted one side to fall to the ground and couldn't get up. She just wanted to remember that no one should cry and complain to their masters. That would be boring. As soon as the old woman heard that the woman was from Wenqing Peak of Wind Snow Temple, she immediately calmed down and took the initiative to apologize. The woman probably felt even more bored and directly left the pavilion by riding the wind. Miyu glanced at her and felt that this woman was a bit like the wine in his hometown. After that, the old woman took Xianxia and other women to cultivate in the pavilion. Miyu went away alone again. In the forest of another mountain, he lay on the branches of an ancient tree and drank alone. He took out a yellow paper talisman of the mountain and water edict. He lit the talisman with some sword energy and threw it out. Soon the little mountain god appeared under the tree and called Immortal Master. Miyu asked the reason and couldn't help laughing. It turned out that there was a nearby river earl who always liked to force female ghosts to be his concubines. There was a female ghost who went to the Earth Temple but failed. Instead, the Earth Temple leaked the secret to the river earl and she was almost whipped to death on the spot. The female ghost continued to go to the town god temple in the county. The river earl was also used to being domineering. He directly pulled the female ghost's hair and dragged her all the way to the town god temple. He wanted to whip the female ghost in front of the town god temple's friends. The female cultivator happened to pass by and saw this. Perhaps she was limited by the mountain and water law set by Dolly, so she could only report this matter to the Ministry of Rights. However, it was difficult for her to kill the river earl, the earth temple and the town god. Therefore she came to the mountain tonight to relax and vent her anger on the poor mountain god for dereliction of duty. Miyu thought of something and asked, "If you have military merits according to the border military law of Dolly, can't you exchange it for your head? Look at that woman, she seems to have accumulated a lot of military merits." The mountain deity carefully worded his words and said, "That female immortal master indeed has a lot of battle merits. She has accumulated a great reputation on the battlefield. It seems that even a great Li dynasty's hunting inspector had personally praised her. Even I have heard of this matter. However, I heard that she had given it to her friend." Miyu sat on the tree branch and waved his hand with a smile. "Mountain god, please calm yourself down." Miyu muttered to himself, "What a good girl." Miyu was horrified and suddenly turned his head to look. On the tree branch not far away, there was a woman with a saber, slim and graceful. Miyu was silent for a moment and asked with a smile, "That female ghost?" The woman didn't say a word. Miyu could only drink by himself. She sneered, "The person who traveled with the female cultivator from Eternal Spring Palace has the nerve to carry a sword and pretend to be a swordsman or a wanderer?" Miyu smiled. "To be honest, I have met the great sword Immortal Wei and even drank with him." The woman was stunned. She pressed the hilt of her saber and said angrily, "How dare you insult martial Uncle Wei? Do you want to be chopped?" Miyu was helpless. Was Wei Jin blind? How could he not see such a woman? Miyu could only wave his hand and beg for mercy. "Take it that I'm obsessed. Sister, don't be angry. How can I know the great sword Immortal Wei? I'm just a wild cultivator who drinks rice wine from the market." The woman said coldly, "Martial Uncle Wei will never distinguish friends by cultivation level or family background. Please be careful with your words." The woman obviously didn't want to talk to this person anymore. She flashed away like a bird flying over branches. Miyu lay back on the tree branch and his mood improved. In the end, the group of female cultivators from Eternal Spring Palace arrived at the gate of Wind Snow Temple. However, Yumi said that he had something to do and would leave for a while. The two sides agreed to meet at an immortal ferry. Miyu really did have something to do. He went to Tuoji County in Tsai Country to find the fisherman and told him his identity. Of course, he was Yumi, the honorary consecrator of Luopa Mountain. He also brought a handwritten letter from Master Wei Shan and a few old things that could make the three of them believe that he was Miyu. In the letter that the young hidden official asked Wei Wenlong to pass to Wei Ba, it mentioned that if Miyu ultimately chose to stay at Luopa Mountain, Miyu would go to Yenji County to find the three of them and return to Luopa Mountain first. Then Miyu would accompany the three of them to the North Continent. Zhao Shu would go to the Lion Peak to find Senior Li Heir to practice his martial arts. Zhao Wan would go to the Sparrow residence to cultivate, and old Mr. Wu could go to Yunzhuang City as a guest. During this period, Miyu could decide if he wanted to help Zhao Shu with the 18 stops of sword qi that he had already obtained. Miyu was very happy to do these things. It was like returning to the Summer Palace or the Spring Banner House. Otherwise, it would be comfortable every day in Luopa Mountain, but it would still be a little empty. After sending the three of them to the Crossing Ink Ferry and finding Lu Zhongruan, Miyu then went to the Immortal Ferry near the Windsnow Temple. Unexpectedly, the Eternal Spring Palace cultivators did not show up at the appointed time. Miyu waited for half a day and could only go to the Windsnow Temple with the cultivation of a sea-viewing realm cultivator. In the end, they met the old woman who had just left the mountain gate with a gloomy expression. The most important thing for their trip was to buy a small section of 10,000 years pine from the Wind Snow Temple's immortal plateau. It was a female relative of a big pilgrim from the Eternal Spring Palace who urgently needed it to cure her illness. That pilgrim was very powerful and was now the hunting inspector of Dali. This military position was newly established after Dali's iron cavalry went south. It was regarded as the pillar of the country that belonged to military generals. Including Chao Gui and Su Gaoshan, there were only 4 people in Dali. As for the hunting envoy's female family member, the immortal master on the mountain said that only a 10,000-year pine tree could cure her. Otherwise, they would have to invite an upper 5-realm immortal from the Yao family. However, as luck would have it, that great general had a very good relationship with the Martial Mountain, but he was not on good terms with the Wind Snow Temple. Therefore, he entrusted the Eternal Spring Palace with this matter. If they succeeded, the Eternal Spring Palace would have to thank them heavily for their help. If they failed, the Eternal Spring Palace would have to deal with it. The Dali dynasty or the current Aquarius continent. The mountain no longer looked like a mountain. On the other hand, the 10,000 years old pine tree in the Feng Shui temple was called Chongqing. It grew on the edge of the Xianxia cliff. Its branches and leaves were as high as the mountain ridge, but its roots extended all the way to the bottom of the stream, attached to the mountain root and soaked in water. Therefore, it had a miraculous effect when used as medicine. Its bark was more than a cyan thick. After peeling it, the color was like amber. Especially for women, regardless of whether it was the well-informed female family members of the influential families at the foot of the mountain, or the female immortal master who had killed the scarlet dragon on the mountain, everyone needed it. Unfortunately, no one could get it. The reason was simple. The 10,000-year pine tree was on the Xianxia, and regarding the Xianxia, one must ask the sword immortal Wei Jin. Even the ancestor of the Feng Shui temple would not have the face to ask Wei Jin for a 10,000-year pine tree. The Grand Elder of the Eternal Spring Palace and the great ancestor of the Qin clan were old friends. Otherwise, they would not be able to do it. It was not a matter that could be solved by money. Initially, the old woman thought that this matter would be difficult, but at least there was room to maneuver. Unexpectedly, the great ancestor of the Qin clan of the Feng Shui temple changed his expression immediately when he heard about this matter. His attitude was extremely firm and resolutely said that this matter would not work. He advised the old woman to stop her wishful thinking. After me, you met with those female martial artists of the Eternal Spring Palace. He only said that he would try his luck at the Feng Shui temple. Of course, it was not for the Eternal Spring Palace. Instead, he felt that since that 10,000-year pine tree was so valuable as a member of the Luopa Mountain, he would not feel embarrassed to go home if he did not chop off a huge chunk of it. Anyway, when he passed by that 10,000-year pine tree with Wei Jin mentioned that if this tree grew on the Clearwind Peak or the Green Pond, it would save him a lot of trouble. When Miyu arrived at the Immortal Terrace with familiarity, he started to break the branches. He broke one branch and said that good things came in pairs. Then he broke 2 branches and said that he had 3 talents. Just when Miyu was talking about the gathering of the 4 symbols, a girl hurried over with the wind. Both parties could be considered acquaintances. The girl who had just returned to her sect slashed at the side of Miyu with her blade. Only she did not expect that the self-proclaimed wild mountain martial artist to have a guilty conscience as he bumped into the light of the blade. Then he fell into the cliff in the middle of winter. When the girl was about to rescue him, he had already disappeared. The girl went back and forth between the cliff and the valley a few times and still could not find that guy who had disappeared inexplicably. When she returned to that 10,000-year pine tree in confusion, the great ancestor of the Wind Snow Temple, the great ancestor of the Qin clan of the great ancestor of the Clearwind Peak had already gathered at the peak of the mountain. Her teacher had told her with a smile that there was no need to pay attention to this person. The girl could not help but ask, did that person really know Junior Master Wei? The great ancestor of the Qin clan said with a smile, interesting. The female great ancestor of the Clearwind Peak gave a cold snort. The great ancestor of the Wind Snow Temple, who had a childlike appearance and was hovering on his flying sword, spoke to the 2 great ancestors through telepathy. Undoubtedly, this person is a sword immortal. After Miyu had sneaked out of the Wind Snow Temple, he only said that he did not have enough face. However, before the ferry docked at the Oxhorn Mountain, he had secretly given a 10,000-year pine tree to that Han Bia. He said that he had picked it up on the road and that it was free. Perhaps it was that 10,000-year pine tree. The little girl said, "You are lying, right?" However, that ancient pine tree in her hand was extremely heavy. Miyu said with a smile, "Are you lying, or is the 10,000-year pine tree a liar?" The little girl liked to talk, but she did not like to smile. Because she had a pair of small canine teeth, she always felt that she did not look good when she smiled. When she parted with Senior Yumi, she only smiled secretly when she looked at the back of that confident and at ease departing figure. In the middle of the Aquarius continent, at the bank of the Blasphemy River that had yet to be completely excavated, a young man in white rode on a child. Next to him was Lin Shui, who had rushed over from the Bookslip Lake. Cui Dongshan jumped to the ground and took the 24 bamboo slips from Lin Shui's hand. He looked around and muttered, "You've worked hard." Before this, he had already obtained a few Qi characters. And a letter of cancellation of the contract had also arrived at the Aquarius continent from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Cui Dongshan shouted at the top of his lungs, "You've worked hard." He had once ridiculed the reunion of Lu Qingfeng and Li Baozhen. After all, it was the Jianghu. Now, even if the entire vast world was a Jianghu, where was Teacher? You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.